Hello and welcome to another episode of Diplo Strats. I'm Captain Meme. I'm here once again with Ezio. Hi Ezio.
Hello, hello.
And today you may notice we are not looking at a map, we are looking at a logo. And that is because today we are not looking at a diplomacy game. Myself and Ezio very occasionally play other negotiation-based games. These ones specifically are called ORGs or LSGs, online reality games or large social games, and quite often they're modeled after reality TV shows. Because reality TV shows are actually pretty good for negotiation most of the time. You have things like Survivor, right? You have things like Big Brother. Ezio, I think you've played a lot of Survivor, right, in the past?
I a lot of Survivor is a stretch, but I have played in Survivor games. Yeah,
Yeah, I've probably played a lot more than you. But yes,
yeah. Many people who are active on Mafia Scum, which is where I played all of my Survivor games. Did you play anything on any site that isn't Mafia Scum?
yeah, I usually play on Mafia Scum as well. For this one specifically, this is not on Mafia Scum. This is on a Discord server, which I will link in the description. And honestly, I really highly recommend it. ORGs in general, like these online reality negotiation games, I think diplomacy players are really well suited to them, and they are quite often like great for diplomacy players to play. And this one in particular, The Genius, is probably a reality game that you haven't heard of if you haven't seen. Well, we have covered it before in one video on this channel. We'll get to that in a second. But most likely you haven't heard of this on TV or as a reality show because it comes from South Korea. And for a long time, it was only in South Korea, and it was near impossible to find on the internet because in South Korea, they basically use any music they want to in their TV shows, which means they're not allowed to broadcast it anywhere else for obvious reasons. Uh,
We
but this,
should try that sometime, Captain Me.
I'm sure it would work out perfectly. Yeah, man,
Start playing some Taylor Swift and some like Disney anthems to go in the background.
that's what Diplo Strats is really missing, right? We just need some Taylor Swift and Disney anthems in the background.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I think that helped.
anyway, so these are The Genius is a reality game show you probably haven't heard of. Comes from Korea. The general, well, okay, so there are a few different versions here. Initially, it was only this Korean version, and this Korean version is genuinely my favorite television series of all time. If you can find it, I highly recommend watching it. I absolutely love The Genius Korea. If you want something that's a bit easier to find, there's a Netflix very similar game called The Devil's Plan, which isn't quite as good, but it is still pretty good, and it follows a very similar format. You can see this one down here is The Genius Netherlands, which happened relatively recently, and then they finally brought it to the UK with Genius Game over here. You may recognize Doctor Who, as I would know him, but he's been in some other stuff as well, David Tennant as the face of it. Sadly, the TV run in the UK kind of flopped, so it's not coming back for a second season, but it's still well worth a watch, especially if you love board game related YouTube channels, because there is a board game YouTuber in it called Ken, who is from No Rolls Barred. I very highly recommend it. Anyway, I did apply to be on the UK version. I did not manage to be on the UK version, so instead I am resorting to playing an online version of the game, which was called Genius 1. Right, so I should explain the format here that these games go through. Basically, The Genius, every single round is going to be a completely unique game. Something that you've never seen before, that you learn the rules of on the spot, and generally it's crafted around negotiation. So this will be the main match over here. It's usually negotiation based, has a bunch of rules. You need to interpret those rules and figure out a strategy to win that game, or more importantly, to not lose that game. The winners of that game will gain tokens of life, which basically make them immune for the episode. They cannot go home. Usually there's only one winner, and they gain all the tokens of life, and they get to choose who to give those tokens of life to make them immune. So sometimes you don't necessarily want to win the game yourself. You just want to help someone win the game who will then give you immunity. But of course, winning the game is the best way to do it, because then you can absolutely guarantee that you get those tokens of life and you have the power that week. Alright, so as I mentioned, the more important thing about this main match is not to be the loser. So unlike something like an immunity challenge in Survivor, there is an actual loser in the main match in the Genius. And that loser becomes the elimination candidate, or the deathmatch candidate. I think I alternate between calling it those two things in here. If there's multiple losers, then the winner chooses between those losers, who becomes the elimination candidate. And that elimination candidate is going to have to play a deathmatch for their life in the game. So they have to play a 1v1 game against someone else in the cast. If they lose that, they will go home that week, and they will not be able to continue playing. And how do they decide who that other person they're playing against is? Well, straight up, they just choose. They get to pick from anyone in the cast who doesn't have a token of life, and they can take them to the deathmatch and face off against them. So that deathmatch is a 1v1 game, so obviously it's not going to be negotiation-based most of the time. Sometimes it brings in the players who aren't playing as sort of a negotiation element, but most of the time it's purely due to based on strategy. And the loser of that deathmatch goes home. The winner of that deathmatch gains the loser's garnets, which are like the currency of the game. You earn them over the course of main matches. In Genius 1... Sorry, go on.
Does the elimination candidate know what the game is going to be before they pick who they go up against?
They do not. So you cannot specifically choose someone who is bad at a certain element of the game, right? Well, I mean,
yeah, it's like, oh, hey, this person's strategically not great, but oh, they're everyone's best friend, and then you pick them, and then oops, there's this game where everyone else gets to give 10 victory points to someone, and they're like, oh, well, unlucky.
Yeah, exactly. Most of the time, the death matches aren't social based, but very occasionally they are, and that is something to keep in mind. Because if you go into a social death match and you don't have many friends, you are probably out of the game. Alright, so here it says the winner gains the loser's garnets. That's how it works in the show. In Genius 1, the winner of the deathmatch always gains exactly 2 garnets. They don't gain all of the loser's garnets. Genius 1 treated garnets a bit differently to the way that the show does. So in the show, you earn them during the main match, and then the entire garnet pool makes up the prize pool at the end of the game. So they get, I don't know, $1,000 per garnet that's in existence at the end, something along those lines, and they can be used to pay for stuff during the game. In Genius 1, you can still use them to pay for stuff during the game, and you still earn them during the game, but they have no correlation to the prize pool. The prize pool is something completely different that gets built up by completing prize missions, which are special bonus objectives that happen during the main match. Usually they require some degree of cooperation, and as we'll see going through this, we are maybe not the best group at cooperating. So that prize pool is not going to go very high. I will spoil that in advance. Anyway, Ezio, looking at this format, is there anything that instantly stands out to you as what strategy you would want to take going into this kind of game?
Oh, I mean, don't be bad.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, right? You don't want to lose the main matches, you don't want to lose the death matches, and I think in particular, in Survivor, it quite often makes sense for you to throw immunity challenges so you don't look too strong at them that people think they need to take you out, right? In the Genius, it's always important to project strength, to say, I am a really strong player, I am good at strategy, whatever, because that should dissuade people from taking you to a deathmatch. No one will want to take the person who will obviously beat them into a 1v1, right? I think that's the key difference. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're such a clear favorite, if you're winning every challenge, then the other people in the game will necessarily need to work together against you. And while it's not as trivial as in Survivor when they just vote you out and then you're done, if they have the opportunity to mess with you, they will take that opportunity. So I think there's still elements of you don't want to be the clearest number one, but unlike Survivor where it didn't really matter after that, here it's important that you're still seen as quite strong and intimidating, so that way you don't just get fought every time.
Yes, completely agree with you. That is one of the things I need to mention. And before we go any further here, I'm going to mention the Genius First Encounter. This is not the first time that we've commentated a Genius game on this channel. I've played one before, we commentated it, and I think I might have sent Ezio mildly insane during it with my gameplay. Do you remember anything from this game, Ezio? Or have you wiped it from your mind?
I remember a lot of your gameplay tactics were baffling to me. I remember a lot of the specific games that you were playing there, and I did not understand your moves at all, and yet you kept not losing. It was crazy. Up until I think the final one that I thought you played mostly correct, right? This was the Decks of Cards one.
Yes.
And then I think you made one mistake, and then you ended up losing that game, which was I don't know. I remember it was really impressive. That's how you finally went down.
Yeah, this game I was basically perpetually throwing, which didn't make much sense. Basically, in this, the main matches I was pretty terrible at. I never had that much of a grasp on the game, but you don't actually need to win main matches to get far in the Genius. You just need to not be chosen for the deathmatch, right? The problem in the Genius First Encounter was I went to 4 deathmatches in that game, and most of them were of my own doing, were me volunteering for the deathmatch to try and take someone out, or because I wanted to get on someone's good side or something, which is an utterly insane thing to do, and which you should never do if you are playing in the Genius. I think that's fair to say, and I think you'd agree with that, Ezio, right?
Yeah, I don't volunteer to go to the deathmatch so that your ally can vote you to go into the deathmatch. I seem to remember you doing that a couple times.
Yes. There were a couple of times where I did it specifically to protect another person who I was aligned with. I think there was only one time where I did it to protect someone, actually. The other times were more complicated. But anyway, I went into 4 death matches is the important thing to know about this, and it is important to know because it does have some impact on this game as well. Purely because these Genius games don't happen in complete isolation. There's a community that plays the Genius that I'm linking the Discord for in the description. I would highly recommend joining it and checking out one of these games if you can, because as mentioned, I think Diplomacy players will really enjoy them. But this is a kind of tight-knit community. It's not an enormous community, so people play in these same games and people follow these games. And some people in this upcoming game that we're going to talk about, well, in Genius 1, had watched my video for this, had watched our video, so had seen my gameplay in the previous game. And there's an element of that that's potentially really bad because I was incredibly chaotic and, it doesn't project well. It doesn't say that I'm particularly good at the game to do that. But at the same time, I had a 75% deathmatch win, right? The win rate, which is kind of absurd for the Genius, and which is amazing to come into the next game with people knowing, because people will go, oh god, that guy is strong, I will not take him to the deathmatch, right?
Very reasonable.
So, coming into Genius 1, now this is a Genius game that started almost immediately after the UK series of the Genius aired, so there were a lot of new players coming into the community and discovering Genius for the first time, right? And this game was specifically aimed for those newbies. So people who played 1 or 2 Genius games, not people who played like a dozen, which there are quite a lot of people out there who've played a lot of these games. This one was aimed at newbies specifically. So there were a couple of people in here who weren't exactly newbies, but most people here were completely new to the Genius or had only played 1 game before. So let's go through the players here. First off, and these descriptions are the descriptions that the players submitted with their applications, by the way, and that were published to all the players. So I put myself as esports commentator. Because I figured that would be more likely to get me cast than saying that I look at maps and talk about them, right? It's technically true.
We're calling diplomacy an esport now.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it basically is, right? It's like it's more of okay. It's about as much of a sport as something like League of Legends is, I think.
Oh
Um,
man. League of Legends has tournaments with like massive prize pools. League of Legends requires physical dexterity, reaction speed is relevant. Calling diplomacy an esport, oi oi oi. It's
okay.
anyways. Look, we can go. Let's not worry about it. Esports commentator, I got your back, meme. Yeah, yeah, you're
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
definitely an esport
We
commentator.
are esports commentators. It's also so much better to put down on any sort of thing that requires your employment to be written down than YouTuber, because YouTuber is. Oh. Anyway, so Captain Meme esports commentator. That is me. Other players, we have Amazon, who uses any pronouns. They were an economics major and a graphic designer. So I got talking to Amazon very early in the game. We really hit it off. So I very good friends with this player basically immediately. We did get to talk a little bit before the main matches properly started. So something to keep in mind, that person is my friend. Awesome. A computer science student and a Mahjong player. I mean, I was also a computer science student back when I was a student. Mahjong, I have never actually played, but I'm fairly sure that it will give you the kind of strategic acumen that will be good in these kind of games. Have you played Mahjong, Ezio?
Yeah,
Nice. Well, like, are you good at it?
I mean, I don't think so, but you might think I.
Okay, fair. I remembered that you played a lot of Go at one point. I didn't know if that if you also had played Mahjong or not. I guess they're very different
Yeah,
games, right?
I have played. They're completely different games. I have played Mahjong like twice.
Oh, okay.
Um, twice that I can recall. But it's a very interesting game. It's quite neat. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I like how quick. And I when I say place, like I have had two sessions. Each game is really fast. So I played many games in these sessions, but I don't know. It's a nice game. Go is better. And look, if you're picking something to put in your bio, saying Mahjong is a great. That's a great one to put there. I like that.
All right. So next we have Heater, who put themselves down as Genius Superfan, and this wasn't just superfan of the Genius the show. He was also a superfan of the online reality games. So he had basically looked through a bunch of these and gone and spectated them, because a lot of these have Discord servers that everything is made public at the end of the game. So you can go back and read people's negotiations and read people's game strategies and whatnot. You can actually do that with this game too. That link will be in the description as well. But Heater had studied all this stuff, and so was very much a fan of the ORGs, but this was his very first Genius game actually playing it, right? He had just been watching them prior to this. So we then have Huntress, who is a maths teacher and a Mensa member. I didn't really talk very much to Huntress before the game, and I think I didn't actually talk very much to Huntress at all until a few main matches in. So I'm not going to talk
Spoilers
that
telling
much.
us you survived a few rounds. Wow.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. I probably wouldn't be making this video if I was eliminated in the first round. That is because I have a reputation to uphold, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. In terms of games where one of us gets eliminated, we only cover Ezio's ones of those. So let's go to the next person, which is Josh.
I got some good videos for the channel then.
Oh boy. Alright, so the next person is Josh. Josh is a media coordinator and an ORG host, runs a lot of, I don't think it was Genius games, but games similar to the Genius, stuff like Survivor and Big Brother. We have Music Caleb, or as everyone would refer to him through the entire game, MC. He is a teacher and a music content creator. Again, I got chatting a lot to him in the pregame, and that was very cool because he knew what Diplo Strats was. Most of these people didn't know what Diplo Strats was, but MC knew what Diplo Strats was and had watched our diplomacy videos, hadn't actually watched the Genius one, and didn't know the Genius one existed. But he had watched a bunch of Diplo Strat stuff.
And you quickly informed him about this to intimidate him.
I absolutely did.
Very smart.
I said,
Very smart.
you know, we've got a Genius video as well, and he still didn't watch it. So I went through assuming that he had seen all this stuff about me being like an amazing deathmatch person, and he hadn't. But that's
you know what? Assuming that people watch a 2-hour video is often a bit much.
Yeah, that's kind of fair.
Also, how long was our previous Genius? 2 hours? I forgot how long it was exactly.
5 hours, I think. So it's kind of a
long one. Dear God.
We'll see if we can beat it with this one. All right.
No, please. Oh no. Yeah, 4 hours 45. Oh man.
Yeah. So something else to mention about Josh. He had watched the previous Genius video as well, and he like immediately came in going, I know who you are, and I know you're really good at this. So, well, when I say he said you were really good at this, he specifically referred to the death matches. I think it's hard to come away from that video with the impression that I'm good at the Genius in general. But if we go to the next person here, we have Morthai, who is a game developer and cognitive science teacher. So Morthai is a really interesting player. When it says game developer, he is a board game developer, and he's made actually a really popular board game. I hadn't heard about it prior to this game, but I looked it up. And you know, when you look up a board game and it just looks like Twilight Imperium, it's still, there's stuff everywhere, and you're like, I would have to dedicate at least a week of my life to learning how this board game works in order to play it. I assume you've played those kind of games, right?
No, I mean, I love them, yeah. Which game did he make?
Yeah, oh god, I have to remember. Okay, he made Voidfall. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not played this game, but it looks cool.
It looks extremely cool. I mentioned, like, the very first thing I mentioned when he messaged me about it was, like, the closest game I played to this is probably Twilight Imperium, I think? His instant response was, Twilight Imperium is American style. This is European style, Euro game style. I hope I didn't offend him by making that connection. But he does like Twilight Imperium as well, so...
Yeah, there are dice in Twilight Imperium, and I don't see many dice in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. This looks like a lot, man.
Yeah. It's one of those games. And like learning about this, my instant assumption is he is going to be amazing at these main matches. I don't know about the negotiation side of it. I'm not sure if Voidfall includes that much negotiation. But
it has to. It's like a 4-player epic strategy. The game's gonna take forever. You're gonna need to get people on side. There's definitely a negotiation in that one.
Yeah, probably. And like looking at all the things that you probably have to juggle in that game, I'm fairly sure that being good at that or knowing that kind of thing very well, and I assume you have to know it very well in order to design a whole game around it, is gonna come in very handy in a game like The Genius, where you are constantly having to adapt and strategize around new things that are coming up, right? So he's someone I was instantly thinking, this player is going to be a big player. Yeah. All right. So next player on the list, Sixella. She is a personal trainer and crafts miniatures. I had some good conversations with Sixella before the game as well. So coming into it was thinking I'm probably going to work with her. We have Sleepy, whose description is 26 years old.
Sweet.
Oh, man. And technically this is something that was only revealed at the very end of the game, but I think in relevance to me, it's not that important, so I'll just reveal it here. Sleepy is not who Sleepy says they are. They went by he, him pronouns in this, but they were actually Spades, who is quite a well-known player in the Genius ORG community, has played quite a lot of games, and is actually she/her. But I will probably refer to him as he/him through this. Apparently, she just wanted to go into this game as a newbie and see how that would work out. So Sleepy, definitely someone to watch out for in this game as a very experienced player.
Sure.
Yeah. Alright, we have Sparkle Bunny, who is a pixel artist and ORG host. Sparkle Bunny had also heard of Diplostrats, I think. And I'm fairly sure that Sparkle Bunny has actually advertised her ORGs in our Discord at various points. So I think maybe they played Sparkle Diplomacy or something. At one point, they played a whole ORG that was based around diplomacy. So that is another person who was aware of Diplostrats coming in.
I'm a big fan of the profile picture for Sparkle Bunny.
I don't think I recognize the profile. Is it from a specific show, or...?
Pretty sure that's a One Piece character. One Piece Rise Up.
Right. Gotcha.
I think specifically that's one of the Vegapunks, but...
Okay.
Maybe,
Well, there you
anyways,
are. We now
I'm pretty sure. I haven't watched the anime. I just read the manga, and I'm pretty sure that's yeah. Easy. I did it.
All right.
Great. Anyways,
Nice.
Big fan. I'm rooting for Sparkle Bunny. Diplostrats character. Yeah, let's go.
Awesome. All right. So then we have Tiak, who is a research scientist. And she has also played a fair few Genius games before. So someone who is quite familiar with this, and as will become very apparent going through this, in fact, actually, from my perspective, I'm not sure it will, because obviously we're commentating this from my perspective. It's kind of difficult to get all the information of things I didn't have access to. But from my perspective, I didn't see a lot of what Tiak was doing in the early game, but Tiak is a very, very strong Genius player. So again, something to keep in mind. And there is one more player who I'm going to reveal. You will notice I've been revealing these in alphabetical order. This last one is not in alphabetical order. I took him out and put him at the very end because he is someone I know very, very well. This is Bradley Grace, also known as Grayson.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
He is a UK diplomacy champion. He's actually way more than that. He has won at least 2 of the tournaments that we've commentated on this channel. And he is an insanely good diplomacy player. And I knew before we'd even been invited to the Discord server that he was playing in this game because he messaged me saying, "Hey, I know you've played Genius before. I've been cast in a Genius game. Can you give me some advice for it?" I was like, no. I cannot. Because I'm also in that game, sorry. And then we did not message each other about it until the game actually started. But very important to note, I know this person. Well, I know this person very, very well. I've been to his tournaments. He's actually interviewed in one of the videos I took at the UK Diplomacy Championships. So, yeah, that, and I don't know whether it's an advantage or not. I think it's a pretty clear advantage coming into one of these, knowing one of the players, right? You would say
I say so. Yeah. Unless you know the other player because you hate their guts, in which case that'd be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
But going into a game with someone that you've got a good relationship with, like, I think both of us have solid relationships with Grayson. He's a great guy. He's intimidating as all hell, but not because of anything that he's choosing or any way that he's acting. It's just because I know that he's so much better than me.
Yeah, that was exactly my feeling going into it as well, right? I was really happy he was there in the sense that I'm really glad I have someone in here that I know, that I'm friends with, that I can just buddy up with immediately. But at the same time, I don't really want to buddy up too close to him because he is insanely good at diplomacy. I assume he will also be insanely good at this. And I'm fairly sure he'll be able to beat me. And I also know he is a very good, like, backstabber, right? He's someone who knows when to grab that knife and stab you in the back. and he can do that very, very effectively. So I don't want to be too reliant on him at any point. Like, I am very fearful of what he can do. So
Yeah, again, this is a game of Genius, not a game of Survivor or others. So yes, it is a large social game, but it's one where my memory was that alliances aren't really a thing in this one. So
well,
yeah, we'll see how that plays out. But it's like, hopefully it'll all work out. Maybe you can just trust the guy, and then have everyone can be friends, right?
yeah,
Right?
yeah, we can hope so. I did also like put down. I have a feeling that he's gonna be quite good at strategy games, just in general. I haven't obviously played anything that's not diplomacy against him, but some people just have the aura where you know they're gonna be very good at like strategy stuff, 1v1 stuff, right? So I don't particularly want him to get to the end of the game if I'm gonna be there, because I have a feeling that he will be quite a strong opponent. Which is something that I should mention as well. The way that the Genius works, once you get to that final two, because obviously at that point you don't have a main match anymore, you play 3 death matches against the other player, and the person who wins 2 out of 3 of those death matches wins the game. So you don't really want to take someone who's super capable at death matches to the end of the game, but at the same time, it's really hard to eliminate them because the only way you can get rid of them is through death matches.
Yeah. Ideally, you can just protect the one weakest person, then they win exactly 1 death match, and then you beat them in the end, right? I think that's theoretical optimal.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the game then. Main match 0. You are not hallucinating there. It does say 0. These are supposed to start at 1. But in this case, it's main match 0 because there is no deathmatch attached to this main match, and it is kind of a mini main match. It was something for us to do while the game was in the preparation stages, right? And it does have a slight impact on the game, but it's not going to be a huge impact. The way that this works is you have 3 different types of challenges. You have... So you would do 5 questions of each of these 3 challenges in a row, and then the person who does it all in the fastest time wins the main match. And the winner will get a garnet, and everyone who completes the challenge will also get a garnet. So the winner ends up getting 2, and everyone else gets 1. And everyone completed it because there's no time limit on this, right? It's basically just as a thing of this is warming you up to get into the game. It is a little important though, because the full results list is going to be public. And so, as I mentioned at the start, you don't want to appear weak in a game like this, right? You don't want to appear like you are someone who will be beatable at a deathmatch, and something like this could be important for a deathmatch. Things like figuring out... I mean, it's never going to be this straightforward in an actual deathmatch, but you can get an impression of how good people are at things by how fast they complete something like this. So it's important to perform well and not give the impression that you're weak immediately. Right? I assume that's how you would play it too, right? Do your best.
I really struggle to not do my best at any given time, for any given reason. So you put a math problem in front of me, I'll try to solve it as fast as I can. You put one of these puzzles or whatever, yeah, I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah. And these are all really simple puzzles to do. The first type of puzzle was basically see an equation, remove a single number from that equation to make it correct. So you can see in this one, I answer 9, because if you remove this 9, then everything works. This type of puzzle was you have the entire alphabet there minus certain letters. You figure out what letters are missing, and you unscramble those to form a word. So in this case, T-I-G-E-R are missing from this list, which you can unscramble to form tiger, right? And finally, count the numbers on the board and guess which digit appears the most. Notably, if you ever enter an incorrect answer to one of these questions, it will add 30 seconds to your time, so you don't want to guess randomly. But yeah, those are the 3 types of challenges. They're all very straightforward. This would be great because I am quite good at this, and I'm quite good at this. Except anagrams are like my Achilles heel. I cannot do anagrams for the life of me, right? I think this has
Yeah.
come up in Survivor games that we've played before.
Dude, both of them are so bad at word games. It's unbelievable.
There you go. If you ever want to beat me or Ezio, just play an anagram game with us.
Dude, I played Scrabble with my friends literally 2 days ago, and they just did not believe me when I'm like, dude, all right, we can play this game. You guys can all. I will get last. I promise you all, I will get last. Like, Marcus, we've played enough games with you. We know this song and dance. No. It's insane.
So I've genuinely been trying to get better at anagrams. I do the things that people say you should do, like writing all the letters in a circle, right? And that should make things appear better, or just watching a lot of Countdown and trying to get things. I still am no good at this whatsoever. So I did these two sections relatively quickly, and then this one, God, I did most of them fine. And then the last question was this one, which the letters that you need are here, right? Sueing. And so I tried suing, which is obviously spelt wrong, but I couldn't figure out what on earth else it could be. I tried Seguin, which is like a town in Texas that I've been somewhere vaguely near in the past, because I couldn't see anything else this could possibly be, right? Geisen, I was like, maybe I can use these letters multiple times. Ensuing, EU sign, maybe that'll work. Usinge, no, none of this works. And you can see the timer ticking away as this goes, right? There's like a good 12 minutes between here and here, and there's a lot of time between this being posted and me getting desperate enough to type this answer as well. So this is really, really bad. This one question took me more time than these two sections combined did.
Yep.
And Ezio, I assume you don't know the actual answer to this because you are also...
God. Oh, God. I'm looking at Sueing. I'm thinking, like, maybe using? But no, that's USING, right?
Yeah.
No.
I'm terrible at this. It's going to be very embarrassing when you see
we are not putting this on camera. Nope, I'm not. You can't make me. I didn't sign up for this game because of this. Literally. I know that word games are part of these games, and otherwise I would have so much fun. It's just genius.
It is just genius.
It's so bad.
Okay, to be fair, none of the rest of the words were genius themed at all. You can see Tiger was one of them, right? So I wasn't led to believe that this would be something relevant, but it's so embarrassing.
God.
So this one section, the anagram section, took me 21 minutes to do, and you can see here that this section took 3 minutes in comparison to that. I think this section, at that point, I was so done that I kept just randomly guessing what the thing was based on the first glance. So I got a couple of them wrong, and it added a bit more time, but at that point, you're like, I'm not winning this thing, right?
Sure.
And so here we have the main match 0 results. Josh comes in first, and this was pretty damn close between these top 4 competitors. Right? Josh wins it out by, 7 seconds? And Josh ends up getting 2 garnets here, and then you have a lot of people here, and then me all the way down here with 31 minutes, 59 seconds. Like, oh,
that's not where you want to be.
It is indeed not where I want to be. And yeah, it's showing weakness in this kind of game, and that is not something you want to do when people can pick you for the deathmatch. Thankfully for me, there are 2 people who did slightly worse than me. There is Hita, who took 34 minutes, and Amizan, who took 36. As mentioned previously, I already had chatted a lot with Amizan and gotten roughly on the same page with them right prior to this, which I was very happy about, because if you're performing this badly in the first challenge and like showing that much weakness, you probably want to be aligned with the other people who also did, because maybe if either you all win together and make each other immune, or you all lose together and hopefully they pick one of the other people to take to the deathmatch instead, right? It's not like I'm allied with Josh and therefore I'm the obvious person to take because I'm so much worse. Yeah. Sorry, did you have an opinion on that, or were you
No,
just saying?
I just agree. That's solid. That's reasonable logic. If you're the strongest player's ally, then you will be killed because you are weak.
Yes.
Unlucky.
That is 100% the case. So I talked to Amazon about this, and I end up talking a lot to Hita, who I hadn't talked to very much before this point. I was like, okay, well, first off, we did some icebreaking, just general chat, and then I was like, okay, well, we both did pretty badly in this first mission. I think it would make sense for us to band together, and maybe with Amazon as well, to try and make sure that we're not targets for this first round, that we try and make each other immune, and then hopefully, we all escape being targeted for the deathmatch. And Hita was very much on board with this idea, Amazon was as well, so we formed Team 30 Minutes at this point in the game, which is our alliance of just us three. For obvious reasons, we are Team 30 Minutes. We're the team who took 30 minutes to complete this first challenge. So outside of that, going into the first match, I have a good relationship with Bradley because I know him from beforehand. I have a good relationship with MC. I have a decent relationship with Sixella. And I'm getting on pretty well with Morthai. Like, Morthai is coming across as a little game botty. I don't know if that word makes sense to people who watch Diplomacy, but people who have played Survivor will know what it means. It's like very, very focused on the game to the point that they're not chatting all that much. But if you talk to them about the game, they are very involved, right?
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. So he's someone I think I have a friendship with, but he is very much focused on the game rather than chit-chat. And that pretty much concludes main match 0. We are going to move on to the actual game now, and the bits that start mattering a bit more than this does. So the very first main match, Human Pyramid. Note that these rules are condensed a little bit. I have written them out so that they can be shown on a slide, and that is basically the case for all of these. I tend to skip out lines. In this one, I don't think I did, but in most of them, like in most main matches, you can play a Garnet to do something, for example, and where that's not relevant to my gameplay specifically, I quite often just miss that off the wording here. But outside of that, this is pretty much what you get going into each round of the Genius. You get a some kind of game board quite often, and a list of rules, and it's your job to read those rules, to interpret them, to figure out a decent strategy for the game, and to either try to win, try to make someone else win who will give you a token of life, or at least try not to lose. So in this game, the basic rules: each round, each player will secretly choose one of these tiles on the pyramid to stand on. So say I could choose to stand on 15. If all spaces beneath your space are filled in that round, you will gain your space's value of points. So if 8 and 5 have someone standing on them, and I am standing on 15, I will gain 15 points. However, if any space below you is empty, you will lose your space's value of points. So if no one was standing on the 5, and I choose to stand on the 15, I will lose 15 points. Notably, you can't go below 0, so there's no huge risk to doing it in the first round, but if you stand on number 999 in the last round, you're probably going to lose. That is something important to note. Now, if multiple people lose or gain points from the same space, so say I was standing on the 20 with one other person, both of these spaces are filled, then I would split that point value with that person. So we would both get 10 points. If, say, the 3 was empty, so this doesn't score, then we would both lose 10 points. Now,
something that I want to confirm, when it's talking about if all of the spaces beneath your space, if you're in the 999, then is it the 100 and the 75 and just those two, or is it like continuing to cascade all the way down?
It is cascading, so it has to be every space underneath, which
seems difficult for the 999 to get filled then, right? How many players are in the game?
There are 13 players in this game. And there are
1, 2,
15
3, 4, 5,
spaces.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Interesting. Including
So
that nice 0 ones.
you will
Okay.
note that it is technically impossible to score the 999 under the rules that we have stated so far because there are not enough players to stand on every single tile. Except you can play a garnet on a space to fill it. And note, everyone in the game has 1 garnet at this point from doing main match 0, and Josh has 1 extra garnet. So there are technically enough players, if you include garnets, to fill up the spaces required to get to 999. You would need you would need 12 players standing here, 1 player on the 999, and then you would need to fill in 2 spaces with garnets in order to get that. But like, no one is gonna let that happen because if, say, I'm the person who has to stand on the 5 to make that happen, and someone is getting 999 points, that doesn't really benefit me. Right? The most points at the end of 4 rounds wins. So each round, everyone will choose to stand on somewhere. You will get the points added or subtracted, and then we go on to the next round. After each round, the following information is revealed publicly. Which spaces people lost points from will be colored red, and which spaces multiple people gained points from will be colored green. I think actually the spaces that are completely empty, that have nothing on them, garnet or person, are also colored a different color. I forgot to put that in this slide, and that's kind of important. But there is no visible difference between 1 person standing on a space and 1 garnet being on a space. They'll both be colored the same color. So, something to consider here. Each player will also be secretly told each round whether they're in the top 3 on the scoreboard and whether they're in the bottom 3 on the scoreboard. And that's all the information you get. You can theoretically work out your own score. In fact, I don't think you can even work out your own score, because if you split a tile with someone, you don't know how many people you split with. So you have to go and investigate what other people did in order to figure that out. But this is the feedback you get. And finally, prize mission. If any player scores the 999 space, $10 is added to the prize pool. Okay, so I will first off say that what I am going to be asking Ezio to do, basically come up with a strategy on the spot, or to give his thoughts on the spot, is a little bit unfair, because in these actual games, we had like 24 hours before anything happened that we could just think about the rules, talk through them with people, and get together a strategy. And Ezio is having to do this on the spot. But with that in mind, Ezio, is there a strategy that you would have going into this?
Yeah, so the immediate thing is, like, the 12 spot seems really good. If you get 12 points every round, you get 48, which is quite solid. It's probably not enough to win, but I think is actually quite good. Trying to make initial deals with people where we trade taking the 12 and then 24, or 12 and 3 seems possible. Like, if you assume the 12 is always filled, then the 24 spot seems possible. And then if I make a deal with someone where they take 24 one round and I take 3 to give them the 24, then we can swap with each other. That's better than just taking the 12 every round. Obviously, like, the most important thing is just knowing where other people are going. Because if there's a round where you know that, like, all of the things below are actually filled, then if you can take the 50, you probably just win. And I think the 50 is probably easier than the 60. Both of them have that 3 spot that's going to be annoying to deal with. But the 50 goes to 12, whereas the 60 goes to a 5. And I think that's why it's cheaper. But, like, it's just try to snipe a high round if possible, and then let people know that you're going to be, like, making deals with small groups of people to swap between the second and bottom run. That's where my head would go instantly. I'm never going to play a Garnet, of course. Like, playing a Garnet to cover a spot isn't a thing.
Yeah, do you think that playing Garnet to cover a spot isn't a thing then? Because Garnets, notably in this version of the Genius, don't become prize money, right, at the end. So they are there specifically to be spent on these games. The question is, will it be more useful for a future game than this one?
This is the first game we're playing. I'm not going to play a Garnet on it. Like, Jesus. Like, okay, if you told me that I could put a Garnet and take a 999, yeah, I'd do it, fine. That guarantees that I win and makes the prize pool higher, but that's not going to happen, so.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean that.
maybe it could get me 100. Maybe if it could get me 100, but I doubt it. I doubt I can make that happen even. Like if I could get 100, I'm pretty sure I could also just get a 50, like, and just have a good result that way. So
Mhm.
no, I couldn't actually. So I know the 50 and 36 are taken. Then interesting. I would probably just take the 25 and split the 50 with someone rather than putting the garnet for 100.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That makes sense because there's obviously you have to trust a lot more people to go for the higher value, right? You have to trust 3 more people, or 2 more plus your garnet, in
Yeah,
order
and
to go
notably,
for
if
the
I
higher value.
don't put the garnet in 0, then the 30 and 36 are both knocked out of the game,
Mhm.
right? Because they lose those points. So I would just stay safe with for the 50.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not like. There are ways that you can like induce people to lose a bunch of points. Like say, hey, I'm gonna cover this spot, and then they like have built a tower that's built on you, and if you don't do that, then they lose a bunch of points. Um,
Mhm.
I wouldn't plan on doing anything like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would just stick to the bottom 2 rows. I think trying to go above that is just a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, also, so the problem with doing the strategy that you mentioned of potentially pulling out a block from someone's pile is one, it's probably going to hit more than one person, so there's multiple people who are going to be annoyed with you. And second, this early in an ORG in general is a really bad idea to really annoy someone because they will probably hold that grudge for a little while, right? Um, and notably in the Genius, it's even more important not to annoy people because if they go into the deathmatch, if they're the elimination candidate, they get to pick who to oppose. So if you've really annoyed them, it's quite likely it's going to be you. Um,
Yeah, unless you like win, but you're
yeah.
probably not gonna win.
Yeah, with that in mind, I would say it's more important in this early game just to not completely irritate people than it is to actually win the game. You, as long as you don't lose the game, you're probably okay, right? That said, I did go into this wanting to see if I could win, especially wanting to see if we can make someone from Team 30 Minutes win. So me or Hita or Amazon, because I'm fairly sure that if anyone from
That
Team
makes it
30
easier.
win, yeah, then we will all share those tokens of life between us because we had that
Yeah,
deal.
because if you have 2 trusted allies, then obviously the 3 of you can just build a small triangle that then gives someone points every turn, and then you can even make deals where like this person goes for like the 60, right? Where like one of you sacrifices bites the bolt to take the 3, and then surely you can get someone to take the 20 by doing a deal where like, hey, I've got someone who's going to cover the 3 for me. Why don't we trade 20 and 8s, and then you go for the 60. Like I think you can almost certainly get a winner if there are 3 of you who are willing to coordinate and then give the winner gives you the garnets or the immunity things.
Yes. Yeah, I agree completely. One more thing I want to mention before we dive into what actually happened in the game. This prize mission, if any player scores the 999 space, $10 is added to the prize pool. What would your thoughts on that be?
Uh I would ignore that.
Yep.
I would think that is bait. Anyone who tries to go for it, they're losing 999 points.
Mhm.
Sorry, they're going back down to 0 because they can't go negative.
Yes. I completely agree. Basically, if this is possible, it's going to happen in the first round when people won't actually lose points because they're on 0 already. But like no one is going to work to make that happen. No one is going to give someone 999 points because then they just win the game.
Yeah,
So
it guarantees that everyone else loses, and then even if like okay, the person who has the 2 garnets, but no, I would be astounded.
so the so with that in mind, basically I was completely ignoring this prize mission off the bat because it is so stupid to try and go for it. There is literally no point. I am not there is one person in this game, sorry, who is actually wanting to try and achieve the prize mission. And that person is Morthai, the game designer that we talked about earlier, who had designed that super complicated game, right? He
Yeah,
instantly gets the entire game into a group chat and says, hey, if we just discount round one, we none of us aim to get ahead of anyone else in round one. we could score this prize mission, use it to score this prize mission, make sure no one gets ahead by all playing on the 999 space. Every single person goes there, and then we just cover every other space in garnets. We assign one space to every person. We assign 2 spaces to Josh, right? Because he's got 2 garnets. That is exactly enough garnets to fill up every space on this pyramid except the 999. And we just all stand there and all score 999 divided by 13, which I think is like 75 or something. Right.
Whatever. Point is, you all score the same, so it doesn't matter.
Yes. And of course, in this chat, everyone is going, yeah, great idea. That's fine. Ezio, what would your reaction to that be?
Dude, it's so tough in things like this. Because if it's a group chat with literally everyone in it, man. I would have the balls to. I'm confident in public. I'd be like, dude, this isn't gonna happen. Much respect. If everyone else in the game DMs me that they're doing it, I'll consider it. 07.
Yep.
Because I'm just. I don't like lying to people's faces like this, and I know that it's not gonna happen, man. Like, there's no way. I give it like half an hour before everyone's making plans on the side, and there's no way.
Well, anyway, I completely agree with you, except that I wasn't saying it in public because I didn't want to annoy Morthai or anything, or like make myself the enemy of the group. I was just going around to people in private going, I'm not sure this will work, like this seems like a really wild plan that will require everyone to be on side, and I'm not sure that everyone will be. I think one person might defect or something, right?
Sure.
And notably, Morthai, like, I approached Morthai with this concern. He's just like, no, we can trust everyone because it's the start of the very first main match in the entire game. If anyone betrays, they are making themselves the outcast of the group, right? And then everyone will just go for them going forward.
Oh, they won't.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought on that. And I'm initially like, okay, fine, Morthai, you do your thing. I'm just going to go and make my own plans. I don't tell him that, but I'm like, I'll say I'll do that in the group and then just go and talk to like Bradley, who is instantly coming to me going, this is never going to work. Like, there is no way that everyone will go for this. Talk to MC, who's also going, yeah, no, this is not going to work either. And yeah, I'm just going to go make my own plans. Notably in the group chat, though, Morthai then decides that everyone is allowed to pick the spaces that they put their garnets on. First come, first served, in order to do this 999 plan. And Josh comes in. Josh is the person who has 2 garnets, remember? And says, I think I'll claim space 100 and space 5 as the places that my garnets will go. Do you see the issue with that? Ezio, do you want to explain the issue with that?
Okay, so hypothetically, if we trusted him, there would be no problems. He'd have no issues. But what if he puts himself at space 100 and declines to put a garnet in space 5?
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, the 999s, nobody else gets anything. He gets 100. Oh no, God, he seriously said this in public? That's how you alienate everyone.
Yeah.
You must think we're all really stupid, and you need to... Oh my God, dude. Alright, I don't like that guy. Oh man.
I know.
How old is that kid? Is he like 12? If he's like a teenager, it's okay. But my God.
No, I don't know how old he is, but notably he didn't say these in the same message. He didn't instantly say, I'm taking 100.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah. It was nicely spaced out.
He initially said, I can take 100 or something, and then later on he goes, after a couple of other people have claimed spaces, he goes, and I'll take 5. And so I think nobody else initially notices that he's done this. I immediately see, look at what spaces he's taken here. This is insane. And I go to Morthai. Well, first off, I go to people I was friends with, like Amizan, Heater, and Bradley and MC, and go, I don't trust that Josh is going to do this. And then Morthai talks to me about his plan a bit more, and I'm like, look at what Josh is doing here, the way that you've says it, that people can claim stuff. He can just tank the whole plan and grab 100 points. And Morthai goes, okay, fair enough. I will randomize where everyone needs to put their garnets then. So he goes back to the group chat with everyone and he goes, okay, everyone, I'm going to completely randomize it here just to make sure there's no shenanigans going on. And he randomizes it and puts Josh on 100 again. And Josh's other garnet isn't on 5 anymore. It's somewhere else and not in a position where he can pull the whole thing down. But the fact that he got randomized back onto 100 has me going, I wonder if they're planning something between them here. Because obviously, Morthai getting everyone into this plan in the first place to go to 999, and then not mentioning anything when Josh goes for 105, and only correcting it when someone points it out, someone notices it, and then correcting it to have Josh still have the garnet on 100. So that if Josh drops down to 100, he can pull his garnet and still score more points than everyone else is on 999, right? Even if everyone sticks together. I wonder if that was a plan between them in the first place. And like their initial plan was both drop down to 100, both score 50 points or something. And then they changed the plan later to have one of them score 100 while everyone else is scoring 75. And it doesn't sound like a huge difference, but when you look at the values down here, if someone gets 25 points ahead in that first round, that is pretty difficult to overcome without some serious cooperation, right? Especially when players aren't told what the scores are, they're only told if they're in top 3 or bottom 3. So you know, it's kind of hard to get everyone collaborating on that because people don't know who it was who did this, what happened, you know. So, at this point, I am very suspicious of Morthai, because he's basically the reason that Josh could have done this in the first place, and Josh can still do this under his plan, and he's still trying to push people to, like, Josh can't do it quite as hard, but he can still get extra points by doing this. So I go to Morthai and I go, look, I understand you really want to do this plan, but I can see that Josh is probably going to take the 100, right? Because he can save his garnet by going there and get extra points. I can't be part of this. This is just, it's madness, right? And Morthai goes, no, we need to get that $10. Tell you what, if you're afraid of Josh doing this, I will drop to the 100 as well. And then me and Josh split 50 points, and you guys all get 75, you get ahead. And at that point, I just stopped.
Doesn't fix the problem.
Yeah. I mean,
you say, if you're worried about it, you can go take the 100. That's the way to actually solve it, right? And if you were told you could go to the 100, maybe you'd still agree. I think you still wouldn't because you're worried about somebody else scuppering the whole thing. But, like, if right, you expressed your concern about there being collusion between Morthai and Josh, and then Morthai is saying, oh, don't worry, I'll fix it. I'll just collude with Josh.
Exactly. Yeah, I was coming off the back of this thinking, like, he is absolutely not going to drop down to the 100. He is just telling us that he will, and then Josh is going to
he'll drop down to the 100 and Josh will stay at the 999. It doesn't matter. Whichever one, like, if they work together, one of them takes the 100, the other doesn't, like, yeah, anyways. Yeah. Great, so this whole thing isn't going to happen. It's going to explode, and we just spent, like, 20 minutes talking about something like this. Really irrelevant, because no one's going to follow this plan in the first round, right?
Okay.
Surely.
So, I get together with the people that I have been talking about this with the most. Bradley, MC, Amizan. Well, at that point, it is just Bradley, MC, and Amizan. Heater is part of Team 30 Minutes, but I haven't been chatting that much with him about this kind of stuff. Although we have raised concerns with each other about it, we just haven't gone into detail. And Bradley is instantly like, how about we just form our own thing and pull, keep our garnets and make a pyramid ourselves in another area, and then anyone who does go with Morthai's plan gets pulled, right?
How can all 5 of you agree to do this? Because someone's going to take the 60, right?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? And at that point, it's actually just 4 of us, because we haven't pulled Heater in. Notably, in Morthai's randomization of where the garnet should be, Heater is on 0. So MC brings up in the chat, hey, because at this point we have a chat between, I think it's me, Bradley, and MC together. If we had Heater on side, this would be so much easier, because we could pull this garnet and go somewhere over here, right? And then that's, like, very easy. And also, Heater can take the fall for there not being a person at 0 instead of one of us having to do it.
That's funny, yeah.
Yeah, and so I go to Heater. I'm like, I think I could get Heater on side here. They don't know that I'm in this team 30 minutes with Heater. I just go to Heater and go, hey, are you okay to come with us and do this? And Heater goes, sure. So we form this group of 5, myself, Amazon, Heater, Bradley, and MC. And the idea is that 2 people are going to take the 60 so that it splits onto 30-30. People are going to go on 20, 15, and 8, and we're going to garnet the 3 and the 5. I am fairly sure that I'm going to get a token of life if either Amazon or Hisa win, so I volunteer to go on the 8 as long as they get to go on the 30. And I don't say it like that. I go to Bradley and MC and go, hey, I think that we'd be more likely to get them on side if we offer them a higher value, and they both go, yeah, sure, that makes sense. So I think Bradley goes on the 20 and MC goes on the 15, and they garnet here. And yeah, that's the plan, and we all agree to that. Sorry, my screen keeps going dark. Anyway, carry on.
Sure. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. I'm just shocked people are willing to spend garnets for something like this. Surely we can do better, but yeah, whatever.
It's probably true. I can't remember whose garnets exactly this was, but hey, we'll figure that out as we go. Last minute thing that happens, Amazon comes to me right near the end of the phase and goes, do you think they'll be mad if I leak this to Sixella? Because I really want to keep Sixella on my side. And I was like, they probably would be mad, but if you do it at the last second so Sixella just jumps somewhere else in here and splits a value, it'll probably be fine. Just don't let her split your 60. And so Amazon tips off Sixella right at the end of the phase. And if we go through to here, you will see that most people actually went with Morthai's plan. 999, almost everyone goes on the 999 space. The 100 space is Josh, who did indeed drop to 100 to try and get the 100 for himself. The 36 space is Sixella because Amazon didn't tell her which garnet was being pulled, and she assumed it would be something on this side of the pyramid. So she drops down to 36 and still scores 0. And the rest of us all make our pyramid on this side, and we are the only people who score in this round. Because we can tell that because of the top 3, bottom 3 thing. MC gets a notification that he's in the top 3 and is in the bottom 3. So because these two are tied and Bradley is ahead of him, he's top 3. And everyone else has 0. I'm on 8, and MC is on 15, so he's in the bottom 3 as well. So yeah, this actually works out pretty much perfectly, and we have a massive lead off the bat.
Oh, because there's 2 garnets. Sorry, the garnets I didn't notice. Yes. Those are not people. Great. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, mission accomplished. That's truly crazy that everyone went for it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think a big part of this is the fact it's Genius 1. It's like a bunch of players who haven't played much Genius. If you tried to pitch a plan like Morthai's to people with more experience, I think no one goes for it, right? But everyone did, because it was just a plan that they could slot into and not raise any suspicion or annoy
It was
anyone.
A plan that you could slot into, and it doesn't necessarily kill you. I mean, it kind of does if people exploit your plan and do go for the 100 like they were going to. Mm-hmm. So you get behind and lose your garnet. God, people burned their garnets on.
Yeah.
Well, all right, you guys have a huge edge over everyone else in the game now. And you have, your alliance is big enough that there's 5 people in it, that you can be yo, I was approached by these people who said they were bailing of the plan. I told you about my reservations ahead of time. I wasn't a ringleader. I was just in the bottom rung. I went in the spot, so I didn't kill the plan, right? I covered the spot that I was going to. So yeah, who had their garnet in the 12 spot?
Yeah. So this 0 was Heater, 12 was Amazon's garnet. Amazon.
Sure, but again, we don't know exactly whose garnet is lost, right? It's not clear. Right?
Yeah, so the problem is that Morthai had posted this list of who was supposed to garnet where.
Yeah.
So I was in a really nice spot because I was on the 8 I was supposed to be on the 8 anyway. So I just went to
Yeah.
Morthai afterwards saying exactly what you were saying. I was really worried about this plan. I got some inclination at the end that something might be going wrong with it, so I decided I would swap myself for my Garnet, basically, let you guys win the prize mission if you still manage to keep everyone on side, because I'm still filling the same slot. But I get some points if it all collapses like this, which is obviously not true at all, but it works out. Like, Morthai seems to believe
It's plausible
that.
enough.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, obviously it's bullshit because if you wanted the plan to work, you could have leaked what you guys were doing, and then you could tell Mortai that, and then in secret they could have like swapped around some Garnet spots. Like, if you guys wanted to make it happen, you could have still, but obviously you didn't want it to happen. You guys were quite content to get a 30-point lead over everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, worked
Yes.
out. Well done. Easy. So now how do you win? Because you've only got a 10-point lead on Bradley, and we don't necessarily trust Grayson to give us the win or the immunity. So how are we going to guarantee we keep that 10-point edge?
That is the really interesting question, right? Okay, and we go into round 2 with Bradley not being that far behind. I am wondering what... I wasn't 100% sure what was happening here, so I basically just make a plan with Amizan and Hisa that we can cover these 3 spaces and sort of rotate around for the other 3, because I think that will get enough points that we should be a decent amount ahead unless Bradley makes like a massive play. And Bradley was talking to us in the group chat about what he was planning to do, right? So hopefully we can react to anything that comes up. Of course, he is Bradley, so we don't know whether he'll be talking about absolutely everything that he's doing. But with some luck, we could hopefully get just increase our lead with these 3. I don't know, like, is that similar to what you would do, or would you try and aim a bit higher with this?
I mean, definitely making a triangle is important. Like being like worst case, you guys take a thing and then give your person the guaranteed whatever spot. My concern is after the collapse of the previous phase, I expect everyone is going to be going for these small triangles down in 24, like the 24, 20, and 15.
Mhm.
And so I actually expect those spots to be pretty hotly contested. And so, especially if you're willing to take a 3, I suspect you can get one of your teammates into either the 50 or the 60 spot. And maybe even the 36, honestly, which would be kind of crazy. But I think if you're willing to play yourself on the 0, you can almost certainly, like, I mean, yeah, actually, sorry, what am I talking about? Go for the 30, duh. Yeah, much better than 24.
That
Because you take the 0, you take the 12, yeah.
that actually makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't care about your own score. You've accepted that you're not going to win. You're just going to make one of them win, and they make you immune. And then you could maybe even go for the 36. Although the relative point gain of 36 versus 30 is kind of small. So unless you think other people are going for the 30, which I doubt, because again, someone has to sacrifice it for themselves. Yeah, so I would probably just make a triangle of the 30. If you get this sense that you could snipe like a 50 or something else, or that you can know where Bradley's going, so do you need to sacrifice, like, just have his points by going at the same place as him, whatever? Like, you can do that too if you're just trying to stop Bradley, because he doesn't know who's going where, right? Like, that's not revealed. So if Bradley tells you what he's going to do, you can just go there yourself, and then he can never catch your teammates. You're probably going to be better off by just feeding your teammates the way I talked about. But again, like, I think we can kind of bet. I don't know. If we assume that people are going to start playing for themselves, but they won't. They're down 30 points. I don't know how they're going to try to catch up. Game's complicated. I would do the small triangle for the 30 as my initial play. That's what
Yeah.
I'd probably go for.
I think that's a solid play. And at this point, I'm mostly talking to, like, Heater and Amizan about the specific plan, also chatting with Bradley a bit. Bradley is a great diplomacy player, not just because he's good at diplomacy, but also because he keeps on top of all the information as much as possible. So as soon as all of these factions splinter off after Morthai's plan fails in round 1, Bradley tries to get into as many groups as possible and get all their information to use it, right? And he's relaying a lot of that information back to us, which is nice. It means I can sit back a bit and not necessarily, like, put myself out there as much and get that information. I can just benefit off what he's doing. But it also, like, makes me think, uh-oh, Bradley is gonna be able to do something big if he gets all of that information. If you know that people are making pyramids at 20 and 15, then he can, like, grab the 60 or something like that. Uh,
Yep.
Luckily for me, Amazon is very charismatic. As the I'm not the only person they get along with very well. And they have been chatting to Bradley as well, and Bradley offers them a deal, saying, "Hey, if I push you to the top, can you give me one of the tokens of life?" And Amazon comes back to our group and goes, "Like, should I go for this? Like, if he pushes me to the top, I'm basically guaranteed the win, right?" And then I can give you guys the tokens of life, or I can keep my word to him if one of you guys is definitely not going to the deathmatch anyway. We can figure that part out later. And I was like, yeah, go ahead with that. We'll find someone else to complete our little triangle here, I guess. And you go for something bigger. And Bradley, this is all in secret away from me and Heater, so he's doing this sneakily off on his own. He tells Amazon to go for the 75, which seems insane, but he clearly knows enough to know that that's going to work, right? I think the general thing was he had made a plan to get to the 60, and he found out that Morthai was making a plan to get the 50. And so if both of those plans go off, 75 is available. So Amazon can go for that. And by telling Amazon to go for that, he's also not taking the majority of the risk there, right? Of losing 75 points.
Yeah, but he can still get his 60 and be quite happy, so.
Yeah.
And that he's insulated, so if someone happens to outscore him, that person is probably going to give him the win, but if not, he still gets, he's going to get a bunch of points. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Good play, very smart.
So yeah, I mean, it would be amazing if Amazon is truly on his side. I think Amazon would give us the tokens of life from this. So that was what I was betting on here. I basically say, yeah, Amazon, go do your thing. We'll find someone else. We do find someone else to complete the 3. I can't remember who it is, but it's someone in Morthai's group who Morthai has basically said, hey, please go on the 3 so that we can figure this out. And I basically become part of Morthai's group for this round. Tell him that I'm going on 24, and that I'll help do his 50, because he was approaching other people about stuff as well. And so Heater and I are down here, Amazon is up here, MC and Bradley are going up towards the 50 on this side, and everything collapses except MySpace. And this was nothing to do with me. But this is absolutely amazing, apart from the fact that it puts Amazon down to 0. This 8 spot was supposed to be covered by Sixella under Morthai's plan, and it's so hilarious why it wasn't. Sixella, because all of these groups had fractured off into various sections, people were getting information about what other people were going to do, what other groups were going to do, but they weren't getting 100% specifics, right? And Sixella had asked another group and basically said, do you have someone on 8? I think it was Tiak, and Tiak said, yeah, we have someone on 8. You don't need to go there. And Tiak had someone on 8 because Tiak had asked Sleepy, who was in Morthai's group, whether they have someone on 8, and that person was Sixella. So Sixella leaves the 8 because she believes that someone from the other group is going to be there, but the other group is relying on information that she's going to be there. So the whole thing collapses.
So good.
It is.
That's great.
And everyone comes off the back of this going, Sixella, what the hell? Why did you do this? And Sixella's like, you told me that someone was going to be there. It's just...
Yeah, you! Wait, so you're in first now?
Yep. Am I in first? I think I'm close to Heater, because Heater splits this with one other person, so ends up going to 36. No, I am in first, right? No, I'm in joint first, because I have an 8 and a 24 total. So I'm also with...
So you're at 32, he's on 36.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. I can't do maths.
Okay, but yeah, it's still very good. Still, you and your ally are both joint first, are both in clearly the 1 and 2, and your buddies, and they're only 2 rounds in. Yeah, this is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so everyone else collapses. Amazon, Bradley, and MC all lose their points, all of their points. So, and almost everyone else in the game is still on 0. People are only at like maximum 6 for people who aren't me or Heater. So this is amazing. The one concern right now is Amazon just got knocked down to 0. We cannot leave Amazon on 0. We want to give Amazon the token of life. You can't give the token of life to someone who lost the game. So we need to boost Amazon up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is there's a billion people who are all on 0, right? It's like practically everyone in the game.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? So it's gonna, that'll be fine. Just like go for the 30 again, do the 0, 30, and 12. You take the 0, give Emerson the 12, and then your partner gets the 30, and then you guys are just done. If they score 30 twice, it's all over.
Yeah. That's completely correct, and that is basically what we theorize going into this next round. We are going to do the 0, 30, 12 this round because we noticed what you noticed a bit earlier, which is that's better, right?
Yeah, but I don't know even why you guys, like, why did you put yourself on the 24 and your buddy on the 12? Wouldn't it make more sense to just give him the 24?
It probably would have. I don't actually remember. Oh, I think Heater was initially supposed to go on the 24, but he was worried that no one was going to go on the 3. And I was like fairly confident that someone was going to be on the 3, so I decided to take it.
Yeah, that's reasonable. If he was worried about the risk, because you guys didn't have another person covering the 3 to make the perfect pyramid. Makes sense, great. Okay, easy, done.
Okay, and so me and Amazon and Heater get together again and go, okay, we're going to just do this 30 plan. We're going to get Amazon the 30 to start with to make sure that Amazon is 100% safe, and then we'll get Heater the 30 afterwards. And like me and Heater can take a 0 and a 12. In fact, I think I was just going to take the 0 both rounds.
Yeah, you take the 0 every time. It'll be fine, yeah. I thought a 12 would be okay, because at 12, surely someone's not going to get any points for the rest of this game, because they're going to play to win. And if you're playing to win, you have to like YOLO the 75s and stuff, and you're just going to get nothing. Mm-hmm. Anyways, reasonable plan. The difference of 28 points, I doubt will be that significant. Or 18 points even. I doubt will be that significant. Yes. So, yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, so I go and chat to Bradley and MC again, and they're like talking about how they need to make a big play in order to get to a decent value of points. And so they wanted to make the 50 pyramid because they knew that some other people were going there, and they asked me if I'd be willing to go on the 12 to help that happen, and if Heater could go on the 24 to help that happen. And Amazon goes, yeah, you guys can just do that plan. I'll just garnet the 0 instead. And then none of us need to take the 0 points. We can all get a little bit further ahead, and Heater is still going to win. So,
sorry, who's garneting the 0?
Amazon. So the person who's currently on 0 points and will be claiming 30 here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the people we trust. So okay, yes. I would just tell them don't waste it, man. Save that garner for later, buddy. Like, dude, this is the first mission, man. We'll be fine.
People were very happy to spend garnets in this one. What can I say?
Yeah, but like, dude, everyone like, I don't need points. Like, I'm not gonna die. Like, we have, yeah, whatever. Sure.
Yeah. All right. So, we agree to do this, and then I note. Hang on. If we're getting the 50 here, in fact, it's not me who notes this. It's Heater. He goes, what about if we just garnet the 36 and we have this pyramid in the middle? We can get the 100. I was like, do we need the 100?
Why are we going for big plays? Guys! Oh, I know why. Because they're your allies. They're your types of teammates. I remember.
So I was okay. Yeah, I was a little worried about this plan, but Heater wanted to go for it, and I was like, okay. I went and confirmed that someone else was taking the 24 as well. I think Heater had already heard about this, which was why he wanted to do this.
Sure.
So Heater decides to garnet the 36 and go for the 100. And it works. He gets 100 points. And at this point, he is basically completely unstoppable. Did we garnet the 50? Maybe he wanted me to garnet this 50 for backup. I can't remember what this
But you didn't. You didn't waste the garnet, right?
I definitely had 0 garnets at the end of this game, so I guess this must have been where I used it.
Oh my god, dude. Why? You guys were gonna win anyways. Nobody else has any points, man. Look at this. Whatever.
I mean, yeah. So I end up using my Garnet. Heezer uses his Garnet. Amazon uses their Garnet. We are completely out of Garnets, but Heater is definitely going to win at this point. He has 136 points, I think. And the next highest, we don't know this, but the next highest is Sleepy, who scores the 50 on this turn, and has something like 60 points total, so he's going to need an absurd amount in order to catch up.
Yeah, this is a funny position, right, where because of this, you just need to figure out where Sleepy's going, and you can just go on his spot, and it's guaranteed not going to win. And you can have your ally just go for, like, the 12 or anything, and you guys are guaranteed to win.
Yeah, it's also notable that if Sleepy is going for something like the 100, right, then me trying to block that is actually super risky, because I could also lose points if that doesn't go through. So, Amazon and...
Oh, because you don't want to end up on... Well, what if multiple people end up on 0? How does that work?
Then the winner will choose which of them goes to the deathmatch, which actually... Well, which of them is the elimination candidate, even. And
Sure.
actually, that would have been fine, because Heater would presumably be the winner, and he could choose that it's not me, right? But I didn't want to take that risk.
But better to not be so obvious about your alliance. Seems totally fine. Whatever. Yeah, you'll be okay.
And I chat to Amazon and Heater, we're like, okay, we're just going to play it safe on this last round. Everyone's going to go towards the bottom. It'll be fine. There are some people trying to make big plays on the last round, but everyone's really desperate because no one has many points. So getting someone to agree to go on like a specific space so that you can go on the 60 probably isn't going to work at this point, right? And that's exactly the case in this final round. Two people try and go on the 50 and the 60, and they fall to the bottom. So that is Josh and Sparkle Bunny try and score high, and they end up going to
Sparkle.
0. Yeah.
Oh.
There was a very small funny thing that happened during this, which was at some point in this game, I got Bradley to give me his Garnet. I thought he had used it in the first round to like prop up the pyramid, but it turned out that he had just made a deal with someone else for them to have their Garnet there.
Sure.
And so I was like, at some point, Bradley goes to me and goes, I think you're probably going to win, because we didn't make it very clear that Heater had got the 100 here. He thought that it was me.
Yeah, and people would assume you would, as the face, as the esport commentator.
Of course. So Bradley comes to me and goes, will you give me a token of life if you win? I was like, I need to... Oh, is it? No, he asked me to go on a specific super low scoring space or something like that so that he could get the points. I think that was the case, because then he asked me to go on the 3. And I said, I'm only going to do this if I know that you're not going to like play for the win off of it, because I know you have all the information. Can I have some kind of guarantee that you won't play for the win? And he offers me his Garnet and says, you can have this as long as you give it back at the end of the game. So I can't do some shenanigans like Garnet 50 and go for 100, something like that. And so I take his Garnet on the guarantee that I give it back at the end of the game. I try and give it back at the end of the game, and the mods go, you can't give Garnets during the deathmatch, because the people trading Garnets during a deathmatch causes problems with like the deathmatch people potentially getting extra Garnets, taking extra Garnets out of the game, or being able to give away their Garnets before they get eliminated, stuff like that. So I end up keeping his Garnet for a little bit longer. And after the deathmatch ends, I'm skipping ahead a bit here, but we'll cover the deathmatch in a second. He comes back to me going, hey, do you have my Garnet? And I just say yes, and then leave it. And he was like, I want my Garnet back.
Yeah, of course you want your Garnet back. But hey, okay, look. If but it's only between the people at the bottom. Unlucky. Wait. If you don't give Bradley the thing, you can get one of these people to kill Bradley for you. Right? Put Josh in there. Josh goes toe-to-toe with Bradley. Bradley dies, and then no one knows that you have a Garnet? Hell yeah.
That would be amazing, right? But yeah, sadly that doesn't happen. But Bradley, like, he keeps messaging me to give him the Garnet back, and because I know Bradley, I feel comfortable in just annoying him.
That's great.
So I don't for a while, and then he gets very serious and goes, if you don't give me my Garnet back, I will do everything in my power to make you the deathmatch candidate in the next round. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll give you it back. I do throw him his garnet back in the end.
Yeah, but it's really tough that you do it that way because that seems like he had to threaten you as opposed to being like, "Hey, by the way, I can't give this to people during deathmatch. Just give it a sec."
Mm-hmm.
But that's a good way to tank your relationship. But hey, maybe if you guys are laughing about it, it's funny.
It was very funny. I was laughing about it. I'm not sure he was, but we'll see. Anyway, the actual deathmatch itself, Hisa has to choose between Josh and Sparkle Bunny as to which of them becomes the elimination candidate. He first off gives a big speech about how he trusts Amizan and me the most, so he's going to give us the tokens of life, which is like, oh no. Don't say that.
Dude, no, it's like, hey guys, I only won this because of these two. I made a deal with them to do it. Here, this was the deal that I'm holding it up to. Like that's a reasonable thing to do. Hey, I made a deal. I honor my deals.
Yeah.
Here you guys go. Thanks for the win. That's a reasonable thing to do. Not, oh, these guys were so great and I love them so much.
Yeah, that was a little like, but everyone has alliances, so it's just put ours more on the map. It's not the worst thing in the world. He also then has to break the tie between Josh and Sparkle, and he goes and says, I promised 100% that if this person was tied for last, I would save them. So Sparkle, you're safe. I am putting Josh into the deathmatch. And Josh goes, well, if you're saving Sparkle, I'm gonna pull Sparkle into the deathmatch anyway, just as vengeance for you doing this. So Josh ends up challenging Sparkle Buddy. Yeah.
No. All right. Sparkle Bunny, come on.
Okay, the good news for Sparkle Bunny is that no one really likes Josh at this point in the game. There is
Well, yeah, because everyone saw him try to undermine the big plan. We saw him undermine it twice potentially.
Yes.
And he ended up in last place, and he yeah. Anyways, all right, great. Let's go, Sparkle. We stand.
Exactly, and it ends up being a social deathmatch. It ends up being social Stratego. So I don't know if have you heard of Stratego, the board game?
I've played a lot of Stratego, yeah.
Yeah, it's so.
Is that how it's pronounced? Is it Stratego?
I don't know, because my family used to pronounce it Strategio, which is clearly wrong. So
Strategio.
So I switched to pronouncing it how I saw it on the board, Stratego. But I've never heard anyone else say it. So.
If it's Greek, I would expect it to be Stratego. But no, it'd be Strategos, right? If it's Greek. I don't know, man. Anyways, I don't care. Point is, you're playing Social Stratego. How'd the game work?
So the way normal Stratego works is that you have a bunch of pieces on the board. They all have values. If you run a piece into an enemy piece, you compare the two values and the highest value wins. Except if you run a 1 into the highest one, which I think is a 10. Right? Yeah. In which, no, it's the lower value that wins, right? It's the one.
Yeah, it depends. I've played different variants that have the numbers inverted. Doesn't really matter, but there's an extent, there's an order, and then the strongest one wins, except in the case of the spy killing the general or whatever.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So the worst
piece will beat the best one. Were there mines in your version as well?
There were no bombs, I think, was an important thing here. And the objective of this game is to find and capture the enemy flag, which will be one of the pieces on the board. The flag never moves, and if you attack the flag, you just win the game instantly. This version, Social Stratego, was super interesting in that it was the same concept. Oh, I should mention, you don't get to see what your opponent's piece numbers are. That's kind of important to the game.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole game, yeah. Until there's an attack. If there is a fight, then the pieces are revealed.
Yes, and then you can memorize where that piece is.
Yes, and ties for mutual destruction, yeah?
Yeah, and then, so in this version of Stratego, every piece was a player in the game. So you have 13 pieces, and their numbers are determined by their performance in main match 0, except they're not so hang on, I'm going to go back a bit. Here is the list of how everyone performed in main match 0 overall. It's not strictly in this order. It's that there were 3 sections of main match 0. If you attack a piece, you declare which type of attack you're using. So either the the multiplication attack, the anagram attack, or the spotting numbers attack. And whoever did better in that section of main match 0 wins the fight on the Stratego board, right? So in maybe Morthai is the best at anagrams. If you attack someone with Morthai and declare that you're using anagrams, then Morthai will always win. If the person who's worst at anagrams, which is probably me, attacks Morthai and uses anagrams, then Morthai will lose because the spy always kills the general. But outside of that, finding out who was the strongest in each individual section is kind of important here, right? And
that's a very weird game. Okay.
It's so cool, though, because they only announced the overall standings. They didn't announce how people did in the individual sections. So these players had to go around and ask people, how did you do in this section? How did you do in that section? How did you do in that section? And figure out what people's times were for that and what all the rankings of their pieces would be, right? And the benefit to Sparkle Bunny here is that people don't like Josh, so a bunch of people lied to Josh about their values, about what they got in various things, with the hope that Josh would declare the wrong attack in a certain situation, right? I didn't lie to Josh personally, but if I had done it, I might say, hey, I was amazing at anagrams. And then he uses my anagrams to attack and loses, right?
And if you lie to someone who's involved in a deathmatch and then they die, it really doesn't matter, because they're gone.
Yes. So Sparkle Bunny had a pretty huge advantage going into this of actually everyone told Sparkle Bunny the truth, because people liked Sparkle Bunny. They were a really nice person. And they come.
I don't like the tone.
And they start off with that extra information, which is amazing, and then they make a decision which became a bit of a meme in the game, which was they weren't 100% sure whether to trust everyone, so they plugged all of the numbers they got into ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT,
no.
I think someone here is lying to me. Is anyone lying to me?
No.
And ChatGPT goes, these specific numbers don't make sense. You should swap these things around, right?
No.
And of course, no one had lied to Sparkle Buddy. It's just that ChatGPT has a habit of hallucinating. And it was this specific information from ChatGPT that lost Sparkle Bunny this social strategy game. Because Sparkle Bunny ends up losing their highest value piece to Josh because they assumed that they'd been lied to about it. So there's your moral of the story. Don't trust the AI on that kind of thing. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm glad my favorite is already dead. I'm also glad I picked the fan favorite at the start. I nailed it. Hashtag One Piece.
This is actually really funny because in Final Encounter, I asked you to root for one person, and you rooted for Kim Possible, who also went home immediately in that game. So I think there is just a curse of your favorite person will always go home first.
Maybe, I'm just stuck with you, man.
Please do not ever root for me.
Oh God.
So yeah, Sparkle Bunny is gone, which puts our player list at this, and I will be showing the player list between every main match just to remind people who exists, right? Because there are a lot of people on this list who I'm not talking about because my strategy isn't revolving around them as much, right? People like Awesome, Huntress in that game, yeah.
Yeah, we're 2 hours in, and the first player's been eliminated at a 13.
What time can you go to today, by the way?
I can do another hour and a half.
Okay. This is definitely going to be a multi-part thing. So.
Oh, yeah. It's just, is this going to be more than our 5-hour one last time? Seems plausible.
There will be some main matches that go faster, I promise. In fact, I think... Yeah, we always take a stupid amount of time on the very first thing, right? That's just a Diplo Strat special. Alright, let's go. Anyway, these are our 12 players going into the next round, and the next main match is the auction. Where is my... Oh, I animated it. Let me just skip over that. Alright, fine.
Auction.
So this is the auction. The basic rules. Every player starts with $100, and money can be transferred to other players if you want to, and you can exchange a garnet for $10 in the game. If a player ends a round with $0, they receive $10. That is important to some people. It isn't important to me because I missed that line of the rules. So I went into this not knowing that was a thing. The
reasonable.
idea of it is to incentivize you to give your money to someone else so that you get a little bit and then they can hand it back to you later, right? But that's always risky.
Oh, that's different than how I would do it. I just assume I'm gonna blow $100 in the first round and then just blow $10 every round from then on. But
I mean, that's fair too.
yeah, if you expect a lot of people to do that, then obviously the best counterplay is to just not spend any money round one and then spend $11 every round. But whatever. Anyways, got to see how things go.
Okay, so each round, this is the reason why it's called auction. Everyone bids on which auction to go to. So you've got 4 auction houses here. You've got Dr. E Appraisings, you've got the Genre Shop, you've got Wally Limited, and you've got the Black Market. And you will place a bid to go into one of these auctions. The 3 highest bids, the 3 highest unique bids, so sorry, is the 3 highest bids get into there unless there's more than 3 people who would get in under that case, in which case anyone who has like a tied number with someone else. So say if someone had 51, someone had 50 and 2 players had 49, those 2 players get skipped and it's the next person down who gets in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And just to be clear, you're like paying to go into the room, and then in the room you're gonna have another auction, right?
Yes, exactly. So in an auction, players will bid on lots that contain cubes, and it will just be a bid between the people who went to that auction. So you have 3 people maximum in there, and the highest unique bid gets each lot for each one.
And we don't know what's in the doors, right?
We have no idea at this point.
Okay, so it's just a game about figuring out who you want to go into the places with, figure out where people are bidding. I would not actually take it back. I would definitely not spend $100 in this first round, because this is just going to be a game about getting into the door that are cheap. Like, hey, get in here with our friends. If we'll tell people that we're going, yeah, it'll be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so the highest value hand of cubes obtained after 3 rounds wins. So these hands are listed here. If you get Rainbow Hand is the most valuable one, collect at least 1 of every color available in the game. There's 4 of a kind, which is 4 cubes of the same color. 3 of a kind, 3 cubes of the same color. 2 pair, which is 2 of 2 different colors, right? And 1 pair, which is just 2 cubes of the same color. And then the last one is just no correlation. Like, if you don't have any of the rest, you're screwed.
Yeah, can you trade cubes with other people?
No.
Or can you only get them via the auction?
You can only get them via the auction. You can get money from other people, even if you're in a different auction to them, but you cannot...
Sure, yeah, but you can't actually trade cubes themselves. Great, that's important. Okay.
If 2 players have the same ranked hands, the player who has more red cubes wins. If that's a tie, then it's more yellow cubes, and if that's a tie, then it's more green cubes, and if there's still a tie, then whoever has the most money wins. Right,
cool.
So the I haven't written here, but the person who has the lowest hand will be the elimination candidate, as you would probably assume. Now, the bids to enter the auction are made public to everyone, so everyone will know how much everyone bid to get in, but the bids on the lots inside the auction will only be known to the players who are in that room. So you can't keep track of all the information everywhere, basically. Prize mission, if all players have at least 4 cubes by the end of the game, $10 is added to the prize pool. Alright, so, Ezio, you've already mentioned your initial thought was bid as high as possible in the first round. Your second thought was don't do that, right?
Yeah, the first... I didn't realize that it's this weird step. I thought that there would be a bunch of things available to just bid on immediately, that you could just put huge amounts on a lot of things to get a good starting point. And then just have $10 to play with from then on. I no longer think that's correct with this weird 2-stage auction. And if you could just do a good job at the 2-stage auction, but the first stage doesn't get you anything, then I think you can get a lot of value by not doing this. So, yeah, working together with your group of 3, I think, is enough people to completely control it. If all of you guys just tell everyone, hey, we're going to Wally Limited, I think that'll be enough to just, you don't say it as a group, but just if each one of you independently tells everyone, I'm going to this place. It's tough with the messaging that the winner said last round of, hey, I trust these 2 guys the most. It's kind of clear what's going on, but I just don't think people would want to contest you, is basically my point.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. We'll see.
Right, there's 12 people left in the game, right? And so if 3 people go to each door, that's balanced.
Yep.
Yeah,
Damn, sorry, I missed this one. So if everyone who didn't manage to, you can't bid on the black market. That's an important thing. If you don't manage to get into one of the other three, then you go to the black market.
And you can just always go to the black market.
You can go to the black market by just bidding 0 on a shop, as long as you don't accidentally get into that shop, because you can get in with a 0 bid.
If fewer people do it.
Yes. So, sorry, you can have 3 at every auction, but you might get more people at the black market. The black market being separate is a relevant one. But yeah, I would expect if everyone knows that 3 people are going to the same spot, then that'll be good enough to make that'll be good enough to get them to go to the other places. Is my initial instinct, right? Because I just want to go to the place that has the fewest people in it, right? And so I hope it's one of the other 2 has fewer. And I try to get people to go to Doctory or Praisings or the genre shop or whatever. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. That's how I would play this. All right. Some viewers who are familiar with the Genius will have noticed a couple things already. Some people who aren't familiar with the Genius might have also noticed some things already. There are 2 kind of types of mechanics in the Genius. That's not... no, I'm phrasing that very wrong. There is a specific thing that's associated with the Genius quite a lot, which is hidden information in a game that people are trying to find out. Well, that is hidden in plain sight, basically. There can be something in the rules that you can read a bit more into and figure something out. There might be that card packs have different colored backs in the actual show. That was quite a key thing in one of the games. Basically just slightly hidden stuff that if you look through the rules, you will be able to spot. And there is something quite important in this value chart that you can see, which is the player who has the more red cubes wins, the player who has more yellow cubes wins, the player who has more green cubes wins here, right? There are red, green, and yellow cubes in each of the examples given. But if you look at Rainbow, it says collect at least one of the colors available, of each of the colors available in the game. And if you look through all of this, nowhere does it state that there are only red, yellow, and green cubes. It's trying to imply that, but it doesn't directly state it, right? So, looking at this, knowing how the Genius works, it's fair to assume there is another cube type in this game somewhere.
I just assumed that was obvious, right? There's that one pair hand, right? If there are only 3 colors, it's impossible to have a pair of hands that isn't at least one pair, assuming a hand of 4 cubes. Which I also don't notice that it says explicitly anywhere, but I assume there's a max hand size of 4.
There is no max hand size. You can have as many cubes as you want.
So, if you have 2 4-of-a-kinds, does that beat someone with 1 4-of-a-kind?
No, you would still just have 4-of-a-kind, but it would help for this tie breakdown here if you have more red cubes. Yeah, the one has more cubes. So if you have 8 red cubes, you are probably going to win. Unless someone has
unless someone gets the rainbow, yeah. But yeah, that's me. I made an incorrect assumption about the hand limit. But yeah, it's again, if...
Sorry.
Great.
Yeah.
No, it's a good thing to call out. There's other colors here. It's not just 3 colors. If it's 3 colors, the rainbow would be presumably trivial, right?
And the other thing, I'm very curious if you've noticed, because I didn't notice for a while, and then I went to Bradley when I did notice, because we were already chatting about something, go, oh, you know what? This is this. Look at this. It's so obvious now. And he goes, I thought everyone noticed that immediately when the game starts. Look at the names of the shops. Dr. E Appraisings, Genre Shop, Wally Limited. These are all anagrams of colors. Dr. E is red, Genre Shop is green, and Wally is yellow. And of course, that means black market is probably black, right? There will probably be black cubes in that area. And that's the hidden
anagram's not my strong suit. Yep.
Yeah, and I'm fairly sure that viewers were going, yeah, that was obvious. We spotted that immediately right now. But I did not spot it for ages.
Unlucky. I suspect after he walked into the Wally Limited and then got all the yellows. Dude, my plan to pick Wally was great.
I mean, red is better than yellow, right?
Yeah, and therefore everyone's going to want to go there.
That's true.
And the bids are going to cost a lot.
Yeah. So Bradley, after we have the
Wait, how many rounds in the game are there?
There are 3 rounds. I apparently didn't write that anywhere. But
wait, if there are 3 rounds and 4 colors, all right, I guess that's what we're going for.
Yeah. So rainbow seems impossible to get if this is the case, right? But we initially chat with people. So I haven't actually chatted with Heater as much between the last main match and this one. I had been constantly chatting to the other players, but he hadn't been around as much, right? So going into this round, I was very solid with Amizan. I figured I was still solid with Heater, but he kind of was doing his own thing. And Bradley comes to me and goes, I have a plan for us to win. So you, me, and I'll pull in Amizan. And we can split the tokens of life. I'm like, okay. I mean, if you're taking the lead on it, I'll follow your lead. And hope you don't stab me, at least for now. I'm still going to be cautious, but I'm happy to hear you out. And he was like, let's just monopolize doctory appraisings. Let's just go there and grab every red cube in the game, and no one will be able to no one will be able to beat us, because you have to have more red cubes to win, right? So,
okay.
Yeah, so he brought in myself and Amizan, and we all agreed, okay, we're just going to spend quite high on doctory appraisings every round and lock everyone else out. And that's what we did.
Okay, yeah, and then you guys will spend small amounts of money in there anyways. Oh, so just you get in. That's funny.
Yeah, so it is just us 3 who get in on this first round. Notably, Bradley had told us to spend 30 on it. And so I spend 30 on it being a good friend, and Bradley spends 31. And Amizan also spends 31. I was like, okay, guys, I get why you did that, but that's a bit rude.
Sure.
But yeah, so we end up going into doctory appraisings. You can see MC and Sixella don't get in, but they weren't expecting to. I think they wanted to go to the black market, and they just bid to get in this one. And so that they assume that everyone is going to go Doctor E, so they will get into the black market by trying to go for Doctor E with 0.
Sure.
And it's a fair assumption. And then we get let into the rooms, and we're still allowed to talk to the other players while we're in these rooms. So we do get information.
Okay, even the ones in the other rooms.
Yes, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay. It might be that we made this assumption instead, but I think we find out this information. We find out what all of the lots are in every single room. And there's a lot which is 2 red cubes together. There's a lot which is 1 red cube. There is a lot which is 1 yellow cube. And there is a lot which is 1 green cube. And these red, yellow, and green cube lots are the same in every single auction. It's just the color of the double lot that changes, except in the black market where there are only 2 lots and they are both black cubes. So there's a 2 black cube and a 1 black cube, right?
Sure. Yeah, and this isn't the first round. You have no idea if it's the same in every round. If it is the same in every round and you only have 3 rounds, then yeah, the rainbow is impossible.
So the rainbow isn't actually impossible here. Bear in mind, you can grab
because you can win multiple lots.
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Never mind. Oh, then you'll give Bradley the 2 red, you'll give the other guy the 1 red, and then you get the yellow and green, and you just get out alive?
So I think that's the agreement that most of the other rooms made. Obviously, our plan to just monopolize the reds is a bit shot because there are reds in other rooms that people can grab.
Yeah, but you can still win the 4 of a kind as long as one person gets, 6 reds, they'll probably win.
Yeah, but we also need to make sure that we have rainbow, right? Because rainbow is going to beat 4 of a kind.
Yeah, but you'll get the rainbow. It'll be okay. And you'll be the one going for rainbow. So just as they, edged you out a little bit, you can do the same thing. It'll be fine.
So I think your plan is probably more, reasonable than mine, and I have a feeling you will not be happy about the decision that I make in this round. But Bradley... Bradley comes to both of us and goes,
hey, let me take every cube.
I have a plan. How about I take all of the 1 lots, right? Then next round I go to black market and grab a 1 lot from there. And then I come back and grab more red cubes from here. And then we're, like I'm guaranteed to win because no one can get that many red cubes and a rainbow. They can't beat that. And
Yeah.
the problem with this, of course, is it leaves myself and Amazon competing for the 2 red lots, and we can't both get that, right? We can't split that. It's got to go to one of us or the other. Someone is going to come away with nothing out of this. And Bradley pitches that I grab the 2 lots, and Amazon gets nothing here on the basis that Amazon comes back to Dr. E on the next turn, and Amazon just gets all of the red cubes in Dr. E. We guarantee that.
Can you guarantee that?
We cannot, but I think that Bradley had Sixella on side, and the plan was for Sixella to basically take his place in here so that we have like 3 people to block other people coming in, and then he goes to black market during that, and we just give all of the red cubes to Amazon. This is probably the part you're not going to be happy with. I go, look, Amazon's my friend. I know Amazon gets a bit nervous about stuff like this.
The red cubes.
Amazon can have the red cubes. I will take nothing here. I'm good for this as long as you 100% guarantee me you are going to give me the token of life at the end of this game. And he said yes. And I also say you need to make sure that I do not come last. So I get the same treatment that you were just giving to Amazon. I get to come into Dr. E appraisings and grab all the red cubes on the next turn. And he's like, sure, yeah, we can do that. Right?
Okay.
And so I bid nothing in this round, and I take no cubes. Amazon takes the 2 reds, and Bradley takes all 3 of the other cubes. The idea.
For like $0 each, right? Because you guys are all just seeing 0 bidding. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
great.
So that was an important thing. You can bid 0 on the lots, and you can just not bid on the lots. If you bid 0 and no one else bids on the lots, you do still get it. So that was what we did. We didn't spend any money at this auction at all. We are now, if I go to the next slide, it is going to show numbers, so I will wait just a second on this. So we go into the next round. Bradley is going to drop to the black market. I think Sixella is going to come with us into Dr. E. I think it was Sixella, it might have been MC. We'll see on the next slide anyway. And we go, how much do we want to bid on Dr. E? And I was like, I think it's quite important that we guarantee Dr. E this turn so that I can get some cubes. Because obviously if I fall down to the black market in this case, or like if we don't manage to do this, if we have to compete for this, I'm going to be totally screwed. So I would like us to bid fairly high. I want to go like 50-ish on this.
Yeah, 50 is good.
Yeah, and they both agree to. And I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. We'll go 50.
You're the only one who spends 50, so that puts in like 20.
That's not true. I spend 50 again. They go slightly higher again. They say they're going to put 50 and they go 52 or 51 or whatever, right? Which is...
Okay.
It's not a problem as long as no one bids between us. No one like Sleepy comes in and bids 51. Which means I spend $50 to not get into Dr. E appraisings and get knocked down to the black market. And I was so irritated by this. I was like, okay, well, now I'm completely screwed. I basically just lost the game, right? And clearly someone leaked this amount to Sleepy. And I was fairly sure that it would have been Sixella here. And I checked back in the end game, and people in the spec chat say, no, Sleepy just guessed 51 without any information. Like, that is... There is no way.
Swag!
Well played to Sleepy on that. That is absolutely insane. Maybe I shouldn't have chosen so round of a number to go for.
Hey, 50's a nice round number. It's good.
Oh god. So now I am just like, okay, well, I'm
You still have your deal with Bradley, and Bradley's still gonna win because he's just needs to get a black cube, and then he has a rainbow, and it's all over.
I do, but you can't get given the token of life if you're the elimination candidate.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna be the elimination candidate. You still got a bunch of money. You'll be fine.
Well, that's the idea. We go into the black market here, and obviously Bradley has to take one of the cubes. And MC is quite insistent that he needs to get the other cubes, because he, in the previous round...
He wants a pair, yeah.
Yeah, he took black cubes in the previous one. He needs to get them going forward. And he's also pointing out, like, look, Meme, you have no cubes. If you take black cubes this round, your only possible decent hand is to come back to the black market again And clearly the black market on the last turn is going to be a place of desperation, right? There's no way you're going to get that with the amount of money you have left. I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess that actually makes sense. Because these black cubes don't do anything for me unless I get more black cubes. That's just how this works. If I go to a different one, it doesn't help.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced the black market is going to be such a place of desperation, but maybe other people were less effective at getting a bunch of black cubes. I would have expected this round to be the round that a lot of people went to the black market, because if you're trying to accomplish your rainbow, you can accomplish the rainbow with a trip to the black market and a trip anywhere else, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, get your black cube locked up, and then you can go to any of the other locations and then get all the colors that you're missing to achieve your rainbow.
Yeah.
So I would expect this to be the round the black market was in high demand, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general reason for that is that no one is really going for not many people are going for the win. Is the main thing. Not many people want to go for Rainbow because it requires them to come to Black Market, and Black Market only has those 2 lots. So Bradley is someone going for the win. Morthai is also someone going for the win. He went to the Black Market in round 1 and he got the single black cube. And MC took the 2, and MC is going to take these other 2 on this next one, right? And
I will say the first round, I'm not willing to make as many conclusions because we didn't have full information. We didn't know what was inside the shops, right? And so now that Morthai got the single black cube, yeah, his best bet is probably to go for the rainbow from here on. I agree.
Yes, and I just wasn't convinced. I think there was also like other things. No one else got 0 cubes in the first round apart from whoever went to the black market. I think it was Sixella, and Sixella was definitely getting other cubes on this turn. So there was some mechanical reason why taking black cubes just wasn't going to get me out of last place in this situation. It was completely equivalent to not taking black cubes. So I just go, okay, MC, I will not take anything here. I won't even contest you. Just please let me have some of your money in the final round. Because you are going to have 4 of a type with the black market cubes, right? You're already going to have that.
Yeah, he's got 4 of a kind already. He's super safe. Yeah.
You don't need to do anything. Please just donate me your money. And he goes, yes, sure, I'll do that. And Bradley also goes, Sweet. Like, I'm going to go for the win, but if we can guarantee Dr. E again so that we can get all of the red cubes, I will give you any money that I have left after we guarantee that we go in there so that you can do your own thing. And so I take no cubes again, and I come into the last round with nothing, which is ludicrous. It's so stupid of me to do that, but it is just the way that it's worked out. And it's all as a consequence of me having agreed to this plan in the first round. Maybe I should not have agreed to that.
Oh well.
Oh well, indeed. The only people that I can potentially overtake at this point are Josh and Sixella, who both don't have particularly good hands. I don't remember what the exact hands were at that point. But Josh basically gets outbidded at this place and screwed over a little bit because people aren't that friendly with Josh. So Josh is also not on a great amount, although both of them do have some cubes coming out of this round. At this point, I post a message in the global chat basically going, hey everyone, I am a pauper, like I have no money, please donate to my new charity, get meme out of last place. And we will generously reward you with complete immunity from being picked for the deathmatch if you donate at least $10 to my cause, and if I go into the deathmatch anyway, right? I figured that's like an okay amount that's where great. people might be willing to buy their way out if they think I'm already duped.
That's cheap enough. Your position is awful. Yeah, I like that. What a great play.
Yeah.
Does anyone pay?
I think there are like 3 people who pay, but I can't remember who they were. So I'm sorry to whoever did pay that I'm not shouting you out for doing so, but I really appreciate it. All the money. And I am pretty happy with that. We make this plan to... No, okay, so Bradley makes the plan to go to Dr. E, and like I'm scrambling around going, where can I go as well? I could go into Dr. E, but if Bradley is taking the reds, that's not going to get me very far, right? I kind of need multiple of a type. I need to get at least a pair, probably 3 of a kind, so I need to go to one of the other 2, ideally.
Yeah, you need a 3 and you need a 3 of a kind.
Yes.
Maybe a pair of reds. I don't think a pair of reds gets you out. I think it needs to be a 3 of a kind of something.
Yeah. And during this point, we figure out, hang on, I am actually... Josh decides that he's going to the black market, 100%. And no one really wants to contest Josh there, because Josh is likely to lose if I'm not the loser, right? And if someone goes to black market to screw him out of that, then he is clearly gonna pick them for the deathmatch. So no one wants to block Josh in black market, which means Josh is gonna pick up 3 black cubes and probably just win, like, overtake me as a result. I think he had a black cube from the first round? I don't remember. Or he had red cubes or something so that he would beat me. So we figure out the only way I'm going to avoid going to the deathmatch here is if I go to the black market and block Josh from getting the black cubes. Which I do not want to do this because I'm fairly sure Josh is just going to pick me for the deathmatch anyway, if I do. But Bradley goes, I'm going to make my play for the win. I'll give you the token of life, and so he won't be able to pick you.
Yay!
Yeah. Thankfully, I have a last-minute savior, which is that Sixella comes to me and goes, I'm going to go to the black market and screw over Josh, because I want to. I'm like, oh, thank God. All right. Thank you, Sixella. You do that. I don't know why Sixella decided that she wanted to do this. I think she just wanted to see Josh in the deathmatch. Or she felt that she was likely going to lose, but I don't know why she felt she was going to lose, because I was clearly in, like, the worst position. But I was like, yeah, okay, I really appreciate that for one. Thank you so much for doing this, but also, I'm glad it's you and not me.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, man.
So I make a deal to get into Wally instead, and I end up going there with Heater and with Awesome. We actually, it's myself, Amizan, and Heater, I think, who arranged to go into Wally. Is that true? I think that's true.
Why are you guys spending so much to get in?
Just in case someone comes to screw us over, right? I mean, Amizan didn't... I think actually we didn't arrange this directly with Heater. We just knew that Heater was coming to this one, and we knew that other people weren't, right? Which is a bit of a rough change from the round before, but it is what it is. And you can see, actually, Dr. E appraisings, only Morthai and Bradley end up going for it, because everyone else knows that Morthai and Bradley are going to be competing for those 3 reds. No one else wants to be the person contesting them, right? And these players all go to the black market as a result, as well as Amizan.
Sweet.
Yeah. Yes, so this ends up being the distribution of people. I'm in Wally, I just need to get the 3 yellows, and I get through. Heater only needs to get the green, I think, and Awesome only needs to get the red, so this works out perfectly. I'm basically guaranteed to be above Josh at the end of the game. And I'm like, oh my god, thank God. I've just about managed to scrape out of being the elimination candidate here. Except, I get talking to these players, and Heater is like, how can I know that you won't screw me over by going for the green as well? Like, man...
Just put all your money on a green, man. It'll be fine.
Yeah, but also...
Right?
We talked, like, we worked together so closely the round before. Why are you asking me this question? Why are you asking me whether I'm going to screw you over? I would not screw you over.
Well, if you notice, the way that you guys worked together, Heater, like, was distrustful of you the entire last round. The way that he was playing in his positions, right? Like, he wasn't fully on board with this trio thing.
Yes, that's very possible. Unfortunately, this is the earliest I get any indication of that. Like,
unlucky.
Prior to this, I was fairly convinced that Hisa was 100% on board with Team 30 Minutes, And then at this point, I'm like, oh,
Uh,
hang on, I don't think he actually trusts us very much. And
yeah,
maybe I should have got that impression by the fact that he wasn't really talking through this entire game. But I kind of just figured he had a lot going on and was doing other stuff. But I think in reality, he had just gotten in with other players during that time, right?
yeah, unlucky. Whenever they're not talking to you, they're talking to other people.
Yes. But anyway.
Always.
That is true. Eventually, we managed to figure it out. I convinced Caesar, I'm not going to do this to you. I will just go for the yellows. And I go to Sixella and I say, hey, look, you can have all the money that I was donated and what I have left because you went in here to contest Josh for me, right? Use this to grab the blacks instead of him to make sure that you're ahead of him.
Wait, but you need that money for the yellow cubes.
Only if these guys contest me, and I was fairly certain they wouldn't at this point because they agreed not to. And like, it's a really terrible idea in the Genius to screw someone
Screw over the person who's going into the deathmatch. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Unless you're getting the token of life, but you know, at this point,
even then, it's probably not worth doing.
Yeah. So
let's say you win, you're safe for a round. If they don't literally die this round, they will come for you.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. So I give all my money to Sixella in the black market to go, here you are, you can go and take this and beat Josh. And I'm also like feeling very indebted to Sixella for what she did here. So the garnets that I've won, which I haven't mentioned, we won garnets at some point. I don't remember why. But I have 2 garnets at this point. I give them both to Sixella as well on the condition that, well, not on the condition that, so that she can buy more money and use that to also make sure that she beats Josh. I don't want Sixella to go into the deathmatch because she volunteered to take my place in blocking Josh, or at least not to lose the game. If Josh picks her, that is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah, you can't really stop that, but at least she can be not last place. Yeah. So that's good.
So I give all my money to Sixella and all these garnets and everything. And meanwhile, Bradley over here in Dr. Reappraisings is basically going around to all the people in the different areas and asking them for money so that he can beat Morthai. And Morthai is going around to everyone and asking them for money so that he can beat Bradley, right? But I'm fairly convinced that Bradley has more money than Morthai at this point, so everything's probably okay.
For their auction, it comes down to just whoever wins the 2 reds wins, basically?
Yes, essentially. So, yeah, I was fairly convinced that Bradley would win. Except, Bradley doesn't win. Morthai ends up winning. And more than that, Josh ends up taking all the cubes in the black market and winning every bid in there. It's like, how did he manage that? How did he get that much money? People don't like him. He's like... There's no way he begged all this money off other people. Sixella had a bunch of people wanting her to win. How did she not win those hands? And it turned out that what had happened was in that black market, Josh had basically said, hey, I'm really good at death matches. If you do this, if you take these black cubes from me, I'm going to just pick you for the death match. 100% no matter what, right? However, if you let me have these black cubes, you will go to the deathmatch and you will be able to pick anyone you want. People who are much worse at death matches than I am. And Sixella concedes to that and just lets Josh take all the cubes. I'm like, why would you do that?
Man, I'm glad you gave her your garnets.
Yeah, I gave her my garnets, and notably, I didn't get the garnets back because she had converted them into money. What did she do with that money that she wasn't bidding on the cubes with? She gave it to Morthai. She gave it to Morthai. She gave everything she had, including all the money that I had given her, my 2 garnets that she had converted into money. She gave them to Morthai to have him beat Bradley, which meant that Bradley didn't get the token of life, didn't get to give me the token of life. Right? I screwed myself over so hard here. But also, this is insane, because Sixella volunteered to go there and stop Josh from winning. Why did she volunteer if she was going to just let Josh win it anyway?
Presumably wasn't thinking through the full consequences.
Yeah, it was maddening. I was so tilted by this move of 6Ls of sending herself to the deathmatch. Specifically because I'm 2 garnets down and I just paid for Morthai to win the game. It was so annoying. Anyway, so that's how it works out. We go forward to the main match 2 results, and Morthai has won basically every bid in this area, right? He gets all 3 of the cubes. And you can see 6Ella down here in last place. I just about scraped through with the 3 of a kind. So I'm very thankful that I made it out of that situation of having no cubes, but I'm still tilted by the end result of this.
Yeah, I mean, look, you didn't lose. You got a nice 3 of a kind. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
Who goes? Who does she pick?
Yeah, so that's the question, right? I was annoyed that I didn't get the token of life, but at the end of the day, it's probably fine because I did just give all of my garnets and money to 6Ella. I don't think she's gonna pick me. And Morthai gives the tokens of life to Huntress and to Josh. More evidence that Morthai and Josh have been working together this whole time. And 6Ella chooses Heater for the deathmatch. And I would have been upset to see Heater in the deathmatch, except for what he said to me at the end of the previous round. Are you going to take this cube from me? Because after that, I'm like, okay, Heater initially said, I trust you so much in the declaration when he was giving out the tokens of life, so everyone thinks I'm aligned with him, right? And he doesn't trust me. That's kind of the worst possible world to be in with someone. Because you're like, this person doesn't trust me, and yet everyone else thinks I'm aligned with them, so probably won't give me any information about what they're doing, what like, things that might.
They expect you to leak that information to them.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You want everyone to be closer to you than other people think, not the opposite.
Yes. So, yeah, that is what ends up being the case. And thankfully for me, this situation ends right here because 6Ella knocks Heater out of the game in Glassful, which is basically, it's a game about adding hidden amounts to a glass until it overflows. But I'm not going to go into detail on it because I wasn't involved in it directly, right?
That sounds like a really cool game, actually.
Yeah, it was super interesting. A lot of the death matches in this are super interesting, and we're going to gloss over them because I'm just looking at the time now. Going, we have managed to take this much time on the very first 2 main matches. But they were super interesting anyway. Alright, so, anyway, so we will go into main match 3 here. Well, first off, the players who are left. You have these players left, 11 players. Heater is out, so Team 30 Minutes has crumbled, but I'm still very close to Amazon. I am now actually really close to Bradley, as much as I don't trust him very much, because I did just kind of sack my game to try and win him the game, so he trusts me at least to some extent. And
yeah, but you also sacked your game for Heater, right?
Yeah, that's true. There is always, with
Whatever.
diplomacy
You're close
players,
to Bradley.
there's always going to be some element of, I don't trust you that much, but I do trust him enough to align myself with him, right? And at this point, I was also very close to MC still, like I mentioned, to Amazon, and I liked 6Ella a lot, but I was also, like, after that ending in the previous round, I was just, this person is chaotic. I'm not sure I can trust what they're gonna do next, right? So I might not rely 100% on what I'm doing with her.
I think you can trust her. Just know that she's gonna look out for herself. Look out for number 1.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? She clearly didn't when she went to the black market. She was potentially sacrificing herself to get to screw over Josh. So
Well, yeah, but then she didn't sacrifice herself. But, like,
Yes.
being willing to volunteer to sacrifice herself and then evidently not sacrifice. Actually, but she's going to the death match. Look, alright, fine. You make a fair point.
And it's definitely rich coming from me. Like, I am the king of the stupid chaos strategies that make no sense, right? But I wasn't 100% sure whether I should trust her going forward. For that
Yeah, I mean, to me, this just looks like Bradley wants to use you to be hey, just like lose every mission, and then like if you go into the death match, fine, whilst I stay safe. And
Yeah.
you seem quite happy to do this relationship again. Um,
So
yeah,
you're not wrong, but there was also the flip side of that, which was the way I was looking at him. He got a lot of the information in the game constantly because he was running around doing
sure.
as much as possible, right? And I was
Yeah, like getting information full press. Yeah.
I was fairly relaxed generally. I would not message people all the time, and I certainly wouldn't try to get in on other alliances to get their information very often. I was trying to play a more under the radar game than that, and I was also just more comfortable talking with my own allies most of the time, which is definitely a flaw, but it's one that was going on. So Bradley had a lot more information than me, and he was passing that information to me quite often as a result of us being allied in this way. Which I'm pretty happy with on that front. And on the other side of things, I think that Bradley is going to annoy people a lot more than I am if I'm just like helping Bradley win, but not the one making the big plays, right? Bradley is the one making the big plays to get to the win.
Yeah, if Bradley's the one who's like getting the information, selling the information, using the information, and you're just the one getting last place, just being Bradley's little goat, like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the like bad part of that is that you can look like a really weak player by doing that, and so people might want
But
to
you're
take you to the
you have a
deathmatch.
reputation, you're fine.
But yeah, I have that reputation going in, so I have a little bit of a safety net on that front. So I'm pretty happy to ally with Bradley. So unfortunately for the next game, it doesn't matter because the next game is anonymous, disguised regicide. All players are now anonymous, and you were not allowed to tell people who you were. This was done through a bot. Basically, you would send messages through the bot, and the bot would anonymize them and send them to other people, right? Everyone had their own individual title, like king or queen or whatever, or duchess, and everything was played under that title. Players have 3 diplomats they can assign to take 1 action each turn. The possible actions, you can vote for a player, and this was... I am condensing this down a lot because we're not going to talk about this one for too long. But the player with the most votes in each individual area, there were like 3 areas you could vote for players, and the person with the most votes in each of those areas gets crowns. You can flatter a player, and if that player earns crowns, you gain candidate tokens that are associated with that player. So if you flatter the Duchess, and the Duchess wins crowns, wins 5 crowns, for example, you will gain 5 Duchess candidate tokens. Out of that, you can set them to mine, which just gains a garnet. You can only do that once per diplomat per game. You can assassinate a player. If they're assassinated, they lose all crowns, and all players lose all candidate tokens associated with them. So if Duchess gets assassinated, all of my Duchess tokens are useless, they're now gone, right? You can also set them to guard a player, which increases that player's defense. And this works kind of like diplomacy support, right? If you have 3 diplomats guarding a player and 3 assassins assassinating them, then they don't get assassinated because it's 3v3. That's a tie. If you had 4 assassins going in on a 3 guard player, then the assassins would win because there are more assassins going for that player.
And to be clear for the way that assassinations work, if I flatter you turn 1 while you get votes, so I get some number of candidate tokens. Like if I flatter you, do I get 1 candidate token per crown you get?
Yes, but that candidate token is associated with me. So if I'm the king, for example,
and so then when you get assassinated, if you get assassinated in round 3, the crowns that I got from you in round 1 or the candidate tokens that I got from your crowns in round 1 are now worthless.
Yes, exactly.
Yikes. Okay, great. So yeah, you flatter someone and then you protect them, and then they just keep voting for themselves. Cool.
Yes. Exactly. And after 4 rounds, typo here, sorry, most crowns wins. So if you want to win the game and get tokens of life, you need to go for crowns, so you need to get votes. But the person who loses the game is the person with the fewest valid candidate tokens for the player who won. So the player who ends up getting the win in the game. So if someone is going to win, you have to flatter them. Otherwise, you will lose the game. Right?
Or flatter other people, right? Who are also in contention for the win.
Well, so it... sorry, that is correct. I can't remember exactly how this works. I should have read more into this, but this game is one that I'm a little bit more checked out of because everyone became anonymous, and I figured the best way to deal with this is just, I don't really know who to trust in this crowd, right? The best way to deal with this is probably to sit back, let other people go for the crowns, and just flatter players who are clearly going for the crowns, and make sure that I don't.
Yeah, just yeah. I think optimal is to just mine with all your diplomats round 1. You have the least information, so you're gonna get your garnets, and then round 2, you see who's doing well and just flatter everyone who's doing well, and just keep doing that, and you'll have candidate tokens. One of the people who's going for the win is going to end up losing because they're not going to actually win. They're going to have no candidate tokens. You'll have at least some, and then you get out of there alive.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly. And it should be noted that a player getting assassinated can no longer use their diplomats after they've been assassinated. So if someone gets assassinated, they are probably going to lose the game because they can't flatter people after that point.
Jeez.
Yeah.
God, that's brutal. Wait a second. Wait, sorry, change of plans. Pick someone, assassinate them round 1. Just throw 3 assassins on them, and then you garnets round 2, and then rounds 3 and 4 you flatter. Change of plans. Sorry.
So I think that's a very good plan because someone did that. Someone immediately got assassinated, so there was no chance of anyone else losing, basically.
I bet you could throw 2 assassins on it. I bet you can mine round 2. I don't think you need 3 assassins to kill. They're not going to guard themselves round 1, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, anyways, yeah, keep storytelling.
Yeah, no. So I think you were basically on point. That was what people decided to do. There is also a prize task in this. There's an AI player in this game. I've made this sound more interesting than it is. It isn't a player who sends AI-generated messages. That would be kind of cool if you would need to identify that. But it's just a player who, like, they are very clearly denoted as this is the AI player. If that player wins, then $10 is added to the prize pot, but they take 1 token of life, so no one is getting that token of life. And if they win, they distribute tokens of life according to a hidden rule that we did not find out. So basically, if you want to, you can just vote for this non-player constantly to get them crowns. And if they get the crowns, then you get money in the prize pot. If they get the most crowns by the end.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, that hidden rule was the first player to message the person. The AI player. Because the AI player is clearly denoted as being AI. There was nothing in the rules that said that you could get replies from them or anything like that.
Sure.
So there was no real reason to message them. And by the time I experimented with it and like realized, hang on, you can probably message this because it's a bot command.
Sure.
I was fairly sure other people had gotten there first, so I was like, I'm probably not going to get there. But there was one player who was very strongly trying to get this AI player to win. I was like, that is probably the person who messaged them immediately.
Well, yeah, and also it's probably just what's his face, the guy who's been arguing for the prize pool, right? Who started it? Morthai.
Morthai. You are 100% correct. It is Morthai.
Yeah,
and it's in this game that it becomes kind of apparent that Morthai really has just been going for the prize pot this whole time. Because for these games, I have been so suspicious of Morthai because in that first Pyramid game, I assumed he was working with Josh to try and get Josh the win, right? And that was
and just under the guise of the prize pool. Yeah.
Turns out, no, he was never working with Josh. That was all like invention from me. He was just trying to add to the prize pool this entire time. He was the good guy in this situation. But I was paranoid, and so I did not believe that. And so, yeah, he was, again, just trying to increase the prize pot in this game. There was another player who was very, very strongly trying to get people to vote for them, and it basically became a contest between that player and Morthai. Morthai trying to get people to support the AI player. And at the end, those two tied, the AI player and the player who was trying to win the game. And in the event of a tie, it turned out the tokens of life just went to the players who win and didn't get distributed according to a hidden rule or anything like that. So Morthai doesn't get immunity. God, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm wrong about the assassinate. Maybe that person who got assassinated managed to get some flatters off at one point, because the person who becomes elimination candidate here is Morthai, which presumably means maybe he just used all of his stuff to vote for people.
If he was pushing for the single candidate to win and spending all of his time assuming that he was going to get the immunity. Oh wait, but if you lose, you don't get the immunity. Anyways, if he might have just been like, look, I'm going to spend a bunch of my effort just voting, not flattering. Because voting means the candidate can actually win. Is this increasing the prize pool, the AI candidate being tied for the win?
I think it does. So we do actually get to increase the prize pool for the very first time in the game.
Wow, thanks, Morthai.
Yeah, Morthai, actually an amazing person. Thank you, Morthai. Sorry for all of the all of the slander that I spread about you through the entire game.
Shame he's eliminated this round.
Well, he becomes the elimination candidate, right? And remember, in the previous round, I should mention first, MC wins the game. MC is the person who was going super hard to try and win and tied with the AI player, so he gets the token of life.
Sure.
Morthai in the previous... Sorry, go on.
Did you end up farming 3 garnets? Did you get that? Did you make it happen?
I think I got 2. I don't remember. I was definitely, wanting to get all the garnets, but I kept getting requests from people to do other stuff, so I did do other stuff as well.
Okay.
Anyway, so MC ends up winning, Morthai ends up becoming the elimination candidate, and Morthai goes, look, Bradley, we were you were the person who tanked my pyramid strategy in round 1, you brought down the pyramid. In round 2, you were the person who was going against me for the win. I think we need to have the Battle of the Titans at this point. And he picks Bradley as his DM opponent. And I'm looking at that going, okay.
Hell yes.
I'm glad that he got... I'm glad that Bradley took the fall for doing the whole pyramid thing, even though he didn't even...
That was his fault.
Right?
Yeah, but it was all his fault, not yours. Yep.
Yeah. And I was also looking at this going, I actually think I would be pretty okay with Bradley going home here. I'm good either way, because these are both incredible players, right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, Bradley comes to me and asks, can you help me practice this deathmatch? I was like, yeah, I guess I go, yes, I will, because I'm...
It's probably good to get practice anyways.
Yeah.
Keep your swords sharp.
So I do help Bradley practice. The deathmatch was incredibly cool. I loved this one. You get given a map and a 3D model of an area. You have to figure out what tile is the tile directly in front of you on the map. So here you can see, for example, there are 3 passages to the left at specific distances. There are 2 to the right. I did not make a note of where that was.
Fastest wins. Yeah, but just fastest wins.
Yes, exactly. So, exercise to the reader, figure out where this was.
Yeah, and also orientation, because it could be any orientation, right?
Yes, yeah, you can be facing in any direction here. So, yeah, this is why it's called perspective. You have to figure that out. So, in this deathmatch, Morthai immediately takes a pretty big lead. And he's actually doing it pretty effortlessly. He mentions... Oh, I just noticed, I think he's standing on this tile in the example, looking that way, right? F3.
Yeah, that seems correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, Morthai takes a pretty huge advantage off the bat, gets quite a few of them, and he's even taking the time to type too easy before he submits these answers sometimes. And Bradley is just not getting there. That is absolutely ludicrous, doing that, because in these deathmatch moments, you're usually so tense, you need to get that answer in as quickly as possible in case the other person gets in. I cannot imagine myself being calm enough to trash talk the other player before putting my answer in. But yeah, Morthai takes this massive lead off the bat, and then Bradley starts coming back with the more complicated questions. And actually, Bradley comes back enough to win the game in the end and knocks Morthai out. So well done, Bradley. And I think this is probably my preferred outcome, given Bradley is a lot closer to me. Although I was kind of hoping to see him not like be in the game anymore, so that I don't have to worry about him. Yeah. So,
yeah, and it's because of your training. If it was close, right? Like, if you hadn't practiced with Bradley, maybe Bradley doesn't pull out the dub.
I'll be honest, I think Bradley went around to everyone and asked them to train with him. So I'm not
Yeah,
sure
yeah, but it was your training that did it.
Yeah,
it was your training, Captain
okay.
Meme. You're the reason.
Alright, so no more Morthai, which probably means no more prize pool increases for the rest of the game. He was an amazing player. I gotta give him a shout out as well. This was definitely too soon for him to go home, but hey, sometimes when you're a big player that happens. Yeah, so here we now have the new players list. We have 10 players left. Yeah, I can count. Going into the next round. And the next round will be Donut Dilemma. I've spelt donut the British way up here. I realize actually in the game it's spelt the American way, so sorry about that. Player positions are completely secret, except you know who starts in the same bakery as you at the start. So I know that I'm with Sixella and Bakery A at the very beginning of the game. Outside that, you will never find out where anyone else is through the game information. You will never know who's in your bakery or anything like that. You just have to ask people to find that stuff out. Each round, you can either stay at your current bakery or go to one of the adjacent ones. So I could stay at A or go to E or B, for example. I cannot travel to C or D. You can then make up to 11 plain donuts and 1 special donut in the round. So there are various types of donuts. The first one is plain. You can make up to 11 of these, and as long as 13 or fewer of donuts total are made in your bakery, you will score that number of points. So if I make 11 plain donuts and I'm the only one making stuff in that bakery, I will score 11 points. If I make 6 donuts and someone else makes like 12, no, they can't make 12, makes 10, so there's 16, I will score 0 because the plain donut, there are more than 13 made in that area. Does that all make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Then you get to make 1 special donut. And these are all special donut types down here. Glazed donuts. You can make a glazed donut. It's worth 1 point. And no matter what happens, all of your plain donuts that you made score. So even if there are 13 or more, 14 or more donuts made in your bakery, you will still score 1 point per donut if you made it glazed donuts with it. You have rainbow sprinkles. This is the YOLO donut, as we called it in the game. This is the YOLO donut. This is, you guess a number, and if that many donuts were made in total across all of the bakeries, you score that many points. So if you think, if people are trying to maximize points and all collaborating, so there are 13 donuts in every area, right? That is a pretty ludicrous number of points compared to how much you can get with anything else. But it comes with the downside that if you don't get it right, you score nothing from the rainbow donut. We then have the strawberry donut. It's worth 8 points per player in your bakery that round, as long as exactly 13 donuts are made in that bakery. So getting exactly 13 is going to be harder the more players are there, but there's a greater reward the more players are there, right?
Yeah, if you can get 13 players in there, everyone makes the strawberry donut. Easy game, easy life. There's only 12 players in the game, right?
There are only 10 at this point, but yeah.
Oof, tough.
Alright, so coffee donut. This is worth 4 points per player in the bakery. There's no restriction on that. And you can create it in any bakery. It doesn't have to be the one you're in. So I could be in Bakery B, and if I hear there are going to be a lot of people at Bakery E, I can make a coffee donut at Bakery E and get 4 points per player who was there. And notably, that also adds 1 to the number of donuts that are made in Bakery E, which makes trying to get the strawberry really difficult, right? Because if people find out that you're gathering there, and make coffee donuts on your bakery, then they might push it over the 13 and you get 0 out of your strawberry. And actually 0 out of your plain as well. So that could be really difficult. The jelly donut scores absolutely nothing, but you can make 1 extra special donut the following round. So it's basically saying, I don't want to try this round, I'm just going to do it next instead. Like, add
Yeah, the upside is, like, if I think that next round there's going to be a better coffee donut, then yeah, right.
Yes, exactly. After 4 rounds, the player with the most points wins 3 tokens of life, the fewest points loses, and the prize mission is if every plain donut that is made in the first 2 rounds scores. So if everyone's decently collaborative and don't try to screw each other over, we get $10 added to the prize pool.
Sure.
You'll never guess whether we achieve that prize mission or not.
Honestly, this one seems much more achievable than most of the other ones because my first just monkey brain is just 11 plain donuts, make a glazed donuts, just boom, 12 points, call it a day. That does not seem terrible to me.
Yeah, I mean that is actually a pretty good plan, and I guess that would qualify for this, as long as everyone makes the glazed donut, right?
Yeah, exactly, and so like that's the dumb. Just get 12 points guaranteed, because yeah, like you could probably do better with the special donut. Like it's likely that 3 people are going to be in a spot, and so the coffee donut gets me 12 points. But like, there's no guarantee that happens, and like the risk is real.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's your strategy going into this, right? I didn't really have a firm strategy going into this one. I did look at the glazed donut and go, that's probably interesting, but I was also looking at the coffee and thinking that's probably a good idea too. If I can figure out where people are going, coffee feels like it'll do quite well. Because you only need 3 people to be in a bakery for coffee to make as many as the glazed donut does maximum, right? And you can still score plain donuts on top of that if you bake them at your current bakery. If you bake the plain donuts at your current bakery and coffee somewhere.
Never mind. Change of plans. Jelly donuts. just jelly donut turn 1. Definitely jelly donut turn 1 because people are going to get more grouped up, I assume, as time passes and you'll get more information. And so I think if you can hit 5 people, then you should just spam coffee donut. But I predict at some point this game, there will be 5 people in a place, especially if we're looking to make that happen and we walk around. We don't see who's in our bakery as we go there, right?
No, you do not.
Yeah, so it's all... I assume we're going to have close to perfect information because just stay active on these things. But yeah, I think we can YOLO a coffee donut and it can be pretty busted later. And so just when I say a coffee donut, I mean like make 10 coffee donuts. Like, you can't make 10. But just keep spamming them up and then you just 3 coffee donuts 1 turn in like round 2 or 3. And I think that'll be the most points probably.
Yes, I think you're probably correct with that. Unless something specific happens, and you'll never guess that something specific happens here, which is that I'm chatting with Bradley and MC. I think it's actually just Bradley at this point. But Bradley comes to me and says, basically, immediately, a plan has been formed by the people around Bakery C to have everyone go to Bakery C and coffee themselves, so that they get tons of points and get ahead of everyone at the start. And Bradley knows that I'm at Bakery A because we chatted about this, and so I'm supposed to be left out of this plan, right? But he leaks this plan to me. On the...
Okay. Yeah. Let's coffee donut Bakery C.
Yes. So that is the plan. I can get 6 people's worth of coffee in here. I've also been chatting to Sixella, and I was not technically supposed to share this information with Sixella, but I get on decently well with Sixella, right? I was like, I have heard that everyone is going to Bakery C from this area, so I would like to go to Bakery B and just bake 11 plain donuts. You can stay in Bakery A and bake 11 plain donuts, and we're set, right? We can...
Sure.
We both get a pretty massive advantage over the people who went to C because they can't bake as many plain between them. So that works out. Sixella's like, yeah, cool. And Sixella is going to play a coffee donut on C as well, which means I do have to figure out a way to get ahead of Sixella at the end if I do want to
Nah, you don't.
win. But
Nah. She'll shoot herself in the foot. She's like you, Meme.
Oh god, I hope Sixella isn't too offended by the insinuation that she's like me. Anyway, that is exactly what happens. I move to Bakery B. I get 11 donuts for free in that, well, no one else is at B, so that works out perfectly. I coffee Bakery C, so I end up in first place after this first round. But it turns out I'm in joint first place with every other person who didn't go to Bakery C, because the information also leaked to the players at Bakery E. And they split themselves, did the 11 at each, and also copied C. So this whole...
Everyone copied C. Yeah, okay, great. So there were 6 people there, and like I said, 5 was the threshold. So yeah, we'll just take the points. Great.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
And then you kind of see how grouping up in a bakery is only good if you're not the people doing it, right? As long as...
Yeah, and then...
If the information leaks out like this, anyway.
Yeah, but I will say, I think it's tough now that you're the one adjacent to Bakery B, or you're the one adjacent to Bakery C, because people are going to leave Bakery C now, and she's going to get to, like, the one in Bakery A and E can just keep on making the plain donuts, right? So... yeah, you're in a little bit of a worse spot, because they're clearly going to have to walk out of the bakery, probably.
Yes.
Probably? I say that, I'm actually not...
Maybe they don't, who knows? But
everyone expects them to move.
I think they do kind of have to move out because they know that this plan leaked, right? The fact that everyone else moved like this means that it clearly leaked to everyone, so these people are not a solid alliance. I think it was initially proposed by Josh, and of course everyone says yes because it's a way to get ahead if no one else knows, but everyone wanted to let their allies in on it as well, which means that everyone found out. Yeah. So the upside to this is Bradley is now pretty invested in me winning the game because he thinks I'm the one who can manage it of the people he's aligned with, right? The other main people he's aligned with are Amizan and MC, and both of them were in Bakery C in round 1. So they are not, they don't have this advantage that I have of 11 points.
Yeah. Which is a significant edge. Like, this game is not, like, points are going to be quite similar, I think.
Yes, I would say so. And we, the 4 of us, basically get together and say, let's make a plan here. Let's go to Bakery B, but this time we're not going to let everyone in on it. We're just going to keep it inside our group as much as possible. Myself, Amizan, MC, and Bradley. And we're going to coffee ourselves. And copying 4 isn't incredible, but it's better than, like, glazed, for example. It's better than most of these other options, except maybe jelly if you think people are going to conglomerate later. But I think we had the impression that people would splinter a little bit because of all the leaking of information that happened in round 1.
Sure.
Yeah, so we attempt to do that. We go to Bakery B and we coffee donut, and that's perfectly fine. Except, you may notice a thing about the numbers that are happening around here. Are there any of those that stand out to you?
It's like nobody made anything, right?
I mean,
so many people didn't make plain donuts.
That is absolutely correct, and there is a very specific reason that some people didn't make plain donuts, and it is here. The strawberry donut. It is worth 8 points per player in your bakery as long as exactly 13 donuts are made there this round. Bakery D has 13 donuts in it. So we just looked at this board and our hearts sank because we knew they have just scored strawberry donuts in Bakery D. 8 points per player, that is going to far outpace anything we did with the coffee donuts. The only way that we're going to be able to contest that is if we, like, manage to strawberry stuff ourselves. But if they've already gotten ahead with the strawberries, they can just copy the other bakeries constantly and make sure that we can never get exactly 13 there, because something, without guessing at least, because they might get us one over or whatever by putting the extra donut in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really rough. At this point, there's not much chance of coming back from that.
Game's tough.
And it's made doubly bad because we had made an arrangement between the four of us that meant that exactly 13 donuts would be baked in Bakery B, because we didn't rely on it too much, because we weren't going to strawberry just in case someone copied into B, or came into B and like made donuts there. But we wanted 13 just so that we could score as much as possible, and you'll notice only 11 have been made. And there were 2 people who were supposed to create 2 donuts there. Those 2 people were MC and Amazon. So one of those 2 people has not gone to Bakery B. And it turns out they instead went to Bakery D and did the strawberry donut plan, and kind of stabbed us in the back. And
yeah, I mean, it's tough for them to make a deal with you because you got more points than them in round 1. So if any of them wanted to beat you, then they needed to do something better.
Yes. And that's the problem with having a 4-player alliance as well, right? Because the winner only gets 3 tokens of life. So they're never going to be able to distribute that among their entire alliance. Theoretically, if someone else is offering them part of a 3-person team, or offering them a guaranteed token of life out of it, that's a better thing for them to go for. So I initially assume, okay, I know I've been chatting to Amazon tons. I really like Amazon. I don't think Amazon would do this. I think this has to be MC. And Bradley is a little more like, I'm not sure which of them it is. And MC is denying it, and Amazon is denying it as well, and they're both claiming to be in Bakery B. Just like, please, dude, one of you come forward and just say you did this, because we've lost anyway at this point. You don't have any reason to keep it secret, right? We're going to find out from someone eventually. And no, they both still claim to not have been the sneaky person who did this.
Okay.
And as mentioned, I'm fairly confident that it's not Amazon. I 100% go, Bradley, this is definitely MC. We shouldn't trust MC. And Bradley goes and does all of his information sniffing and whatnot, and finds out from other people, yes, it is MC who did this. It is not Amazon. Amazon is 100% a lost sign. So we go to MC and say, look, I don't really like the fact that you lied about this afterwards, but we know it's you.
Wait, why do you confront? No, you can't confront, just set him up.
Do you think we would have been able to set him up? He's already got strawberry.
Yes! Not in this game. No. Long con, dude. Next main match. Set him up. Make him have, there's gonna be something that he relies on you, and you're just gonna tank his ass, and then, like, put him in the dirt, and then, like, teabag him.
Okay, so I do take summons for, like, I'm kind of along those lines. I'm not going to trust MC going forward, but the way I approached him after doing this was like, yeah, you screwed us over, we know it, you can stop pretending. I'm not the happiest about it, but I understand why you did what you did. It's got you the strawberry points. Like, this is an individual game at the end of the day, and this doesn't mean that we can't work together going forward, was my line with him. And in my head, I was like, I'm going to take revenge as soon as I can. But I was not going to say that out loud to him.
Yeah, I just think it's better to not confront him, that you know, right?
Mhm.
Just leave that, right? Have done some digging, figure it out. It's good to confirm. It's good that your alliance knows. But then I think it's important to not I don't tell them that you know.
Yes, you're probably right. I got the feeling that, like, because Bradley clearly found this information from somewhere, that person is probably gonna let MC know that they told us, right? Maybe they won't.
Why?
I don't know.
Why would they tell them that? I would never leak that to the person. Hey, by the way, these people asked me if you lied to them, and I told them you totally lied to them. What? No way. That's not something they're gonna leak.
I mean, maybe I'm incorrect. I don't know. It's
how could you? I mean, think about it. Put yourself in, like, the person who leaked it to Bradley. Put yourself in that person's position. How are they gonna tell the person that they leaked this relevant information about them to Bradley? Like, how do you make that conversation work?
That's fair, I guess. I just kind of assume that things will leak. That is just a general assumption I have in every negotiation game.
That's just because you leak everything.
You're probably right.
Most things leak. It is a good rule. Like a heuristic is trust that it will leak and that your game isn't cooked if it does leak. I think that's a good way to think. But not every piece of information is going to leak. And so I think this is one of those cases that it's just better to not tell someone that you know something when that conversation is mostly just like, grrr.
Yeah, fair, I guess.
Whatever, it's fine. And like, if you can turn the conversation, look, I know you leaked, we can be friends anyways, like, whatever. If you can make it happen, that's fine. But if you know you're planning on screwing that person over in the future, I think yeah.
Yeah, fair. But yes, I did let MC know, and we seem to be friendly. Like, also, it's worth noting that MC and I have chatted a lot about diplomacy and about Diplo strats and stuff. And he knows that I'm a diplomacy player and that I, like, am used to people stabbing me in the back and needing to work with them anyway. So
Sure.
he's good to take my word that I am gonna, like, I'm happy to work with him again in future. Although I think I did straight up tell him I'm probably not going to work with you again in this game because you clearly have your own group who are doing their own thing, right? And info security is kind of important for this one for strawberry purposes. So I'm gonna let you do your thing with that group and do my own thing.
Sure.
So we go into the next round. We end up having a big gathering at C and coffee donutting at C. And way too many people come to C and they're all not coordinated, so a million donuts get made, right? And we're going into this last round, and we realize that Amizan is probably in last place right now because of information we get from other places. I think it's Amizan and Josh are not doing very well, and they are sort of behind the pack. And I would really like Amizan to not come in last. Like, Amizan is one of the people I trust most in this game. I'm probably working closer with Bradley at this point, just because Bradley has more active plans that he comes to you with and goes, I need you to do this, right? But Amizan is the person I trust the most. So I'm really hoping to keep Amizan out of the deathmatch. But I'm trying to remember exactly what happens here. It's like Amizan ends up going, I don't need your help, really. I just stay out of this bakery. I've got a plan. I'm gonna try and get ahead and make sure that I'm not in last place. It'll be fine. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just go and do my own thing in Bakery B. It'll be all right. And we go through to the last round, and I think the gathering ends up being in E. I don't remember exactly what happens here, but there are supposed to be 13 donuts in Bakery E as part of Amizan's plan with the other people who made that plan, right? And it turns out that one of the people that Amizan had made the plan with was Josh, the other person who was in contention for the elimination candidate. And usually, if you're up against someone else, like, for the elimination candidate, you need to get ahead of them, so you don't include them in your plan. But what had happened was they together had figured out that if they worked together, they could probably overtake someone else. So they end up making a deal, basically going, it's fine, we'll work together, we will both jump ahead of this other person, and everything will be okay. And then Josh goes into the room and he creates a glazed donut with 11 plain donuts. And Amizan scores 0 and ends up guaranteed lost because they made this plan with Josh. And Josh doesn't get a token of life out of this, which I think is why Amizan trusted Josh, because if Josh screws them over like this, then Amizan absolutely takes Josh to the deathmatch, right? That's just something that's guaranteed, but Josh decided to do it anyway, so Yeah, I was like looking at this going, oh god, that's not good. Um, I mean, at least it's
Brutal.
not me, but it is the person I trust the most in this game. Yeah.
Well, maybe they'll win.
Yeah, it's possible. Except that going into the okay, here are the final scores. Amazon ends up with 61 in last place. Josh only just overtakes them, even with that. But then going into the deathmatch, Amazon has some important life stuff come up at this point, and like kind of bad life stuff happening as well that just hurt emotionally to the point that they don't think they can handle being in the game anymore. So they end up not selecting anyone and dropping out, which I was pretty devastated to see them go. I have a thing in online reality games where I often pair up with one person and bond with that person a lot at the start, and then share like 100% go all in with them. And Amizan was kind of that person for me in this game, and them going home so early was like, it's a big wake up call partially that I need to find some other people that I actually trust, because Amizan was sort of that person for me. And also it's just, I really hope they're okay, because they had to drop out for this like over real life stuff. So
That
Amazon,
sucks.
however things are going for you, I haven't heard from them since it then. So I hope things are going all right for you. Yeah. Um, important to note. Tokens of life. Sleepy One gives one to MC. So clearly that was the person who bribed MC to defect from our team, and one to Tiak, who, again, I haven't really talked about so far, but has been doing tons in this game. It's just not been directly relevant to me. Yeah. So these are now the players coming out of that round.
I gotta say, it seems like you're doing much better this time than you did last time.
Yeah, I think so too. Although I did just lose my number at one ally, so there's that.
But like losing, okay, Grayson is still a number one ally who's doing a bunch of plotting and leaking and working with you. So you're not only out, you lost an ally that you trusted, who presumably trusted you, but didn't seem like they were that active. They were doing okay, but they did kind of poorly in challenges. They were just like an extra body to have around, which are always the most sacrificial members. Definitely, it's sad to lose them, but at least you didn't make big plays trying to save them and then get a bunch of targets on your back. Like, you didn't go into the elimination round on their behalf, right? Like, I think, yes, you lost an ally, but it's one that you can just kind of cut out safely. So I'm hopeful your position stays solid.
Yeah, I think it definitely hurt more emotionally than strategically, or than it should strategically. Although, like, it's important having the person you trust in the game, right? Then I look at this list, there is no one else on this board that I trust. Bradley is definitely the next person, like the most. The fact that Bradley is the most trustworthy person to this point, to me at this point, is saying really bad things about my gameplay, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
And the other person I trusted most was MC, and he just stabbed us in the back. So I guess I have Sixella as well, and that's kind of it right now. This,
Yeah, Sixella you've worked with pretty well a couple times. Like, Sixella you've had a bunch of great relationships with, so that's great. And then it's just like,
yeah,
yeah, I don't know.
there's a whole bunch of people
I
here
haven't
who
heard
I.
anything.
Sorry, go on.
I haven't heard anything from like Sleepy, Tiak, Huntress, or Awesome, right? Josh has been a big player.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, this is all yikes.
I,
He'll be fine.
I should say these players aren't necessarily not big players, they just weren't players I was talking to as much, right? And I think especially Sleepy and Tiak were doing a lot in the game that I just haven't been showing. Awesome was kind of considered to be quiet for everyone. Like, Awesome didn't talk a huge amount to people, but he was pretty solid on the strategy. And Huntress, I think, was very close to Morthai, like was in Morthai's group, and was pretty key to like forming the strategies with Morthai as well. And when Morthai left, I think she integrated more with the Sleepy and Tiak sort of group. and so was working with them most of the time up to this point. But certainly at this stage in the game, when Amazon goes home, I realize I look at the players to the left and realize I need to do a better job in talking to these people because there are a lot of people here that I don't have any kind of decent relationship with. So going into this next game, I am absolutely going to attempt to like make some new connections. Maybe Amazon going was a good thing for my game, even though I really, really hated it. Just personally.
Yeah, if it induced you to go reach out to people you wouldn't otherwise have reached out to make those connections, then I think it's definitely good.
Okay, so for us, it's been a week since we did our last recording, but we are we are now back again, ready to go through the rest of this. And Ezio is very awake and alert, and good to analyze things at a moment's notice. On you, Ezio.
I love daylight savings time.
Okay. Anyway, so as we left it, I mean, you probably don't need a reminder of this, but we might, because it's been longer for us. We just had the donut round, and Amazon got eliminated, my number one ally, which leaves these players left in the game. The final 9, CaptainMeme, Awesome, Huntress, Josh, MC, Sixella, Sleepy, Tiak, and Bradley. Now, something I completely forgot to mention last time, and I discovered this time while I was going back through some of my old chats, was that during the end of this donut round, there was basically a big... You can see that all 5 people on this side all got into one bakery, right? It's Bradley, myself, MC, Sleepy, and Tiak. And MC was the person who betrayed us in that round. He jumped into a trio with Sleepy and Tiak and used that to push Sleepy to the top and make Sleepy win, and then Sleepy gave the tokens of life to MC and Tiak. And you remember Ezio being quite annoyed with me for going to MC and saying, well, not annoyed, but, you know, going to MC and saying, look, I know you did this, but I'm good with it, right? I think you preferred that I would say, that I wouldn't say anything at all. I would just say, like, oh, I think it was Amazon. I still trust you 100% MC, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying don't just confront the guy when you know that they lied to you. I think that's generally bad practice. If you've confirmed that someone's lied to you, don't tell them about it. You can have that information and just keep it close to your chest.
Yeah. Something I completely forgot to mention about the end of this game was in this final round, Sleepy contacted both myself and Bradley and said, hey, we know you guys aren't going to win. We know that you know that myself and MC and Tiak are like working together and getting to the win here. It's basically between myself and Awesome at this point. And the best place it looks like for me to go would be Bakery B, which was where I already was, or it was near where I was. I can't exactly remember. So I'd like to form a group with you guys, and we'll try and keep you guys out of last place if you guys push me into first place, or make sure that I stay in first place, right? And don't sabotage me in any way. And we, myself and Bradley, both agreed to this. We're like, yeah, that's fine. And of course, I'm thinking, now that I don't trust MC, this is probably it's probably good to get talking to some of these other players as well. So Sleepy sets up this big group chat with all 5 of us here, and we arrange what happens in the last round in Bakery B, which keeps Sleepy in first place and keeps myself and Bradley out of last. But of course ends up meaning that Amazon goes home, which means that something I didn't mention coming into this round is that I do have a group chat with myself, Bradley, Tiak, MC, and Sleepy. And that ends up being kind of important. We all thought it would just be a kind of one-off thing that maybe would launch some individual relationships, but it does end up coming in quite important in this next round. And I assume you'd be of the same mind in that situation, right? It's a good thing to have these people and this group chat coming in from that round, because I've just lost my number one ally and the person I was pretty heavily invested in. It's good to get those new relationships going.
Yeah, it's good to get the new relationships going, but as you said, I wouldn't really expect the group chat to give you much. Maybe it can start some one-on-ones, but the group chat I wouldn't expect to have much value at all.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, we will see going through to this next round, because the next round is Spice Traders. And I saw this map and I was instantly like, hell yeah, I love this. This is what I went to university for, like graph theory and whatnot. Good old traveling salesman problem. And of course, something that's very easy for Ezio to analyze and find a solution for immediately, I'm sure. It's not like people have been working on this problem for hundreds of years. Anyway, so in this game, at the game start, all players may immediately bid. I say this gold, I should have put at the top that they start with 100 gold on each trader. So you start with 3 traders, and each trader has 100 gold. And you can immediately bid on whether you want to be the traitor or not. There are 4 rounds, and there will be 4 traitors, and at the start of the game you are bidding on being the traitor for 3 of those rounds. So for the first round... Sorry if you could hear the thunder there, it is raining quite heavily here. For the first round...
I did hear that thunder,
it must be getting closer. Anyway, for the first round, there's going to be a traitor. For the second round, there's going to be a traitor. For the third round, there's going to be a traitor. You can't win more than one of those bids. But at the start of the game, you'll bid for one of those 3 rounds traitors, and if you win one, then you become the traitor in that round. And the amount of gold that you bid is deducted from all 3 of your traders. So if you bid, I don't know, 20 gold, all of your traders start off with 80 instead of 100, right? Players start with 3 traders on the map. At the very start of the game, you decide secretly where they go, and they all show up on the map at the start of the first round simultaneously. Each round, each trader can move along one road. So say I was at Fort Fennel and I wanted to go to PB Peak, I could order my trader to go Fort Fennel to PB Peak, right? Traders pay the toll for the road they travel down, or if there's an even number of people taking that road, they pay half the toll. So my trader going from Fort Fennel to PB Peak would pay 8 if he was alone. If he's with one other person, he would pay 4. If he's with 2 other people, then he would pay 8 again, because that's an odd number of players using that route, right? So you really want to try and take cheap routes, and you want to try and make sure that an even number of players are taking those routes to make them even cheaper. Traders earn 100 gold if they visit a location they haven't visited before. So for going from Fort Fennel to PB Peak, I would get 100 gold on that trader, and obviously lose the 8 from the toll. If I go PB Peak to Fort Fennel in the following round, I would not earn anything on that trader because I have already been there with that trader. But with a different trader, I can still go to Fort Fennel and score more gold. Right, it's just that individual one who can't revisit places. Alright, so now the important part, the traitors. Each round, that round's traitor chooses 3 of these routes to cut. Anyone who takes that road will die, any trader. So if the traitor of the round cuts that connection between Fort Fennel and PB Peak at the same time as I'm taking it, my trader dies, and the traitor earns 5 gold on every trader they have. So that's per trader that they manage to kill. By doing that. They will remove 3 of these routes. The restriction on this is they can't remove more than 1 route connected to the same location. So if they're removing the Fort Fennel to PB Peak route, they can't also remove Mint Mountain to Fort Fennel. Right. If your traitor is killed, that traitor immediately gets their gold count set to 0. So they are basically useless in final scoring and completely out of the game. Going into the final round, round 4, players will again be able to bid to become the traitor. They do that at the end of round 3. Unlike the other rounds, the traitor won't be publicly revealed in this one. And in this round, all traders can move up to 3 times instead of once, which makes being the traitor really good in that round. Because if you think about if a trader is moving 3 times, it's very likely that they'll go across a route that is going to be cut, right? So, yeah.
The traders don't have to move 3 times in the final round, right?
They don't have to. But note this line, traders earn 100 gold if they visit a location they haven't visited before. That is
and each trader does it. I thought that was tracked between all of your traders. Okay.
No. So that's individual to each trader. Yeah, it is a bit
Yeah.
tough.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah.
an important thing to consider, basically all the traders except your highest value one are completely worthless. It's only your highest value one that counts at the end of the game. So by having 3 traders, you essentially have 3 lives, right? That's the point of having multiple. After round 4, the game ends after round 4 or as soon as all of one player's traders are dead. So if one player loses everything, they immediately lose the game because all of their traders have score 0. There is no way they'll catch up to anyone. At the end of the game, the highest earning traders are ranked, right? And the person who has the highest earning trader wins the game and wins 2 tokens of life, down from 3 for previous now that there's fewer players in the game. So they can protect themselves and one other person. And the lowest score on the highest earning trader becomes the elimination candidate. The prize mission, if the game lasts all 4 rounds, $10 is added to the prize pool. Alright, Ezio, does that all make sense to you?
Mostly.
Okay.
When you're bidding to be the traitor, or the traitor, sorry, the trader and traitor is going to be annoying. But when you're bidding to be the traitor, do you start with money to bid, or round 1 there's 0?
So each of your traders starts with 100 gold, so you can bid up to 100 gold for the very first one. But bear in mind, if you bid 100 gold on your very first one, then all of your traders start with 0. Everyone else is going to be well ahead of you off the bat, right? So the only way that you're going to win is if you manage to take someone out of the game or something similar. So it's kind of a balance on that front. Being a traitor is very valuable, but how valuable, you don't really know. Like, you would have to kill a lot of traders to make up for the for bidding 100 on it. So one more thing to mention that I've forgotten to mention in these rules. Some of these routes say 18 plus 1 garnet or whatever. That does not mean the toll includes 1 garnet. That means that you get 1 garnet for taking that route. That actually flips things quite significantly, right? You would never want to take these routes if they cost you a garnet to use.
Yeah, I was looking at that 7 plus 1 garnet because that if you want to do the 3, it actually makes that area a lot nicer to travel.
The 6 plus
from
1
Salt Safari.
Oh.
No, the 7 from Salt Safari to Pepper Points to Fort Fennel, right? That line looks actually solid. And then you can take the 3 out to get the 6 plus 1 garnet. And then wait, do you pay the toll? Can you pay the same toll twice to pick up the same garnet twice?
No, you can only get each garnet once. Otherwise, it would be quite tempting to just send a trader on one of these routes and send them back and forth for the entire game, right?
Yeah, and your lower value trader can just do whatever they want, and no one's presumably going to cut the 18 plus 1 garnet route, so your trader can just go back and forth and pick up 6 garnets for you.
Yeah.
But as is, I don't know, dude. There's some routes that just make a lot of sense, and the only question is the trader nonsense.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that is what makes it interesting. We had so pretty much immediately as this round started, I've been reaching out to people individually, but MC messages in the 5-person chat going, hey, I think it would be a good idea if we all work together for this one. Because if we work together and we all manage to, snipe all 3 traitor positions, that basically means we're guaranteed to win the game. And, that is true. You know that the winner only earns 2 tokens of life, so you're only going to be able to protect one other person than yourself. So a group of 5 is a bit questionable on that front. You're like, who is going to get those tokens of life? Who is going to win? But in terms of keeping yourself safe from being the elimination candidate, it makes a ton of sense, right? You basically can't end up being the elimination candidate if your group controls all of the traitors all of the time. Jeez.
Yeah.
This thunder is getting intense. Alright. So, MC says that, so we start chatting in that chat, and we all do come to the conclusion, yeah, we can probably work together here and make everything work out for us. And So that's TX, Sleepy, MC, myself, and Bradley. And we chat about that there. I point out some routes that I think are the most effective. I can't remember exactly what they were, but I think it was like Fort Fennel, Cinnamon City, Ketchup Keep, Fluff Farms, Mustard Meadow. It probably included Mint Mountain as well in that. Stuff like
Yeah,
that.
you'd have to start at like Mint Mountain, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think Bradley also pointed out one that ended up being one better than the one I pointed out, because of course Bradley finds one better than I did. But the important thing here, I was raising these potential things with them, and I also go individually to Bradley and go, I'm good to work with this 5, but I'm not sure I trust them to give me a token of life for obvious reasons, like we've only just started working together and MC stabbed us in the back last round to work with them. I trust you, so I think we should gun to try and make one of the 2 of us win and then agree that we share the tokens of life between us if either of us win. And Bradley is like, yeah, absolutely, I'm down to do that. So myself and Bradley have this secret agreement that we are going to try and win the game ahead of the other people in our alliance.
For the audience watching, is anyone surprised that Captain Meme has made one best friend and is going to stick with that best friend to the end, even though he knows that that best friend is untrustworthy? No? Okay, great.
Okay, I don't like 100% trust Bradley, not in the same degree as I trust.
I know you don't trust him, but you're sticking with him to the end anyways.
I am defaulting to working with him all the time, yes, which is, I mean, wouldn't you do the same thing?
And then sharing your plans and strategy. Maybe. I would probably have made deals like, I don't know. I don't know if I could have made similar deals, but I would probably have tried to do similar stuff like you've done in the past, where I will try to help multiple people win with deals with each of them that they give me the garnet if they win.
Mm-hmm.
Because that way I can support multiple people. I give myself the best chance to do it, and then either of them will be okay. So, yeah. I don't know. I would try to do something like that after, like, if I have a close ally that gets eliminated, then you just start making deals with everyone.
Yeah, you mean, so you said that they give you a garnet if they win? I assume you mean the token of life.
No, token of life. Token of life. Yeah, the saving thing.
Notably, garnets are also a thing they can give you, so you can make deals with people for them to give you garnets in return for winning. I vastly underutilized that during the course of the game, but I know other people were very on top of it.
Yeah, for sure. The deal like, hey, I know you're gonna win. Let me help you win, but like rather than me messing with you, you can just pay me off, and then they'll feel better about it. I'll feel better about it. Everything's great.
Yeah. So another very important thing that happens here is that MC says in that 5-person chat, I 100% want to take out Awesome in this round. I think Awesome. They had some kind of grudge, and I have no idea where this grudge came from. I still don't have any idea where this grudge came from. MC seemed to think that Awesome was going to target him forever, and like the previous round, I don't think MC betrayed Awesome or anything, so it came out of nowhere. But as per usual with any kind of diplomacy play, if you hear that someone has a death grudge against someone else, you go ahead and say, yeah, that's very justified. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do.
So you're like, yeah, that sounds great to me. We'll take out Awesome. We'll like do everything.
Why don't we put you in last place? Why don't we put you in last place, and then you can go fight Awesome? How does that sound?
So that's the fantastic thing here, right? Because MC is so wanting to get rid of Awesome that he goes, I'm gonna take the Traitor in round 1. I'm very happy to take the Traitor role for one of the rounds. I'm going to bid 50 on it. So in order to make back what he bids, he has to kill 10 traitors in that round, which seems absolutely ludicrous, especially in round 1 where there are so many routes that people can take, right? But I go ahead and go, yeah, that sounds fine to me. Like, you do that.
I think you're undervaluing the early Traitor for what it's worth.
Maybe.
Being able to cut 3 routes with the most traitors still on the board is quite valuable. Are the routes that people travel made public?
Yes, they are. So you will know whether,
Okay.
and also the places where people are made public. So if we, I don't actually want to move to the next slide because I might have put who won the
Yeah, of
traitors
course.
in there.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah. But
when we move to game start, we will see where all of the traitors, not traitors, traders in the game are.
yeah, okay. So that's the big. And does the round one traitor know that before making the cuts?
Yes. So as in they do know exactly where everything is.
Where people start?
The traitor
Yeah,
decides
okay.
on their cuts at the same time as they submit their move orders for their units in that round. So it's basically like they do it during that round. So they'll always know where the people are going
Do
to
the
be.
traders? Yeah, yeah. Does the trader have the public information of the location that everyone has spawned to start?
Yes, they will.
Like when? Okay, yeah. So
Everyone will
they
know.
know that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Because yeah, that makes it quite valuable. Early on, I anticipate yeah, maybe round two would be better even because people have made some moves. But I don't know. I think having the trader early to then just kill people is really good. um,
It's
yeah.
very
Whatever.
Yeah, very possible. We didn't really know how much a traitor is worth at this point, but it felt like MC was overbidding for it, and I was kind of happy to
Yeah.
let him do that. The other people, so I personally didn't really want to be a traitor because I was in this position where I've just had Amazon go, right? I only really trust Bradley in this entire group. I don't want to directly annoy someone else who I might be able to get on side if I don't pick traitor. So I was hoping that other people in that chat would volunteer, so I just stayed very quiet during the section where they were all saying, who's going to be the traitors for these rounds, because we want one person on each. And then Sleepy goes, yeah, I think I'll be the traitor on one of the rounds. I'll take it in round 2. But I'm not going to bid like 50 on it. I'll go like 20 to 30, something like that. And then there's a long silence, and then Tiak goes, I don't really want to be the traitor. Like, I'm on holiday, and it's gonna complicate things for me.
Yeah. What a good excuse. What a good excuse. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And after Tiak says that, I have a quick private discussion with Bradley, and Bradley's like, I'm happy to take the traitor role. Like, I think I can make more money off it than I would have to pay for it, right? But I'll bid kind of low for it. And if I don't make that money back, then I'll just try and make you win instead. That's in the private conversation with me. So then he goes into the 5-way chat and goes, I'll take the round 3 traitor, but I'm going to bid kind of low. And that's where we leave off. We go into the next round, and we win all 3 of these bids. So MC is the round 1 traitor, Sleepy is the round 2 traitor, and Bradley is the round 3 traitor, and we have complete control of those 3 rounds in our alliance, as long as everyone sticks with us.
I didn't know that you bid on all of the traitors at once at the start.
So
I thought that you would bid for them each round.
You bid on the first 3 rounds of traitors at the start, and then the round 4 traitor you bid like before round 4. So these 3 are all discovered simultaneously at the start.
Sure.
Sorry, I should have explained that better, but
that's fine. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, you guys should absolutely crush everyone. There should be no chance.
Yeah, that's the hope anyway. And this is how the board starts. I will say my memory of exactly where traders go in this game and exactly what we cut is kind of vague. I didn't study this well enough, so I'm gonna be like talking vaguely about what's happening, but I think you'll still get the point, right? You don't need to know the exact things.
Yeah.
So I start in Fort Fennel, Pepper Point, and Paprika Port. And I have a strategy. I have a strategy going into this, which is it's sort of a safety strategy more than anything, in case anyone decides to stab. Because I'm thinking Bradley might go for the win, and if I push Bradley for the win, that's basically, like, that's fine. I trust him to give me the token of life in this. I don't necessarily need to go on the 100% most optimal route. And my strategy for this is that each traitor can only cut one route going into a specific place in a round, right? That's one of the restrictions on what they can do. These roads cannot share any endpoints, is the important one, and they can't completely disconnect the section from the map. So you'll note, I start in Paprika Port, Fort Fennel, and Pepper Point. My thinking is, if I send all 3 of these traders to Salt Safari in the first round, and then send them all out in different directions, right? So, like, swap their positions to go back to Paprika Port, Pepper Point, and Fort Fennel, but with different traitors, so they with different traders, so they still on the 100 gold. Yeah. Then send all 3 of them to Cinnamon City, and then send them all in different directions from Cinnamon City. That's 4 moves, which isn't enough moves, because obviously I would need to make more moves in round 4. But it means that if anyone tries to backstab us, like if MC tries to backstab, or Sleepy, or even Bradley, then they can't kill all of my traces at once. They can only kill one of my traces at a time, because they can only ever disconnect traders. Yes.
This is the worst naming ever. Can we call the traders merchants, and then the traitors? Well, so you have merchants and traders?
That is a much better idea, yeah. I think the whole idea of traders is that it's a play on the name in the first place, right? Spice traders, spice traitors.
Sure.
It does make talking
it's obnoxious, and the way we speak, the T's and D's are too similar.
Yes. Alright, so my merchants will always be either targeting the same location or leaving from the same location, which means only one of the roads they're taking will ever be able to be cut at the same time, right? So people can't effectively backstab me, which my hope is that that's more of a dissuasion to even consider backstabbing me, because I think the most tempting backstab that people will have here is if they're clearly not going to win, or if they're clearly coming in last, they might want to cut all 3 routes of one person and take them out of the game and put that person in last place, right? And if I'm doing this, they can never do that to me. So that's my hope coming in here. I don't know if that's the same strategy you would have taken, or if you would... No, you would.
That's very safe, though. You're probably not. Yeah, I would do different stuff, but that's part of the value of being the traitor yourself, is you can be more greedy with your routes. You can grab garnets, and you can look like you're going to grab at garnets and tell people you're going to do that, so they think that they're safe to travel with you, and then you cut it, and then haha, wrecked.
Yep. Absolutely.
But it's better if they're like not communicating. But yeah, so MC you said is the first traitor, and then what's the image that he's trying to kill? You said he wants to kill Awesome, but I don't know the image.
He wants to kill Awesome, which is these 4 cards in a row over here and over here and over here. And you'll note that Awesome seems to have a very similar strategy to me, at least looking at it, right? They have 3 units very close together, 3 merchants, and they can all go to the same location and leave from the same location much the same way that I'm thinking of doing it. So killing all of Awesome's merchants in one go is probably not going to be possible. But we can at least take pot shots at him over the course of multiple rounds. And when I say we, I mean the others in my group, not me. No.
That's exactly how you want it to be.
Yeah. Did you have anything to say about that, or shall I just carry on?
I'm just surprised you're not picking up any garnets, man.
Yeah.
This seems like a great place to farm garnets.
It probably is, but then those garnet routes are so vulnerable, right? People going for garnets are very easy to kill because it's obvious that they're going for garnets, most likely. Like, people starting up here in Oregano Outpost or Barbecue Beach or whatever, they're probably going to take this route. And Cinnamon City,
I think that Oregano Outpost is a perfect place to start, because it looks like you're going to take the garner route. You just take the 3 route, go into Paprika Port, and then you got that nice 5, and then that 3, and then you can do stuff, right? So that'd be a great way to juke the traitor cuts.
Yes, that is probably true. But yeah, I wasn't thinking about garnets much at this point, and honestly, my garnet count probably reflects it. I think I had the lowest garnet count of anyone in the game here, so I probably should.
Yeah, you said that in like You said that in that voting one where you could like go mining or like support people. You said you only farmed 2 gardens, and I'm just it's
Yes.
insane to me. Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's see some moves, eh? Let's see some cuts and see some
So
moves
just
and see who
before
dies.
the cuts, obviously MC wants to kill Awesome. He's not going to manage to kill Awesome because of the where Awesome's units are positioned. So secondarily, he decides, I think I'll target Josh if I get the option to here, because one of Josh's units is where Awesome's unit is. So
Yeah.
I've got a chance of killing that. No one really likes Josh at this point in the game. Like, Josh hasn't really reached out to try and re-establish those connections, and is a little bit of a loner. So he's an easy target, right? And so MC decides, I'm gonna try and kill these Josh units and these Awesome units, and like he posts in the 5-way chat saying which sections he's gonna cut, so we all know what's gonna happen. Now, during this time, I take the opportunity to start talking to some people. I start talking to Josh to see if he wants to work together. Unfortunately, Josh doesn't really respond that much to that. But notably, I also start talking to Huntress, who up to this point in the game, I'd basically not spoken to at all. And I start discussing the fact that, you know, I went to university for discrete mathematics. This is quite similar to graph theory and stuff, so I think this is a fun, you know, the kind of chit-chat that you make at the start of these games. And Huntress is like, oh, I'm a discrete maths teacher. Why didn't we talk about this before? I'm like, oh my god, I should have talked to people earlier in this game.
Well, you weren't gonna tell them you're like major, right? So
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's
true.
reasonable. And then this game is just so perfect for that. It's a great way to have the conversation happen. So that's great. What a great conversation to have.
Yeah. So I was feeling quite good about Huntress at this point, and then I talked to Huntress, and she goes like, "What's your plan here?" Like, I'm probably just going to send everything to Salt Safari so that people can't kill multiple of my units. And Huntress tells me exactly where all 3 of her pieces are going to go. I'm like,
And you keep this a secret because she trusts you. Yeah.
that's probably what I should have done. Yes. But knowing that, and like seeing that I have this unit in Fort Fennel, which is adjacent to the 1 route, and if you note here, the game ends either after round 4 or as soon as all of 1 player's traders are dead, merchants are dead.
Merchants, yeah.
I go to MC and I'm like, hey MC, look, I know where Huntress's units are going. If you cut these 3 connections and I take the 1 route, I am guaranteed to win this game. I can give you the token of life, and the fact that you've bid 50 on this initial round, which is probably going to give you a massive disadvantage otherwise, won't affect you because I'll just give you the token of life. And Huntress becomes the elimination candidate. She's not in our group. I know it's not your preferred option, but it gets us the win, right? It will get us both safety and get us both forward. And I figured since he'd betrayed us in the previous round, seemingly out of nowhere, he might be willing to do the same thing the other way here. He might just be an opportunist, right? But he was pretty horrified at this suggestion. He was like, no, I'm not going to do that. That's just... I don't want to alienate Huntress. I can't believe that you're considering doing that as well. I'm just going to stick to the plan here and try and kill Awesome. I'm like, oh, all right,
Saved by your teammates, CaptainMeme.
I don't know why that's considered saved. Like, it would have won us the game, I think, as long as Huntress takes the routes that she says she's going to take. And spoiler alert, she does take exactly those routes. She was being completely honest with me. But MC doesn't agree to do it.
When someone is being completely honest with you in a game, like...
Okay.
Make a friend! Have an ally that's not Bradley!
I can't believe you're the one... Now. I can't believe you're the one saying don't go for the win, take the friend instead, right?
No, because, like... Look, this is... It's not like your position gets significantly better, right? I say get better position, right? That's constantly just getting you a better position, stay solid, don't make the big plays. That's my modus operandi. And that usually just means take a dot, right? See a dot, take a dot. Yes. But in this context, it's completely different. You don't get like a strong tactical position on the board of these types of games, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's always just about making friends and getting people to trust you and then keeping them. And you did it. That's an amazing way to like make this connection with Huntress for this like solid end game. Like in Survivor, post-merge, new alliances get made all the time, and this is Final 9, which I don't know. It's not quite merged because whatever. This isn't obviously perfectly Survivor, but I don't know, man. If this was Survivor, would you do that?
Probably not. No, that would be.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be an overplay, and it probably is an overplay here as well. But honestly, I just wanted to win a game at this point. Like,
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. You haven't won a single challenge. This is a way where you could win a challenge, and you saw the line.
I mean,
That's
I got a
reasonable.
token of life in round 1. That's as close as I've gotten to winning a challenge, right? And that was kind of a win, but since then it's all been downhill, and I just lost my number 1 ally, so it's not looking
So
so
make a
good.
new number 1 ally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Who
Huntress,
isn't Bradley?
the discreet maths teacher who you can bond with and do stuff with throughout. Like, anyways, all right, what happens? What like
All
come
right,
on, show me
so,
the moves, man. I
we
can't
go
take
forward.
this anymore.
And like everyone goes towards Salt Safari, pretty much as expected. One of Awesome's traders does die. I can't. I think it was the one that tried to take the Garnet route here.
Sure.
And Huntress goes along all the routes that she said she was going to go along, and doesn't get killed on any of them because we didn't do that. Notably, MC doesn't tell Huntress that I pitched killing her, which is nice. I do that.
Great. Because again, if this is Survivor, if who MC who notably is the person who stabbed you last round, right?
Yes.
Because MC could very easily have leaked that and then forced the fight to be between you and Huntress. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the vibe from MC that he was a very opportunistic player, right? Especially after the previous round. I just felt like he would go for stuff that gives him the win because that's what he did in the previous round. He stabbed us in the back pretty blatantly.
Yeah. This guy stabbed me in the back last round. I'm going to put my entire game in his hands to give him the opportunity to sink me. Again, the literal next round. Because of this 5-person group chat that we're both in. Hey, man, you didn't die. And it didn't blow up your game. That happens. Sometimes you take risks and they don't punish. That's legal too. It doesn't feel like it's legal to me, but it does happen.
Yeah. Alright, so there's nothing massively interesting that happens going into the next round of this. Again, it's basically MC and Sleepy and Tiak and Bradley and me all talking in this chat about how do we assassinate Awesome here, or assassinate Josh. I don't really care if Awesome loses necessarily, but this is what my group want, and it's what the traitors in my group want, and it means that my merchants are probably safe, because they won't target my guys if they're targeting that other person, so it's fine. You'll notice that, again, Awesome's merchants can go to the same location if they really want to, so it's difficult to kill them both in this time. Or they can have one go into a location, the other go out of it, which is equally protecting them both, right? But they are going to try and assassinate them again, and as we move forward here, Awesome's people both escape death here. I think the idea was to cut enough connections that we could kill Awesome's unit in the following turn, but Awesome took basically the perfect moves to avoid it, to avoid getting cornered. Although this unit right here, this merchant, is now forced to go this way or to lose 100 gold for the turn. Because if he goes back to Salt Safari, he's not going to get the 100 gold because it's somewhere he's already visited. So that one is targetable.
But your merchant also has to take that path.
Yes, in fact, every merchant here, I think, has to take that path because they all came in from Salt Safari. So,
and that happens to give Bradley 20 gold and cut out a bunch of
Yes, of course. The thing is, our traders, our merchants, could just go back to Salt Safari and start exploring the other way, or they could just stand still, not move at all. I should have mentioned that was a possibility, actually, but it obviously loses you 100 potential gold, so people aren't going to do that unless they're absolutely forced to. So the fact that Bradley is very likely to cut this route means that people are pretty unlikely to go down this route unless they absolutely need to, because they've got other traders that can do stuff. They can just keep this one as a reserve. So yeah, we go into this round. Bradley basically goes, "Hey, okay, I'm gonna cut this route off so that Awesome's trader either loses 100 gold or dies, and then we need to bid for the round 4 traitor quite hard so that we can take out the last Awesome trader. He's got to go somewhere down this way because he came in from Fort Fennel." And we can probably cut enough stuff in this area that he's guaranteed to die if he takes all 3 of his moves. So it should be, that should be reasonable. And I talked privately to Bradley. I'm like, your merchants currently have much better scores than mine do. Maybe I think I will just gun this merchant down this route as you cut it to give you the 5 extra gold, so that you're more likely to win, more likely to give me the token of life, right? And Bradley, of course, is very happy with that. But it does mean that Bradley can't be the person bidding for the trader in the final round unless that bid is like low enough that he can make a profit on it. And it seems very unlikely that you can make a profit on the traitor bid in the final round, because the people who are desperate to get it are probably going to bid very, very high, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So we do this. My guy runs down this route, and it turns out every other trader goes the other way for very obvious reasons, right? They are basically just keeping them as safe as possible, but it does mean that this awesome merchant is now 100 gold behind everyone else. So as long as we kill his other one, he's probably gonna lose the game. Alright, so going into this final round, the whole group chat basically gets together and goes, I think this final round, we obviously need to win the traitor thing. Hey, Meme, your traders pretty clearly aren't gonna outright win the game, right? So you can afford to bid on this thing for us. I was like, I don't know if I want to be the traitor in the final round. I know it's advantageous, but I'm probably not going to make a profit on it, and I'm going to annoy a whole bunch of people by killing their traders.
Well, it's secret.
No, so it's secret until after the end of the round. It does get revealed at the end of the game. I should mention that.
Oh my god, you got suckered.
That is pretty important.
Yeah, no, you got wrecked. Of course you want to be the people who cut earlier in the game.
Mm-hmm. Because the person who cuts the last one, especially if it's a targeted attempt at someone, like it's very clearly is on Awesome, right? We've been cutting all the routes his things can go down. He is probably just going to select the person who cut his last route as his deathmatch opponent. Not necessarily, but probably.
Yeah. But probably, dude. This is no. You can't be the traitor. No, you cannot bid for this.
That was my thought too. I'm like, I'm not sure I'm comfortable doing that because my reasoning is, hey, MC, you said that Awesome wants to target you, right? That he's been targeting you through this, and that's the reason you want him in last place. That means you need a token of life, which means if I bid on this, how am I going to get a token of life, right? I'm not winning the game. The token of life probably goes to you, and then I get selected by Awesome instead. So I'm only doing this if whoever we have winning the game agrees to give me the token of life instead of giving it to you, and I think that would be completely unfair on you because then you just go into the deathmatch. And MC is like...
Oh, yeah, I can't do this because it's unfair to you, yeah.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And MC is kind of like, he tries to convince me, but it's very clear that I'm not going to do it. And then eventually he comes back to the group chat and goes, hey guys, it's all fine. Sixella agreed to do it for us. So Sixella is going to bid like 50 on this, and we're all going to be fine. And I'm like, how? What? Why? Why is Sixella bidding this high on this? But hey, it gets me out of it, so I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Right.
Nice.
And so that's where we go. Like, Sixella is going to bid 50 exactly on it. She told us how much she was going to bid, and MC relayed that to the group chat, which is maybe not the best idea in the world, right? Someone could snipe the bid knowing exactly what that is, but that's supposedly what's going to happen here. Do you have any predictions on what will happen going into this final round?
No, I got no idea. Everything's going to go crazy.
Okay, well...
Sorry, that's a prediction.
As it turns out, Awesome bids 51 on that traitor, on the traitor roll. One
Sure.
over what Sixella bids, one over what Sixella said she would bid, right? Sixella actually did put in that bid and try and cut the routes that we asked her to cut, or that MC asked her to cut. But Awesome manages to overbid, cuts 3 completely different routes, and I just about managed to survive with one of my guys here, but Awesome manages to kill like 10 traders in this round, 10 merchants.
Merchants, yeah. Nice.
So he doesn't make a profit on it, but it's enough to keep him out of last place. And as a result, the person who ends up in last place is the person who bid the absurd amount of money on round 1, which is MC. So, in a sense, I'm okay with that result. I didn't come in last, and MC is now in last, and he pretty clearly dislikes Awesome, so hopefully he'll pick Awesome. But at the same time, it's... I say, but at the same time, there isn't really a downside. At the same time, the big downside was that I could have died in this situation, right, through not being careful enough here.
Well, you didn't.
Now, of course, MC is 100% going to pick Awesome, so everything's completely fine. The person who won this game was actually Tiak. Tiak took a slightly more efficient route than Bradley did at the end of the day, and Tiak's merchants didn't get killed by Awesome in the final round. Maybe one of them did, but the like winning scoring one didn't get killed. So Tiak ends up winning this. Of course, Tiak has been in our group, but hasn't been incredibly involved. She specifically said she didn't want to be a traitor through it, and she said that again into round 4. She wins, and she selects... Oh, okay, I've got the final results here. Yeah, you can see that Tiak beats out Bradley by like 6 points total. So if people want to look at that, you're more than welcome to. And Tiak picks Awesome as the person to receive the token of life. Just like goes, sorry guys, I'm picking Awesome. And MC is like, what? Where did that come from? And it turned out that through this entire game, Tiak was leaking all of our plans to Awesome and making sure that he didn't get killed as a result. And she also leaked the thing of, you know, Sixella is going to bid 50, which is why Awesome bid 51 on it and cut different routes, and why Awesome didn't kill TX Merchant, despite them going down a pretty obvious route. So MC, suddenly we're all quite panicked about who MC will pick, but MC out of nowhere just decides to pick Huntress. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess that works. If you were going to pick Huntress, though, why didn't you just go with my plan in round 1? And avoid being in the deathmatch altogether. But yeah, that's how that round ended. It's okay for me, I think, especially considering MC stabbed us and is now in the deathmatch. But it's a bit weird that, like, well, I say it's a bit weird. It's very revealing that now Tiag went out of her way to make sure that Awesome was safe.
Yeah, groups of 5 are tough to coordinate.
Yes, especially groups of 5 that, like, formed at the end of the round prior without any real prior trust before that. That's probably not something to put your whole trust into.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. But so this deathmatch was supposed to be something called Gold, Silver, Bronze. Unfortunately, Huntress had too much going on in real life at this point and just decided, it's fine, I'll concede the deathmatch to you. So MC stays in the game, which was a bit to my annoyance because I really wanted MC out after what he had done in the previous round. Like, I wasn't prepared to push for it myself, and I was happy to work with him as long as it was advantaging me. But given he was in the deathmatch, I was pretty happy to root against him, right?
Yeah, of course. If he goes to the deathmatch every round after screwing with you, then this will be great.
Yes. Now, the mods were a bit disappointed that they didn't get to show this deathmatch off, so they offered everyone on the cast a chance to play this deathmatch against the mods to either win money for the prize pool or lose money for the prize pool if you lose it, right? And most of us said, no way, you guys designed this game. We are gonna obviously lose.
Yeah, that's fair. I respect.
And notably, we've previously almost never managed to get any money into the prize pool. I think it's at $20 in total. We did manage to get this prize mission accomplished, but most of the rest we haven't. And Morthai has gone home, so we're probably not going to achieve any more of these going forward. But MC and 6L both decide, yeah, I'll step up and go against the mods, and they both lose. So we lose the entire prize pool here.
Nice.
Oh no, wait. Okay, so apparently they played against. So they played for garnets as well. I didn't know. I didn't remember that being a possibility. Maybe that was. Maybe I should have accepted it for garnets because you probably care more about garnets than the prize pool as an individual player. But yeah, the mods obviously crushed them in every single match, and we lost everything, which ended up becoming a meme through the game that MC is the reason we have $0 in the prize pool, right?
Sure.
All right.
I mean, I would be happy with the mods if they want us to play their game. I'd be happy to 1v1 them for fun, but trying to 1v1 the people who designed the game and control the game with their money on the line just seems like a bad bet.
Yep. But hey, two people here were bold enough to take that bet, and they both punished us all because of it. Well, not all of us. Whoever's gonna eventually win the game, I suppose. But yeah. So here we are going into the next round. There are now 8 players left. And this next round is going to be one that I skim over a bit, primarily because I wasn't all that focused during this round. I had a lot of other stuff going on. I tried to play more in the background. There were a few things that I did, and I think you might not be happy with some of the things that I did, but I'm going to rush through them.
Alright, that's fine.
Alright, so this is main match 6 stock exchange. Ignore this over here for the moment, it just gives values for things. So at game start, every player has 2 of their own stock certificates, and 6 stock certificates of other players at random. I believe you couldn't have more than one of the same, so you're just missing.
Is there a rule that, like, every player has the same number of their own stock certificates running around?
Yes, yeah, exactly. So basically...
Okay, so you can do some math to figure some things out, but we're not going to do that because I don't want to do it. That's way too much work.
Yes, and we're skimming through this one. So each round, a player creates 4 resources of their choice, and this is the list of resources. I'm not going to go through them all here, but if you want to pause the video and look at them, you're more than welcome to. You then must give 2 resources you own to players you haven't given resources to. So notably, these don't have to be the ones you create. They can just be ones you're holding because other players have given them to you in previous rounds. So if you receive coal from someone, you can send that coal back to them as long as you haven't already given them a resource. You must then give 2 stock certificates to players you haven't given stock certificates to yet. So 2 stock certificates you're holding, again, you will receive them as well from people, maybe not in the same round, but at some point you will receive a stock certificate from everyone and a resource from everyone. Now, in the final round, you give away 3 of each, which is why it's 1 from everyone to everyone, right? And a company's final value is the total worth of items that player is holding at the end of the game. So, note, the obvious strategy for this is to try and boost your own company's value and collect your own company's stock certificates. But at the same time, you can boost someone else's company's value, right? And just keep their stock certificates and still do all right. So a stock certificate of that player is worth that many points, and you score all of the stock certificates you hold. So the highest total score wins 2 tokens of life. Lowest total score is the elimination candidate. And the prize mission is, if at least 5 prize tokens are created, $10 is added to the prize pot. Now, prize tokens are a completely worthless resource. So if you create them and send them to someone, that person is not going to be very happy with you. But if you manage to create 5 of them, if people create 5 of them in total, we'll get a little bit more in the prize pool.
Oh yeah, this one's a trivial prize mission. We're for sure gonna get this one to happen.
Yes, that is probably the case. I don't know if you want to give any opinions on strategy here, or if I should just kind of rush through what happened in the game. It's up to you.
I mean, this one's fun. Like, this one's really fun.
It is.
It's like you're playing Kit, but you're also like making resources at the same time and having to negotiate with everyone about everything that gets made. This is pretty. There's 3 rounds of this game.
Yes. I don't know if I... Yeah, I did write that. There are 3 rounds total.
Yeah, that's super pretty.
And it's kind of fun to go through all of these and try and figure out a best strategy. It turns out there is one very obvious best strategy, but it's quite a risky one. And that is that coal is worth negative $3,000 each. And it's produced if you fail to produce a diamond. The diamonds are produced only if 2 or fewer companies try and produce diamonds, they're worth 5,000 each. But if more than 3 companies, if 3 or more companies even try and produce them, then they turn into coal and you get the negative points, right? So the diamonds are a bit of a risky strategy to go for. But it turns out that coal is extremely useful because of one resource at the end. Meteors, worth $20,000 each, which is a lot more than anything else. If, after scoring every other resource you have, the company's earnings would be 0 or negative. So, the obvious, good strategy for this is to collect coal, or collect at least 1 coal, possibly 2 for safety reasons, right, in case you get given something valuable, and then just get meteors. Because meteors are worth so much more than anything else in this game.
Yeah, each meteor is like 4 productions of mushrooms or diamonds or whatever, so yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, as mentioned, I was kind of checked out during this game, at least to start with, so I didn't pay that much attention to what everything was. I skimmed it, I was like, okay, diamonds are a little bit risky, blah, 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 blah. I don't have time to figure this out right now. I came to the first round right at the end of it, basically, with the mods saying, hey, we need your orders very soon. And I was like, oh, I haven't talked to anyone yet. Oh, God, oh, God. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to complete the prize mission. I made 4 prize tokens and sent them out to players. Right?
Sure.
And obviously, I can only send 2 of them out at once. But then the idea was I'd send the other 2 later. And I just posted publicly saying, everyone, I didn't have time to figure out my strategy here. I'm just going to help us complete the prize mission to start off with. I've sent these prize tokens out completely randomly. And I did randomize them.
Yeah, randomly. Yeah, randomly.
I did randomize them. Yep. One of those randoms landed on Bradley, so I re-randomized it, which is still randomizing, right?
Yeah, no, I was literally gonna... Sorry, that's just how you do it. Well, you say I did it randomly, and I randomized it, and I didn't get the results that I wanted, so I randomized it again, and again, and again, until I got exactly the results that I wanted. But it was random. This is why whenever anyone tells you that it was random, you need them to publicly verify the methods through which they did it, and have some form of verification. Ideally, you give it to someone else who can be trusted as a third party to actually do the randomization. But, the fun part about these games is if you give someone else the ability to control your randomization. Anyways, great. So, okay, you just do that, you make a prize task, and then you realize that everyone's going for the meteor strat.
Yeah, so I make the prize tokens here. I don't initially realize that everyone's going for meteors, but I was looking over this and going, hang on, I just made a bunch of prize tokens, and the people I sent prize tokens to, one of whom was Josh, I don't remember who the other person was, they were pretty annoyed at me for sending them prize tokens, right? So I then immediately go, I've probably made a mistake here. How can I rectify this and make sure that people aren't angry at me? And I looked through all of these, and I was like, mushroom, worth $6,000 each, minus 1,000 for every unique resource you possess other than mushrooms. Maybe I can just go to these people I sent prize tokens to, say, hey, it's fine, you can send me the prize tokens back, and then try and collect only mushrooms. And then the mushrooms score pretty high, they score the same as a diamond, right? 5,000 each.
Yeah.
I won't have as many of them as everyone else will have of other things, because I'll have some prize tokens with it, but at least I won't have annoyed other people. That's the important thing.
Yeah, to be clear, your mushrooms are only going to be worth 4,000. Because you've
5,000.
got mushrooms and prize tokens.
It's other than mushrooms.
Oh, other mushrooms.
Yeah.
Great. Sorry, didn't see that part. Anyways, okay, cool. Well, with the prize tokens, it's still okay. Fine, whatever. Cool.
Yes. So I institute the strategy. I ask people, hey, are you okay to create a mushroom and send me a mushroom as your thing? Except the people who I've given prize tokens to, who I say, can I have the prize tokens back again? And they're like, fine, yeah, we'll trade you for these things. And I notice that a lot of people are asking to trade for meteors. Like, they're asking me to create meteors and send them meteors, and I'm like, okay.
I see where we
I see what's happening here.
And you see what... But the thing about the meteor strategy is that you can get completely cooked, right? Just completely utterly cooked if near the end of the game, if you get, like, 2 diamonds. Like, actual diamonds. Although diamonds will never be made, fine. But if you get, like, whatever, 4 magnets to offset your coal, like, you're just cooked.
Yes.
Completely utterly. And actually, sorry, diamonds can be made because people are only going to make a little bit of coal. They don't want to make more coal. They just want to make meteors. So diamonds can probably be made in round 2 and 3.
Yes. Obviously, this would require people targeting some people who are trying to collect meteors, right? Which is always risky and genius because they might select you as the elimination candidate. As the deathmatch opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also another side of this is, of course, people are trying to improve their own companies, but they don't have all their own stock certificates. You can just keep the stock certificates of people who you think are going to do well. And the problem with that in this game is everyone just sort of made an agreement at the start to give everyone back their own stock certificates, which
I would never have done that.
Okay, that doesn't seem great, but everyone wanted me to give them their stock certificate, and I didn't want to say no to people in case they got angry over that, right?
Yeah, but then when people say, yeah, okay, I'll give you back your own in exchange for you giving me, let's just say, Bradley's. Or Huntress. Or
Huntress is out of the game at this point, but yes.
Oh, Huntress only got who? Sorry, whatever. But like, pick another player and then just say, look, I'll trade you in exchange for some other players, and then with that player you can say, yeah, I'll do 1-to-1 with you, and then like, okay,
yeah,
right, it'll work.
The problem, of course, is that person has already been approached by the other person as well. Of, can you give me back my own stock certificate? So yeah, it doesn't really end up working out. Like
because you came so late to the game,
yes,
and everyone else made deals already, and everyone else wants their own back. That's just so crazy. I guess, you know what? Since you know that you suck, that's why you want other people's practices, certificates. So that makes sense then.
Yeah.
Okay. Reasonable.
So I get talking to Bradley at this point. Something I didn't put. I really should have put this in the rules on this side. Most of the time I skip the rule about you can pay X garnets for this number, for this thing in the game, right? Because most games have something that you can do by paying a garnet, and most of the time it's not relevant to me because I'm super poor and I can't afford to buy it. Sure,
but this one's like spend a garnet, get a resource.
No, in this game it's spend a garnet, convert a stock certificate you have into one of your own stock certificates. And that is pretty useless for me directly because I'm clearly not going to be anywhere near as valuable as the Meteor people. So if I convert a thing into my own stock certificate, I'm going to just make it less valuable, right? Most likely.
Sure, so you're telling Bradley, hey, I'll give you my stock certificates, turn them into yours.
That is exactly what I do. Bradley asks me for his stock certificate back. I'm like, hey, I think I'm probably going to lose this game if I do that. Is it okay if I keep your stock certificate? And he said, yeah, that's okay. And I was like, can you also give me one of your stock certificates? And he's like, that's no, because then I won't win the game anymore, right? And I was like, you know what? I'll give you what garnets I have, and you use one of those garnets to convert a stock certificate into yours and send it to me, right?
No, give him the just give him the garnets to pay for it.
Okay, that was what I initially suggested. I said I'll give you one garnet, and you use that to pay for converting one and send it to me. And he was like, "I'll take 3," which was how many garnets I had at this point. And so,
okay, well, that's partially your own fault because how do you only have 3 garnets?
I know, right? I'm very
Okay,
poor.
whatever.
Um,
That's fine. And so you give away all of your garnets in exchange for one of Bradley's stock certificates, at the cost of one of your own, mind you.
yes, exactly. And it turns out
I
to
want to
be
cry.
immensely important because I just avoid coming in last because I did that. I, I end up coming above Tiak in the order, and Tiak is one of those people who got screwed over. They got screwed over by exactly what you said, right? They went heavy meteor strategy, but their other values, like they got sent some random stuff that took them above the 0 mark, so their meteors didn't end up counting. So yeah, that I mean, it ends up being a little bit of a relief. I'm
How
just
did how did Awesome not um have negative? Is
okay.
Oil
So
not?
here is this one. Here is the list of the stock certificates that various people have. You'll know Awesome has 5 of his own, but he also has 1 of Sixella's, 1 of Sleepy's, 1 of TX, right? And Awesome's final. Oh, sorry. These are the. Wait, never mind. These are
Oh,
just
Oil
the.
was somehow worth negative points. Sorry, I missed that Oil
Uh,
bit. Oh, because Oil is minus points for the other people that have Oil or something?
yes, that's the one.
Sure, okay. And so that's why Oil was negative. So I forgot the
Yeah.
Oil one could go down. I thought Oil went positive.
Sorry, I
Okay.
completely forgot how I laid out this slide. This is at the top is how many resources each person has. This is how much each company's stock is worth. This one is how much of each stock each person has. You'll know I have 2 of Bradley's here. And a lot of people who didn't go for meteors actually have stocks of people who went for meteors because they figured that was the way to win. And this is the final values. Oh, right, okay. I come above Sixella and Josh. I think the thing is I would have been below Josh if I'd have lost. Is it?
Yeah, if we go back, right,
Oh,
because
Tiak
Bradley is
has
worth.
MCs as well.
Yeah, it's that Bradley's are worth like like whatever, 194, because they don't include all the zeros in the next slide, right?
Yeah, this is no, they do. Maybe they don't. I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, but it's 194.
Anyway,
That's basically 200. You're sure? Josh, you're ahead of Josh?
I did. This is definitely the final scores. I'm sorry, the people
Yeah,
who
yeah,
can
yeah.
figure out the maths in the edit, go ahead and do so. But these are the final scores here. You
Is
will
if
note
you're
that Bradley's score is worth almost twice. Like the 2 stock certificates I have from Bradley are worth almost twice as much as all 6 that I had of myself put together.
yeah. Without both of them, you lose. But if you only lose one certificate from Bradley, so you go down, right? That's like, let's say it's 200,000, right? That gets you
Yeah.
to 398, still ahead of Josh.
Maybe it's that only the top X values actually count. I don't know, because this. Oh, right. No, sorry. Yeah, this is the total score of things that I got from Bradley. So, yeah,
Yeah,
you're right. I think
losing
I.
even the one means you don't get eliminated.
Mhm.
But oh well.
Okay, so I could have saved my garnets, it turned out. But I needed to keep that one from Bradley at least. Otherwise, I would have
And you
been
didn't know
screwed.
exactly what was gonna happen, right? Like you
That's
didn't know
true.
how things were gonna go, and if Bradley scores even a little bit worse, yada yada yada. Anyways.
Yes. So we then have. So Josh is then the elimination candidate. Bradley wins, and Bradley gives the token of life to Sixella, which he'd said to me he was going to do before this point, and I was like, I mean, I can't ask for more of him this round. I haven't done anything to help him. I've just taken his stock
What? You can't
certificates, right?
make up this.
Sorry, go on.
What? You
I I could not make out what you said there, but I think I got the general impression.
Sorry, you gave him trace garnets.
Yes,
Trace, amigo.
but I was paying for something specific with that, for keeping out of last place, right? I don't think I could then say, hey, I gave you those garnets, you should give me the token of life. And it turns out not to matter anyway,
Hey.
because Josh challenges Awesome, which is,
Hell yeah.
yeah. This was a really cool deathmatch. Tetra No-Go, they each had a bunch of Tetris blocks, right? All of the different possible like types of Tetris blocks in all the rotations. And they had
Sure.
to put them on this board. And then once there are no more spaces that you can fill with these blocks, each area is controlled by the player who has more adjacent blocks on that, or each empty area is controlled by the player who has more adjacent blocks on that area. So say these 3 here are controlled by purple because they have 4 adjacent and green only has 1, right? Maybe it's not all the possible Tetris blocks because there would be a 4 that you could put here and stuff. But
yeah, green would certainly put a 4 there. But there's, well, no, green already put a 4 block down.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like, at least. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, but the point is, it's maybe size. I don't know. The point is, that's how the game works. And that's how the areas are scored. That's a very interesting game.
Yeah, and the person
and
who
if it's
scores
a tie,
the most
just
wins.
no points for that.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Okay. And it was like best of 3. And awesome.
It looks like green crushed this one, right?
Yes. This might be the example one. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, anyways, all right, cool.
But awesome wins this and takes Josh out of the game. So Josh is no longer in. Josh honestly survived a very long time, considering that he was an outsider for a very long time in this game, right? But he does eventually go home here, and Awesome takes him out and stays in the game. All right, so here we are now down to Finals 7. Myself, Awesome, MC, Sixella, Sleepy, Tiak, and Bradley. Right, and of course, I still consider myself closest to Bradley out of everyone here. I don't really trust Tiak after Tiak through to Awesome, but also in the last round, I didn't build up any relationships at all, right? I just wasn't around enough. So I'm a little concerned that I'm becoming increasingly isolated here, but hopefully I can pull through with that. All right. So we go to Devil's Bingo here. So this is another one that I'm going to rush through, unfortunately, not because I wasn't around for this one I put a lot more effort into, and actually I started this round by messaging almost everyone in the game, saying, hey, I think I'm like trying to see who I can work with here. I don't say that outright. I put it more naturally, right? But I was very clearly like, I'm very open to agreements with anyone at this point and to make some new alliances and stuff like that, right? And I got a lot of good responses to that. I started talking with Awesome for the first time pretty much in the entire game. I talked a lot with Sixella in this round, and of course, MC and Bradley I was already talking with plenty. I think I talked a bit with Sleepy as well. The only person I didn't really communicate that much with was Tiak in this round. Now...
This is a good argument in favor of the Under the Radar playstyle, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Do you want
Never
to
message anyone when they're thinking of... Just when they're thinking of people to eliminate, your name doesn't even enter their head. CaptainMeme's not even in the game.
You're not wrong. It's a lot like... As much as I think that my main match gameplay for a lot of these has actually been worse than some of my main match gameplay in the first Genius game that I played, right? But my actual
but at least you weren't volunteering. You weren't volunteering to go into the elimination match to take people out, which I seem to recall happened a couple of times last time.
I did go into this game with the philosophy that I am not going to go into the deathmatch. Like, I'm going to try and avoid the deathmatch all the time, which is the philosophy you should always go into Genius games with, but somehow for first encounter, it was not what I went with. Anyway. So in this game, all players create a bingo board of 25 numbers. You can choose any positive integers for this that you want, up to like 999 or something like that. I don't remember. Only the sums of each row and column are publicly revealed to everyone. Every round, each player submits one number to call, and the number that they call will be colored in on everyone's bingo cards who has that number, right? So it's...
Sure, the numbers have to be unique, yeah?
Yes, you can't submit, like, a whole board of 5s. Oh, wait, hang on.
Okay.
Maybe you can. I think you're not... Wait. No, I'm pretty sure you weren't allowed to put the same number on multiple times. This was the example board, so maybe it was just a mistake on that board. You definitely couldn't just have an
Okay.
entire row of 5s.
Or an entire row of 10 trillions.
Yeah.
Like, I
there,
mean, I
there
don't
are
know.
reasons. There are
What
reasons
was the
why
highest
you
number thing you could say?
999 maybe. There are reasons why you wouldn't want to have the highest number on your board. That we will get to momentarily. But yeah, if any player ever colors a full vertical, horizontal, or diagonal row, they score a bingo and the game immediately ends. There and then, right? And when the game ends, if at least one player scored bingo, there were other possibilities, but we won't get to them because someone does score bingo. The bingo player with the highest number of colored spaces wins 2 tokens of life. So if you have a diagonal, for example, and someone else also has a row or a column or whatever, and they have 2 extra spaces colored on theirs that aren't in that row, and you only have 1 extra space, they will win the game and they will win 2 tokens of life. It won't like be split between the people who call bingo, who managed to get bingo. And this is really important. The player who called the highest number in a bingo that round becomes the elimination candidate. So if you finish someone else's bingo and you are the person who called the highest number that was in a bingo, you are the elimination candidate. Doesn't matter what was on your board at all. Doesn't matter if you got a bingo, even if you didn't get as good of a bingo as someone else. The person who wins the tokens of life is excluded from this, but nobody else is, importantly. So you don't want to have high numbers on your board necessarily, because people don't really want to call high numbers, right? Because if they call the highest number in a round that's in a bingo, they become the elimination candidate. Does that make sense?
Is that the case even if you would win?
No. So if you would win the game, as in if you would outright win, then you are immune to that, and it's the next player who did it. But if you score a bingo, but someone else wins the game because they had a bingo and like 6 spaces colored and you didn't, then you are not immune to that. So you would still be potentially the elimination candidate. So it's an interesting thing. Now, the thing is, these rules sound like they're a little bit confusing, right? I'm probably explaining them more confusingly than they actually are, but they did confuse people in the game quite considerably in this round, and that plays a lot into what ends up happening in this round. Notably because Bradley missed exactly this rule right here. If at least one player scores a bingo, the bingo player with the highest number of colored spaces wins 2 tokens of life. Bradley assumed that everyone who had a bingo would have a token of life, right? He missed that line right there. And I missed the line here. Not the line here, but the bits in italics, the inner bingo. I thought that the person who called the highest number in the round where a bingo was called would become the elimination candidate, which made me more willing to work with people to make their bingos happen, as long as I thought someone else was calling a higher number, right? Which is terrible, because that person might call a number that's not in the bingo, and then you go to the deathmatch. But I didn't really understand the rules. There were some additional rules around Devil's Laws, so everyone got given a certain amount of extra rules that would come into play in the game in various rounds, right? And those rules were just yours. You didn't, well, as in they were just revealed to you, but they would apply to everyone, and they'd be revealed in the round that they apply. So one of my rules, for example, was starting in round 2, you cannot call out numbers on your own board, which is pretty important. And of course, I can choose to share that with people, I can choose to swap that with people, I can choose to lie about that, although my lie would be revealed in the round that the rule got revealed. But ultimately, these don't matter at all, because they start happening after round 1, and someone wins this game in round 1.
Because every round, everyone submits a bingo. Yeah.
Well, so...
Like, every round, everyone submits a number, and you just negotiate with people to make your bingo instantly.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. And I'm again working with Bradley. I kind of skimmed these rules, and I thought I would be safe if someone else calls a higher number, even if it's not in my line. And I was talking with a lot of people in this round, right? So I find out that Sixella is calling a higher number and that Awesome might be calling a higher number as well. So I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. I'll just submit the number that Bradley wants me to submit that's in his bingo line, and then he'll give me a token of life, and that'll be fine. And immediately, 3 people score bingo. So Bradley scores bingo, MC scores bingo, and Awesome scores bingo. And I call the highest number that's in any bingo line. I call 11. I think the 33 was called by Awesome himself. So he is safe because he is the winning player in this scenario. So I get very, very lucky here because Awesome gets 1 extra space colored in on his board and so beats these other players and means that they are potential ECs. Sorry, I call the highest number that's in any bingo except for Bradley. I need to start this again. I call I call 8, not 11. Bradley calls 11, but he assumed that he would be immune because he gets the bingo and wins the game, right? So Bradley,
so he was just setting you up. Okay, he was just setting you up to lose, but you
Bradley
didn't realize it.
Set me up to lose in this game deliberately. He's like, I think he noticed that I didn't read the rules properly. He did not try and correct me on that. He just went, "This is an opportunity to take Meme out of the game. I know that Meme is good at like death matches because I've seen his previous games, and I'll be immune from being chosen. I've got to take this chance." So he does that. I help him win the game, or at least try to help him win the game.
Do you?
Sorry, go on.
Do you notice at the time that like Bradley set you up to kill you, and this is going to be bad now?
No, I don't notice until after this deathmatch. So, I was not paying enough attention here. I was like, oh, that's how that works.
Okay, great. Well, who's the deathmatch? It's not you, surely, right?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Yeah, Awesome wins the game, which means because Bradley misread this line, Bradley doesn't get a token of life. So Bradley ends up having called out the highest number in a bingo, that was 11, that wasn't the person who won the bingo. So Awesome called 33, but he's immune. So Bradley ends up going to the deathmatch instead of me, because he tries to screw me over. And I'm completely ignorant as to him even trying to screw me over at this point. I was like, oh, Bradley, I'll help you practice for the deathmatch. He's like, yeah, that'll be great. Oh, God.
Oh, look at you being such a good friend.
It's so embarrassing to talk about after the fact, right? Especially the fact that I didn't realize it after it happened. But it's so obvious in retrospect. Anyway.
Hey?
Awesome chooses to give the token of life to Tiak, and Bradley takes Sixella to the deathmatch. I don't remember the reasoning for Bradley taking Sixella to the deathmatch, but this is this is roulette poker, which is basically a variant of poker where at any point in a round you are allowed to call out what you think the opponent has in their hand. I think it was like a slightly reduced version of poker, so they only have 1 card in their hand instead of multiple. But if you think you can identify that card, like the value on that card, not necessarily the suit, just
sure. I think you're holding an ace, whatever.
Yes. If you call that, you instantly win that round and gain 10 extra of the opponent's chips. Other than that, it's normal poker in that sense. So it's basically
you have to... There's normal betting and holding. My card. I'm betting my card is higher than yours, and then the other person just has to say, I bet you're holding this.
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. What's the penalty for being wrong?
The penalty for being wrong is exactly the the opposite of if you win, so you lose the 10 chips and the pot for that round. Now, the other important thing about this is it allows card counting. So it's very specifically you go through the entire deck and then it gets reshuffled, right? There's some element of, you should card count in order to do that. And we do...
And then hands are revealed after every hand?
Yes. No, sorry. There are some possibilities where it's not revealed.
Yeah, like if you fold, right? Like in normal poker, that doesn't show it.
Yes, exactly that. So I'm not going to go through exactly what happens in this game. Again, it was a super interesting deathmatch to watch, but ultimately it wasn't me playing it, so... But myself and MC both practiced with Bradley before to try and make sure he can win, because I am completely in the dark about the fact that he just tried to stab me in the back. It's so funny looking at his profile picture here, the dagger. Just like,
Sure.
I wonder if he'll ever stab. But Sixella plays an absolutely perfect poker game in this deathmatch and ends up eliminating Bradley from the game. So Bradley is now out.
Wrecked. Try to stab Meme in the back, lose on your own with Meme trying to save you. Hell yeah.
Karma. This was...
Honestly, I bet not recognizing that your ally tried to stab you is the best way to maintain a good relationship with your ally.
But, I mean, almost certainly, yeah, right?
Yeah, right? Really good play, CaptainMeme. Honestly impressive. Well done.
Yeah, it was 100% deliberate on my part. I noticed it immediately, but of course I kept it to myself so that Bradley would be happy with me. Like, he wouldn't think that I knew that I started. No, I knew nothing. I was so ignorant. And I looked back at this after the deathmatch and went, hang on a second. So stupid. Anyway,
hey, man. Get the dub.
I did get the dub, and I'm now going into the final 6. I've made it past the halfway point of this game, which is very cool.
You've outlasted Bradley. I mean, come on.
I know, and I'm actually pretty glad that Bradley's gone in a sense, right? I didn't want to have to face someone like him in the final, because he seemed like a super strong player at these kind of games. Unfortunately, a lot of people here seem like very strong players. That's why they're still in the game.
Yeah, how many death matches has Awesome been to?
2, maybe 3. I think it's 2 at this point.
And then Sixella's been to 2 now?
Sixella has also been to a few. I think it's 2. It might be 3 again.
Well, all right. I mean, you have a reputation, man. You're a scary threat. You're a challenge player.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at the same time as I'm like kind of glad that Bradley has gone home because I don't have to face him. Like, Bradley was the person who was actually gunning for the win in these main matches, who I was trying to support to the win in these main matches prior to this. I am actually gonna have to step up and do stuff myself now, I think. Right? So at this point, I kind of go, I need to lock in. I need to start playing for myself instead of just trying to piggyback along with Bradley. Yeah, that's the case here. So,
sure.
We move into the next round, and the next round is a team game. So before the round, we all vote on who we think is most likely to win this game. Right? We're allowed to make 2 votes. And then they reveal that the players who receive the most votes are going to draft teams for this game. So those people are Tiak and MC, which was exactly who I voted as the most likely to win the game.
Okay, sure.
And Tiak drafts Awesome and myself, and MC drafts Sixala and Sleepy. And I was
in that order?
I don't think it's revealed what order, but yes, it's in this order.
Great. So you were not the last pick, but close to it. Hey, not the bottom.
Exactly. And I think that the idea here, so I think I'm fine to reveal this at this point because it's not going to impact games going forward. But MC, in fact, it's going to impact a little bit, but it's not like, it doesn't need to be a big secret. MC, Tiak, and Sleepy were all solidly working together through the game, apart from that one round that Tiak threw to Awesome, right? So, like, that she worked individually. These 3 had a rock-solid alliance, and it controlled a lot of the things that happened through the game. It was also completely hidden from me, because I was not... I was not that well connected with that side of the game. And by that side of the game, I basically mean everyone at this point, right? Because I was so heavily buddied with Bradley. So it turned out that TIAC and MC basically rigged this selection to try and make sure that they could control where things went and who lost the game and whatnot. But the nice thing for me is that they then basically immediately break their promises to each other at the start of the game, so it doesn't end up mattering. Right. So, I'll go through these rules. Players are divided into 2 teams of 3. All players start with 10 weights each. So all of those weights have value 1. So in a team, you have 30 weights combined. Each round, 3 scales will be available to place weights on. You can see these amazing scales that I've put into the slideshow. The scales have a blue side and a red side, and any player can secretly place any number of weights on either side. Each scale has a specific value. So for the first round, the values will be 1, 2, 3. For the second round, they'll be 4, 5, 6. And for the third round, they will be 7, 8, 9. If the difference in weight between the 2 sides is greater than that value, the scale will break, and no one will score any points from it. And if the scale is... if it's balanced as well, then people don't score any points from it because both sides have the same amount on each side. If the scale is balanced or the scale breaks, then all players who placed a weight on that scale receive balance stickers equal to the scale's value. So this might be a little confusing. Balance stickers are something completely different.
It's just victory points. You just wait.
So balance stickers are distinct from victory points. There are 2 different types of points that people can earn in this game. There are victory points, which apply to the entire team. And basically, if you win a scale, you get that number of victory points. So if your side is heavier on the 1 scale, then your team will get 1 victory point. Right?
I don't see anything about victory points in these rules. Am I going insane?
The team with the most points wins.
But I don't see anything about how you get points. Is it that if one side has more points than the other?
Oh, here we go. If the scale is not balanced and not broken, the team with more weights on their side earns points equal to the scale's value.
Got it.
That's the victory.
But so the stickers are the individual things. They're what you care about. Because you want to have those to avoid elimination and to do whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
So these are distinct things. The points are if you're playing for the team. The stickers are if you're playing for yourself, right? After 3 rounds, the team that has the most points wins the game. But that win doesn't really apply to everyone. It's just that the player with the most balance stickers on that winning team earns 2 tokens of life. And the player with the fewest balance stickers on the losing team becomes the elimination candidate. So either way, you want to earn as many balance stickers as you can, right? And you earn balance stickers either by bidding on a scale that breaks or bidding on a scale that completely balances. So anything that makes a scale not score points.
Yeah, which doesn't give your team points.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it's a really cool mechanic, right? It's like you can... It's designed so that people are incentivized to play on scales that won't benefit their team whatsoever so that they can gain for themselves. But ultimately, you do still want your team to win because after 3 rounds, the team with the most points wins. The only way you're going to win the tokens of life, unless someone gives you one, is by being on the winning team and having the most balanced stickers. And the only way you can become the elimination candidate is by being on the losing team, right? So the points do still matter.
Annoyingly, if you have the most stickers on the losing team, then it means that you probably screwed over your team the most.
Yes.
And might be the one who then gets targeted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really weird dynamic.
Yes. So each player can buy up to 2 additional weights for 3 garnets each. And the prize mission, if all 3 scales in a single round either break or balance, then $10 is added to the prize pool. Spoiler alert, this never happens. So we can ignore this.
So you just have 10 weights, and you can just all weights weigh the same? All weights are worth 1?
All weights are worth 1. And notably, you get balance stickers if you have any weights on a scale that breaks or balances. You don't get balance stickers equal to the number of weights you put there or anything like that. It's just if you have 1 weight on that scale. then
Yeah, but you do get balance stickers equal to the value of it.
yes.
And so, yeah, you can guarantee that you have the most if you just put one weight on every scale every turn.
Yes.
Right.
I was
And so
wondering
that's
if that
the
would be
default line.
the immediate
Yeah.
strategy that you came up with, right?
Yeah, I mean, just that's like the default options. I'm going to put a scale on my side on every scale every round, and that way I help my team out, but also whatever.
Yes.
And if everyone does this, then everyone ties, and then there's just the one weight that you play with, which by default, I guess you put 2 on the big one at the end, and then you just call it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would plan on that. And honestly, that's like it's not a great strategy, but it's an okay-ish strategy.
It's a bit
I
predictable.
don't know. That's what I would probably do. Yeah, it's a bit predictable, but also it's a bit predictable because it guarantees that I don't lose. Like I will have the most balance stickers
Yes.
on my team, right? Just in the game. Like I will be guaranteed because I put it on every one. So yeah, it's a bit predictable. And then so you need to make a strategy if you're trying to win that beats that. And like talk to your teammates about it, see how they feel. Because if you just assume that everyone does that, then like the game gets pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Pretty much. So at the start of this game, I come up with exactly the strategy that you have just come up with. It's not that hard to figure out that strategy. It definitely feels like this game is built around everyone figuring out that strategy and then people deciding whether they want to go with that or play for the team and hold back more weights so that they can win for the team, right?
Yeah.
But so off the bat, I go to MC, who is on the other team, and basically say to him, hey, do you want to do this 1-1-1 strategy on everything and then whichever of us wins, because one of us will be guaranteed to win the tokens of life that way, we give the token of life to the other person. And he says, yes, sure, I'll do that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll do that too. Of course, the problem with this is if the win is tied, so if more than one player has the most balance stickers on the winning team, then the tokens of life will be split between those players. They will just go to those players, and the winner won't have an extra token of life to give away. But at this point, we're just like,
whatever.
It's still the best strategy we can do, right?
Sure.
And then I get talking in the team chat, which Tiak had set up between the three of us, basically saying, hey, which of these should we bid weights on? Which of these should we go for? And in the first round, it's of course 1, 2, and 3, the values of the scales. So these are the least valuable scales in the entire game. And we're all like, well, we probably shouldn't bother with the 1 scale, because at the end of the day, 1 point is not going to be worth as much as 1 weight on a better scale than the 1 point scale, I think. And if they go all in on the 1 point scale and we don't put anything there, then the scale breaks and they don't get any points, and they've used up a bunch of their possible weights in order to do that.
Yeah, I would actually be really tempted to put an extra 1 on their side.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. But that wasn't what we were thinking of at this point.
Yeah, I think if you were an individual and you're like, look, I want to get the points for these balance stickers, but you also don't want to give them the lead. Let's assume that they're going to put the stickers on their side, or the weights on their side, and let's assume that they're going to put like a couple over there. You can just break it by you guys don't put anything on these scales. I will put them on the other side, and then deny them their points.
Mm-hmm.
Still get the stickers, work something out. Again, it's tough with this whole thing because like you can't give the 2 away, and there's 3 people on each team. But whatever.
Yes.
I don't know, I'd be really, really tempted to do that. Or then you could even maybe like lie to your team and be like, "Hey, they just put too many weights on their side. I guess they suck."
Okay,
Does it reveal who puts weights where?
It doesn't reveal who puts weights where, but it does reveal who got balance stickers from that thing. So you do get.
Okay. So you can't go full.
You can't actually just lie about everything.
No, but you can get the balance stickers from these early on and be like, yeah, I made this play and they didn't get any points from it. I don't think they were expecting me to put it on their side.
Yes. And I think that would have been a good way to do it. The way the strategy that we agreed was basically we're gonna completely ignore weight 1, like the scales for number 1, and we're just going to play on 2 and 3 and see if we can get those points. And of course, then I'm left with the dilemma of, do I stick with my team and not put anything there, or do I just slip a weight onto that scale anyway and get a balance sticker off of it, right? Because maybe one balance sticker will be crucial, especially if the rest of my team actually sticks to the plan, then I guarantee that I'm at the top of my team by doing this. And Ezio, I assume you would have taken the option of betray the team, grab the balance sticker?
Yeah, it's tough in round one, man.
Mm.
Probably. I probably would have been like, I would have probably betrayed them, but I would have put it on their side.
Yeah. Well, I do exactly. I actually put it on my own scat side, I think, which was definitely a mistake, because putting it on the other side probably guarantees that it breaks. But I do play on number one against the wishes of the team. And it turns out that this one breaks and the other team win both of the other two scales, which is not good. But at the same time, you see the balance sticker counts here. Everyone played on the first one except poor old Tiak, who actually stuck to the plan made by the team and didn't play.
And your partner then is the one who did the right plan by going on the other side. Okay, great.
Yes.
Because that's how it broke. Because presumably they all put it on their side, and then he put it on the other side, or they, I don't know his gender, sorry.
Yeah,
they put it on the other side, so that way there was the difference of 4. So they did it right, and then saved you guys. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and so we break this scale,
hardly
but they
the
do have
world.
5.
Yeah,
sorry,
this is hardly the end of the world. Yeah, this is totally fine. Because you guys each put 1 on each of these 2, right? And they've wasted 3, and you've wasted 2 on the first one. So you've got 1 extra stone from the level 1, which was ignored, and then 2 and 3, they've had to put at least 1 extra on each. So you guys have 3 more stones than them currently. Mm-hmm. So that is quite good. And that's minimum. They might have put even more.
It's probably good. It didn't feel good at the time because I was like, oh god, they have 5 points to start with, and clearly myself and Awesome betrayed, so we've used more weights this round than we wanted to.
Yeah, obviously your team position would have been even better if all of you guys had ignored weight 1. Then yes, as a team you would be crushing them. But I think this was quite reasonable, and your position is obviously much better because Awesome did it to deny them that 1 point.
Yes.
Although there's worries. Do you know what happened? Did Awesome put their stones on the other side on this on 2 and 3?
I don't know. I probably should have looked back at what they did exactly. I know that Awesome put at least 1 stone on every single thing. I think Awesome put exactly 1 stone on every single thing, because that was what I did that round as well.
On these, but then the question is, did they put them on the other sides of all of them or not? Because if Awesome did that, and that's how you guys lose 2 and 3, then that's obviously catastrophic.
Yes.
But my assumption is that Awesome wouldn't do that, because it just seems much better to put them on your side. Unless, of course, he also makes a deal with the other team to, I'll put my stones on your side if you give me the thing. But anyways, alright, that's next.
Alright, then the conversation in the team chat becomes a bit awesome? Not awesome, awkward. Very much the opposite of awesome. Because we've just screwed over Tiak, and if we lose now, Tiak is definitely going to the deathmatch, and Tiak is definitely going to select one of us for screwing her over, right? That is...
I mean, maybe, but you can make the argument, look, Tiak, we gotta win, man. You gotta understand, whatever.
Yeah. So we go into the next round, and Awesome basically straight up tells us I'm putting 1 weight on every scale. Because I want to make sure that I have enough balance stickers to, stay ahead. But, of course, I'll do with my remaining weight whatever the team wants to do. But I am always going to put 1 on each. I was like, should I say that as well? Because, that's kind of leaving Tiak to fend for herself. And also, if I, offer a... go to Tiak and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to play for the team now. I'm not going to do the selfish strategy. I'm going to try and pull through so that we win this game. That means if my team lose, she's more likely to pick Awesome than me, right? Because Awesome screwed her over more. So...
I wouldn't. I would tell Tiak the same thing that Awesome did. Look, Awesome... I would probably in private blame more of it on Awesome and say Awesome mentioned to me that he was doing this, and so I went with it. But that's lying. We don't necessarily need to do that. But then by making it clear to T Hack that she will not win on the sticker front, she then has to play for the team win.
Yes,
And you
that's
force
true.
the player to do that, and then that's just known. And so she's like, okay, so with that information, how do you win? If you could do it, and I think the answer is probably trying to win yeah, put like 2 stones on like the 5 would be my guess, and then like she put 2 down only, so she's got 8 left. So if she puts 2 on like 5, 6, and then 7, 8, and put 2 on each of those, you probably win all of them. I think that would be my plan in her position. If we've done the thing. Anyways, what did you actually do here?
Yes.
Sorry.
I mean, so myself and T8 discuss a bit and decide the best strategy we have going into this next round. Well, what we decide to do is just tank the 4 completely. Don't put anything there except the one that Awesome is definitely going to put, right?
Okay.
I think we ask Awesome to put his on the other side in this one. And then just go as much as we can for the 5 and the 6. I again don't remember the specific values of rocks that we put on each one, but the idea is basically I don't put anything on number 4, and that's the choice I've got to make on this one. Do I? Because I have then agreed to do this with Tiak. I basically
Again.
Yeah.
Oh god. No.
Do I screw Tiak over again, thinking number 4 is gonna break? Do I get the balance sticker from that? But then Tiak is absolutely gonna select me because at least Awesome was honest with her, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so at this point I make the decision, no, I'm gonna play for the team. I am not gonna play on the 4 this round. If Tiak overtakes me, I will look like a complete idiot, but I am going to play for the team. And as it turns out, it ends up being a good decision because the thing doesn't break. So no balance stickers get scored this round. So they end up winning the 4 because obviously we didn't play on it. And we end up winning the 5 and the 6, which puts us in the lead by 2 points. And during this, we find, well, I've been talking to MC a little bit back and forth, and I find out that their team is basically at loggerheads to some extent, in that they are all very determined on going at least 1 on everything. Which I don't think MC should have told me, but it is really good information to have, because you know going into that last round, they are definitely going to play at least 3 on every scale, right?
Yep, and then they're going to put at most 6 on any one, and I don't know how many stones you guys have left, but you could probably just win this, right? If you win 2 of them, if you just sack the biggest one. Yeah, I mean, anyways, you guys are going to win.
Yes.
Great.
And that's exactly what we do going into the last round. We buy a few more weights because we knew the other team were doing that as well. And I don't actually pay any garnets for that because I'm super poor and these guys are super rich, so they just contribute all their garnets to paying for extra weights.
Sure.
And then going into the last round, we deliberately tank the 9. We play all of our stuff on their side of it, and then we go for the 7 and just let them do whatever with the 8. Because if the 9 breaks, then we are guaranteed to win by taking the 7, right? And that's exactly what happens. So we end up taking the win.
9 then?
I think we played like 5 on their side. I don't remember. It was something like that. We had a bunch of extra weights, right? Because we bought the extra weights, and they did too. So they played heavily on their side of the 9, and we just added more on their side of the 9 so that it broke.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Oof. Sheesh. Well, it worked.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed by any means.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a guaranteed strategy for this game. You have to read your opponents.
With everyone buying extra weights, it changes them mathematically, of course.
Yeah. It's important to note as well, we knew that their side would be at least 3 because of what MC had said to me. Maybe, like, if MC had leaked false information to me, we could have been caught up with that, but I was fairly sure he was being genuine about them all trying to get as many balance stickers as possible, and it turned out to be true. So we knew they would have at least 3 on this side, and we knew our side would have only 1 maximum from Awesome, and like Awesome agreed to play his on the other side or something. So we knew we could outweigh that unless they played on our side. Right?
Yeah.
So we end up pulling through by 1 point, and I finally win a game. Although it's not my proudest win by a long way, because, like, it was really just screwing over Tiak for that 1 extra point at the start. But I'm glad I ended up being a little bit of a team player and helping us get there instead of just saying I am going 1 on everything forever.
Yeah, and then it worked out.
Yeah, now, of course, myself and Awesome have tied for first place on the winning team, so we both get a token of life each. And over on the losing team, they all tied. So they are all potential elimination candidates, and the mods come to me and Awesome and say, hey, you guys have to make a decision between you. Who are you sending into the deathmatch? And
Right.
Awesome immediately goes MC. I want MC 100%. Like, I would like MC to die in this game. And I'm like, I don't... Like, MC is the person I've talked to the most out of everyone here, but at the same time, he did stab me in the back. He is kind of good at games, and, you know, it would be neat revenge, and also everyone is expecting Awesome to choose MC. I can just say, Awesome was 100% in on you, mate. I'm really sorry, but I couldn't convince him to go to anyone else.
Yeah.
So I go, yeah, sure. And so Awesome picks MC, and then MC has the option of Sixella, Sleepy, or Tiak, and MC picks Tiak, which is interesting. Like, it was, at the time I assumed it was because he was on the team with the others, right, and just picked the person who wasn't on his team. But afterwards, after the game, he explained to me that it was more because Tiak had saved Awesome in that round earlier, right? And he was suspicious that Tiak wasn't committed to, like, their 3-way alliance. So he sort of broke up that alliance at this point by going into the deathmatch against her.
Well, sounds good.
Yeah, so this is Shadow Maths, which was a very cool deathmatch again. The idea being that you get this grid of numbers, which I think is the same for every round, and you get, the mods will give you a Tetris block, or like some kind of shadow block, and a number, 25 or whatever other number that they give you, and you have to cover up a section of the grid with this block that you can use standard arithmetic on to get to that number. So I'm pretty...
Fastest wins?
Yes. And you get a few rounds of this. I think there were like 10 rounds total.
Alright, I might be good at this one.
Yeah, it's a cool game. I'd like to say I'm decent at maths, but I don't think I'm good enough at this kind of maths. Like the whole...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this one was trivial. This one C3 was like instant, so this one was fine.
Wait, sorry, did you find it?
Great. Yeah, for this one, 25, 9871.
Oh, you just add them all together. Yeah, that works.
Just instant, right? That one's trivial, right? So, yes. Like I said, that one was super easy, and there are also like a bunch of 1-digit numbers. But I assume the shapes gets harder, and there's like 3- and 4-digit numbers, so you got to start doing multiplication and crap.
That's probably the case. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this one was easy.
Yes. So anyway, they fight, and MC manages to take out Tiak. So now,
hey, the person who screwed over died. How convenient.
That is true. The person who screwed me over in an earlier round is still alive, but that's generally it's better to keep people who screwed you over than it is to keep people you screwed over in the game, right?
Yeah. Oh god, that's a tough one.
Because the person who screwed you over isn't gonna hold that against you because it was them doing it. The person you screwed over is probably gonna hold a grudge, at least to some extent.
Okay, but counterpoint, people who have screwed you over assume that you will hold it against them and will therefore also want to screw you over again in the future because they assume you'll hold a grudge.
You're not wrong on that front, but the fact I have actually worked with MC a bit since he screwed me over, and I haven't directly screwed him over up to this point, at least not in a way that he's seen. So maybe he trusts me a bit more on that front. I really enjoyed talking with MC. He came across as a very, I've already said opportunistic, I think that is the right word. It's like someone who is willing to play the game and not think about the grudge aspect of it too much. Like, he will stab
Yeah,
you in the
right.
back, but at the same time, he will work with you if it's in his interest to work with you, right? And he doesn't care about whether you attacked him or not previously. Clearly, that's not true because he chose Tiag because she saved Awesome previously. But there was like some degree of we both understand that what you did was a stab, but that's fine. It was in the past, right? And we can work together if we need to.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we are now down to the final 5, which I think I actually went out of final 7 in the previous game, so I've gotten a little bit further than then. But then that game started with 20 players, and this game started with 13. So, still, final 5.
Yeah, that's much easier. Yeah. And you've never even been in a deathmatch, and it doesn't sound like people have really been considering bringing you into the deathmatch.
Yeah.
So, just like smooth social game, man, just crushing.
I'm really happy with that, yes. Alright, so we are moving into the main match 9, which I have not studied enough for talking about it to the degree I should be talking about it in this video, but I think I'll more commentate this one reactively, seeing what the moves were and then saying why they happened.
Mind Games. What a great pun.
It is an amazing name, honestly.
How players start.
So,
you earn money for moving? Weird.
Yes, so all players choose a starting tile in the mine. So you can see on here where we all chose to start. We actually got to see the whole mine and the rules before we chose those starting tiles for obvious reasons. Each round, players can, in this order, move orthogonally up to 4 times. So say I'm here at this point, I'm on D4, I can move up, up, right, right if I wanted to, or like up, down, down, up. I would not want to do that for reasons I'll come to in a second, but that would be possible. And then you can mine a tile. Note you don't have to move 4 times. You can mine earlier than the 4th turn of a round, but you have to make all your moves before you choose to mine. Now, mining a tile, you can mine any orthogonally adjacent tile or the tile directly above you in the mine. And the way this works, these are floors of the mine. This one here is the top floor. Then this one is the floor directly below that, and this one is the floor at the bottom. So if I'm on D4, my options for mining are either the tile directly underneath me or the tile here, 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 or here, right? But if I'm on the floor below, if I'm on like D4 on this floor, I can mine the tile beneath me, this tile, this tile, this tile, this tile, or the tile directly above me, which is this one. I hope that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So, if you mine a tile, you score the value of the tile divided by the number of players who mined it at the same time as you did. So if I mine the silver on the same turn during the same round. So notably, you have to enter all these orders like at the same time at the beginning of the round, and then they'll like simulate the players moving around and then mining the tiles at that point. So
sure.
If you mine at the same time as someone else, you split the value.
Okay.
Mining the tile you're standing on earns either the value plus $1,000 if you do it successfully, or $0 if someone else also mines it and you fall as a result. And falling, we'll get to now, like moving away from a tile or mining a tile both reduce the durability by 1. That's what all these numbers are, the durability of the tile. So that's basically how many things you can do to the tile before it ceases to exist. If a tile reaches 0 durability, any player who steps on it will fall through to the floor below. So, if I'm in a bit of a risky spot in round 1, actually, because if I mine the tile that I'm on and Sixella, like, I have the option to mine the tile that I'm on and fall through, and if I manage to do that successfully, I'll score the gold's value plus $1,000, right? But if someone else also mines it and I fall, then I earn 0, and Sixella has the option to do that. Just mine the tile out from under me, immediately.
Yeah, and you haven't talked much with Sixella, it sounds like.
Yeah, I have talked a fair bit with Sixella through the game, and actually in this game I talked to Sixella a lot more. The
Sure,
previous
because of this.
yes. You can see the
Okay.
reason for that there, right? But we'll get to that in a second.
Why did you choose to spawn on the gold?
So that was an interesting one, right? I didn't. So there was basically a lot of people calling out what sorts of tiles they wanted to reserve, and a lot of people wanted various golds. And I called out that I would like this gold, right? But I didn't say that I would spawn directly on it. I figured there might be a possibility that someone else spawns near the gold and then goes for it and tries, like, spawns like 2 tiles away, assuming that I'd spawn 4 tiles, move to it, and then mine, right? So someone might try and snipe it off me. So if I start on the gold, then I can mine directly down and just take the value, just take the gold plus the 1,000 gold, and then jump to the floor below and get a head start here over everyone else. That was my thinking on that one. I kind of assumed people wouldn't want to fall down immediately because there's stuff up here that they can get, right? Yeah, sorry, so I should go through the rest of the rules. On floor B3, which is this one right here, players can choose to attack a tile instead of mining. Attacks are always processed before that move step. So notably, if you start next to someone on B3, like that's a really bad idea.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
It's only on B3. Yeah. But if you start next to someone on B3, then if they swing at you, they will always kill you because it's processed before moving. So your only possible response is to swing back at them at the same time, right? But attacks are always processed before that move step. If a player is on the attack tile, then they're killed and the score is set to 0. And that happens too if they fall into lava. You can see the lava blocks are on here, and there's also lava below every tile on B3. So there are some places that you can stand for a very long time. You can see there's 10 durability tiles here. But if you go anywhere that runs out of durability on B3, you are just dead and lose the game. So there are a few bonuses you can get.
Stay away from B3, eh?
Sorry?
Start on, just stay off of B3, right?
Yes. And that's a big reason why I thought people wouldn't want to drop to B2 early, because they don't want to end up down here. But bonuses, there are a few ways you can score bonus money. $4,000 if you successfully attack a player down here. You get $4,000 if you cause a player to fall by mining out a tile either directly underneath them or something that they stand on during that round. And you get $6,000 if you have the most iron at the end of the game. So, yeah, those are just a few extra ways of making money. The game ends either when a player is killed, so when a player falls into lava or is attacked on floor B3, or when 10 rounds pass. Spoiler alert, that isn't going to happen, because that would require people to not mine every turn. Or when no resources remain accessible. So if all of the resources in the game are mined out, then then the game ends. Notably, that requires these 10 durability irons to get mined out as well, which might take a little while. The living player with the most money wins 2 tokens of life, and any dead players lose. And obviously the winner, if there's more than one dead player, the winner will choose between them who is the elimination candidate. Does that all make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Have a lot of money, don't die.
Yep. And so mining gold earns you 5,000, silver earns you 4,000, iron earns you 3,000, dirt, air, or lava earn you nothing. An emerald earns 2,000 and adds $4 to the prize pool. Whoa, we can increase the prize pool. And mining a garnet. Yeah, it probably will, because it earns you stuff as well, right? And at some point, the rest of the resources are going to become depleted. And mining a garnet tile earns $1,000 and immediately gives you 4 garnets. That's a lot of garnets.
Yeah.
So that could be worth going for as well.
Yeah, but like you didn't spawn next to a garnet, so I mean, yeah, I don't know, you kind of SOL.
I did not. And like at this point, I'm very much of the opinion I need to lock in, I need to try and win these main matches. I am going to do anything I can to get the most money in this game.
Okay.
And of course, the very first thing I need to do is convince Sixella not to mine me out, because scoring 0 on the first round and dropping down to the floor below is probably not a good start to the game.
So if you fall down to the round below, do you lose the rest of your actions that turn?
Yes, you do.
That's nicer than if it didn't happen.
Yeah, because otherwise you could just wander into the lava after you fall, right? Or mine a completely random tile that doesn't have anything on it.
And then fall further, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
The
Like
official...
imagine...
So the official rule around falling was basically if you are falling, you freeze in the air like Wile E. Coyote, and then you fall at the end of the round. Which...
Oh, so you can fall and then be attacked? Or probably, whatever, it doesn't matter.
I don't know if you can fall and be attacked. That's an interesting question, but it doesn't come up in this game.
Yeah, it's not going to come up because it couldn't come on the higher floors. It could only be a bottom floor thing. And if you fall, like, whatever, it doesn't work. Okay. It's neat. It's a very interesting game.
All right.
Make a lot of money,
yeah, I initially try and convince Sixella not to mine me out, and she does agree. And you can see she ends up going for the gold and mining out the gold. I just mine out the space directly under me, and Awesome and MC both go for this silver, and MC takes out the gold in the process, which is funny to see. I think MC just doesn't want Awesome to win, was the main thing here.
Yeah, I mean, they're gunning for each other. Isn't that
It's so good, right? Having two people in the game who have a massive grudge against each other this late in the game. It makes it so much less likely that you get taken to the deathmatch or that you lose.
Yeah, so you just spend your... Wait, so, okay, is it really that good to mine out and to drop? I'm shocked that both of you guys, like, get the 1 extra 1,000 to drop down to the floor below. I guess everything gets mined quickly?
Yeah, so that was my thinking, right? I was hoping that no one else would drop down and I could just run to multiple golds and get as much as possible early on. Especially this gold up here is a really hard one to grab because you can, like, if anyone goes over there, they can kill you. And the mining has to be the last action on your turn, so you would end up standing on one of these 1 blocks, right? But if you get down there quickly, you don't have to worry about other people mining you out because there's no one else there, and you can potentially grab multiple. The problem is, if multiple people drop down, then your strategy gets kind of screwed over because the people on the top floor end up with more resources.
Yeah, and then like everyone who stays up top now gets to mine all of the good stuff and doesn't have to worry about dropping down and dying.
Yes. And you'll note here that Sleepy actually pays Garnets to move a lot of extra tiles on this turn. He actually walks onto the iron twice before mining it out from under himself to drop. So basically removes this tile from the game entirely.
Why? Why not just mine a lot?
That would be my question too. I think his idea is also just winning this most iron at the end of the game thing. So take out as much iron on this floor as possible. Go down to here and get the mining in, and then, like, I don't know, because he could have got that by just standing there and mining iron repeatedly, right? Maybe he just felt he had to be on floor B2 for some reason.
So, just to be clear, you have basically 4 actions that you can do, and then you can, on your action, move or mine?
No, you get 4 moves and then a mine. You don't have to use up all your moves. So
that's why, because then they really wanted to drop. Sneaky really wanted to go down this turn. This is the only way to remove 2 durability from the tile, was to move on it then mine.
Yeah.
Or 3. Yeah, because there's 3 durability on the iron. Okay.
He could have gone up to the emerald and then mined that out, right?
But also wanted the iron. That's specifically, you want to get... Sneaky wanted to get the iron and drop, and this is the only way to do that. Okay, sure.
Yep. So if we go into the next round where people are, you can see I am now on the floor below. Sixella is as well. Sleepy is as well. Sorry that it uses the names instead of the people's avatars. I should have got them in, but hey. This was how it was presented during the game. And Awesome and MC are both standing on this tile here with empty tiles all the way around them. It's just
I
a
mean,
fun little
they're
thing that's
gonna,
going on.
yeah, they're just gonna run around, I guess.
Yes, they have to go
Dude, their game
this
would
way.
be a lot more interesting, right, to figure out. You're
Mhm.
you're in a head-to-head match, right? You're playing this game two-person. You are them. How do you win, right?
It's so difficult, right? Because you can just go for garnets. You could run down to the iron here or the silver here. You could run over to the
How do you get
emerald.
the targets, man?
Uh,
Oh, up to 4 moves. Up to 4 moves. Okay, okay, okay.
the thing is, if you go to the garnets, you are risking so much because the other person could just step this way and then mine the garnets out, and then you run onto the garnets, give them a bonus for making you fall, and get nothing. So you could just that's if you
Do
want to
you have
mine the garnet from the space. Like if you mine it from here, then
and
it's safer. But
yeah, because if you're mining adjacent, you don't get the garnets, is the point?
no, you do get the garnets, but you don't get the plus 1,000.
Yeah, so just ignore the plus 1,000. Of course, right? You're not mining the garnets for the money.
Okay, here's the other option though. What if the other person goes to this way and then mines out the space that you're standing on? Because then they
Yeah, so
also cause
obviously,
you to fall.
yep. I don't think you can go one left. I think you would need to go like two left and one down if you're trying to mine the garnets,
Mhm.
and then mine backwards. But then because I think if you go two to the left and then mine the space, like if you go to that space E1 and then you mine E2, I think that's like if you
Oh,
assume
this.
they're going for the garnets, yeah, you mine down there because now the space that you're on has only one durability left, and I think you can probably like go back and forth and kill people.
Maybe. So
Uh,
the tough thing is, the durability doesn't decrease until the person leaves the tile, right? So if you go to E1 and then mine out E2, that's going to be on one durability. They can still walk over here and mine the garnets, and then it will only go to 0 when they leave that tile. Which is why I was thinking go to E1 and then mine out F1 instead, just in case they mine the garnets here from there. But then that's why your strategy is better of going to E2 and then mining out the garnets, but it does lose to the strategy of just going to the F1 and mining out the garnets, right?
because if it's once you stop moving and then you mine, and whoever moves less would
Yes.
mine first.
Yeah, so
Okay.
effectively, if they both move to F1, and then one of them is moving and one of them is mining, that action happens at the same time. So the garnets would disappear as that person moves here, and then they would move here and try to mine that space, and it would be empty, right? Um, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that is what's happening with Awesome and MC. I'm honestly not paying that much attention to what's going on with Awesome and MC at this point because I'm like, those two can fight it out on the top. Like, I just want to make sure I get as much money as possible in this area. Yeah. I have an interesting choice here as well because I could just mine the silver from the silver tile and then get silver plus 1,000, which is effectively equal to gold. But then I don't get the money from moving if I do that. And if I move off the silver, I'm reducing its durability by 1. So maybe that's not efficient. I don't know. I don't actually remember what I do here, so I'm interested to see. Oh, I just run up and grab the gold. Actually, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because it's the turn that I can do that. Yeah. Because this is the
Make money. Safe it's ever
hardest
gonna be.
goal to grab. Yes. And remember that this area is over the lava, so you never really want to be up here while other people are around because they could very easily kill you. Yeah. Over here, Sleepy gets screwed over, I think. Oh no, Sleepy doesn't get screwed over. I think they forgot to put an X on the silver, is what happened here. I don't remember. These two managed to sort out their differences on this turn and go for different things, but I don't know whether that was negotiated or just them. You can see that
Yeah,
MC
we'll see.
steps on the garnets to remove it, so maybe it wasn't negotiated.
Sure. Yeah, if you're just trying to get out of there safely, then this works. All right, cool.
Yeah. All right. So we're moving
You
forward
got a
here.
gold and didn't die. Yeah.
Yep. I'm in an interesting spot here because MC has just dropped down on the tile directly below me.
Yes.
To the south of me.
But you can move off safely, right?
Yes. The mining
Yeah.
happens at the same time as the movement, so I would be able to move before, well, at the
Yeah,
same
he
time.
could not
so-
mine your tile out and then drop you into lava.
Yeah. Whereas if
Cool.
we were in this kind of position on B3, he could attack me before I could move, which would mean
Yeah,
my
both
only
of you would
option
be forced to
B3,
just attack each other forever, right? Yeah.
Yes. All right, so I don't remember what happens here, but I do remember that I was worried about the fact that Awesome is up on floor 1 now, with no one contesting him, with access for 2 iron and 2 silver, which feels like quite a lot. But if you remember, there is the possibility to mine the tile directly above you, so people can still snipe this stuff off him.
MC is for sure gonna snipe him.
It's very possible, I don't actually remember. No, it's Sleepy who decides to snipe him here. Goes over here and mines the silver. But yeah. So you can see I go down here, I grab a silver. Sixella grabs a silver from here, and MC grabs this gold. At this point, I'm negotiating quite a lot with basically everyone except Awesome, because Awesome isn't talking all that much. And probably mostly with MC and Sixella. Both of them I have a very good rapport with in this round specifically, and we coordinate what we're each doing here. Right. And you can see the earnings down here at the bottom, slowly growing. I do have a bit more than anyone else right now. I have 13,000 even. Well, the next closest is 12,600, which isn't that far behind. But you do also have to remember there's a 6,000 for most iron at the end, which is currently being split between Awesome and Sleepy, which means that Awesome is technically in the lead. He has 13,600. Alright, so we then move ahead to here, and I do not remember what happens. Oh no, it's Sixella who went over here and mined the silver above. That actually makes more sense, because I think I talked with Sixella about the possibility of Awesome just winning by being up here. But you'll note, my whole strategy of going down to the floor below to try and make sure that I get the resources before other people do, it's not working out so well, because there's a lot of people down here at this point, right?
Yep.
So, here, I just decide to take the silver and drop down to the floor below, and take out the garnets on the way there, so that no one else can possibly get them. And, like...
Okay.
Maybe
Why
I should
does
have...
nobody want to just get garnets?
Because everyone wants to win this game, right? It's like, the tokens of life are so important this late. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway. You can see MC mines himself down to the bottom floor as well. I'm pretty sure we both agreed on that. And we're like, okay, you take that side of the bottom floor, I'll take this side. I'm like, yeah, that works for me. I end up getting the gold. I'm happy with that. But these players here, Sixella goes to the iron and self-mines it, and Sleepy mines it. But there's still 1 durability left, so Sixella doesn't fall here. And Awesome is just taking stuff from... In fact, I think he removes everything from this floor by doing that, right? He decreases iron durability by 1 and takes the silver.
Sure.
So, this is the current state of affairs. I am in the lead. Now... In fact, actually, I'm not in the lead anymore, because Awesome has overtaken Sleepy on the iron count. Because Sleepy mined at the same time as... Did Sleepy mine at the same time as Sixella? I don't remember. Anyway.
What's the matter?
Oh, this did make Sixella fall. Huh. I didn't think that was the case. Oh, it only had 2 left. Anyway, you can see that I haven't revised this, this section well enough to be talking about it this much. But at the moment, Awesome is in the lead, because he's got the 6,000 bonus for most iron at this point. And there's 3 of us on this bottom floor, and I am still... like, agreeing with Sixella and MC, we should... I'm still talking with them both individually, just trying to coordinate what we're going for, and make sure that I can get as much as possible. I'm also kind of not too worried about the situation up here with Sleepy and Awesome, because I'm fairly sure Awesome is going to drop down and try and grab the iron. from here to make sure that Sleepy doesn't take it all, because Awesome is currently winning in the iron count, right? And doesn't want to be overtaken by Sleepy on that. So, moving into the next round, you can see I grab the gold, Sixella ends up grabbing the silver, and MC ends up grabbing the iron. And Awesome doesn't... he takes as many of these tiles as possible and then drops down to this floor, I think, which is what you would expect. He can't do anything useful on this turn except grab as much as possible from that.
Fair.
Right. Was it this turn? I think it actually was this turn. So at this point, I'd been talking with MC and Sixella quite a lot, and I managed to get both of them to agree to individually to me winning the game. But I managed to get both of them to agree to me winning the game by promising the token of life, right? In both cases, going, hey, if you let me get what I need, I will give you the token of life. And I say the same thing to both of them, and they don't coordinate between the two of them. They're not that close, so they don't realize I've promised it to both of them. But I'm having the dilemma of, if I do win, which of them do I give it to?
Yeah, that's a classic overpromise. Okay.
My feeling is that Final 5 is late enough in the game that it's okay to burn someone in that way, right?
Okay.
It's tough. But as part of that, Sixella agreed to stop Sleepy from mining all the iron on this floor. So notably, if I have got the gold here and I get the silver from up here, I am probably completely safe. I'm running away with the game at that point, and especially if Sixella mines out the iron that Sleepy is standing on, like, no one is getting particularly close to contesting me, especially considering Awesome is not gaining anything at all this round. Sixella agrees to do that.
Like, the question basically is, I do agree, if you make this deal with them, you are going to win this round. But was there a way to do it without getting someone pissed at you? Because your position was strong.
Yeah, maybe there was. I don't know. I think I just felt like I needed to go for it. Like, I needed to go all out at this point. That was just what I felt.
Sure. And I mean, it's probably going to get you the win on this round almost 100%.
Probably. But as part of it, so at this point, I was going to MC and Sixella and saying this, and I was trying to make the decision of who do I actually give the token of life to? And I figured...
Oh, yeah, I have an idea, though. Get one of them to kill somebody else.
That would be nice.
Right? Yeah, because if you can get one of them to just attack somebody else, say, hey, look, I'm happy to give you the thing. Our risk is that Awesome or someone at MC. We pick someone that's a threat to beat you and say, look, if we can work together to kill that person, then I'll give you the garnet. And then you tell the other person, hey, look, they were willing to go out on a limb and kill this person for me, so I got the win. And now they're clearly the ones who's going to have the retribution, so I need to give them the garnet. And that's how you can get out of your deal without being so obvious about it.
Yeah. That feels like a good line to take. As it turned out, the decision kind of got made for me at this point. Because I was initially thinking, before this round goes through, I'm going to give it to Sixella. Partially because I think MC is a little bit better at the death matches, so I kind of want him out of the game. Although Sixella was pretty damn good at the death matches as well, I should know. Everyone left in the game was really strong at this point. But also, MC stabbed me in the back on the donut round, right? Sixella has also stabbed me in the back in the past, but it's always been on... it's always been sort of, not to her advantage, not because she was being opportunistic necessarily, it was just because she felt bad for someone, right? So the main one that I'm thinking of is all the way back in round 2, I gave her my garnets. She basically volunteered to go and make sure that Josh took last place in the black market so that I wouldn't have to, right? And I gave her my garnets to make sure that she could beat Josh, and she ended up tanking that, sending herself into the deathmatch, and giving the money that she got with my garnets to Morthai, who then beat Bradley and stopped me from getting the thing, right? So she has kind of stabbed me in the back before, but it hasn't been opportunistic, it's just been weird. And I felt like I could probably trust her more than I could trust MC in the long run. Because if someone's stabbing you in the back like that, it's because they feel very close to someone else in the game, right? It's not because they're trying to take advantage of you necessarily. So I was thinking I'd give it to Sixella at this point. Sixella agrees to mine out the iron from below Sleepy. This is before these moves go through, and then goes over here and takes the silver instead. Like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're not doing that then. I guess if I win, it's going to MC. But she immediately came to me and apologized and said she felt like she couldn't mine out from below Sleepy. She just had the conversation with him and ended up going this way. And I'm like, why didn't you tell me that? Like, you can't come to me after the round. I don't say this out loud, but you can't come to me after the round and say, hey, this is what happened, right? And I'm really sorry about it. You have to let me know that is going to happen if you want me to forgive you for it. So at this point, I decide if I win, I'm giving it to MC. But Sixella says she's willing to help make up for it by still working with me here. So I end up talking to her a lot and trying to arrange stuff with her. And we realize at this point, so now we've gone down to just 2 floors left because there's nothing left on the top floor that's really worth anything. I figure at this point, if we can mine out everything that's left on the board, then we might be able to end the game with me getting the silver and no one else being... Is that what happened? I don't remember. I don't remember this well enough to commentate this in depth. Let's just look at the...
yeah, let's look at what happens, right?
Yeah, so Sixella doesn't take the silver. That's the really important part of this. I managed to convince her not to take the silver, and she basically agrees to do that as I'm really sorry for what I did to you on the previous round. I'm just going to go and let
to be clear, this previous round we're talking about was 5 rounds ago now, right?
No, as apology for what she did here. So not mining out the iron below Sleepy.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
Great, sorry, that's fine. The previous round is in the literal previous round of this game. Okay,
yes.
Cool. Sounds good.
Now, this would have guaranteed my win, I think. Except, look at what happened over here. Awesome did not enter any moves at all, and Sleepy mined out Awesome. Which means the two of them definitely made an agreement for Sleepy to win the game. Because this essentially is the same as mining a silver for Sleepy. He mines Awesome down, gets the 4,000 bonus for causing a player to fall, and then he can still mine the iron on the next turn and take the iron bonus. So Sleepy is going to get a lot of points.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people nearby, and what's going to happen is someone's going to kill someone and then you're going to win.
Yeah, but so this is going to be the last round of the game, most likely, because Sleepy just has to mine out the iron. All of the resources on this floor are now gone. Right? MC destroyed the iron here by walking over it. He destroyed the iron here by walking off it. And I got rid of the silver, so it's just the iron that's left in this game. So Sleepy is going to get that plus on the final round, and that is actually going to be enough to overtake me. As is, because Sleepy has the 6,000 bonus for most iron, so that takes him up to 31,700, which is only 900 behind me. And he's going to be able to walk over stuff. Is this right? I remember it being very, very close anyway.
Show us the moves, you don't remember, that's fine, let's go next. Do you get the dub, CaptainMeme? Do you have to give the garnet out or not? Or not garnet, the life thing.
Actually, with the I end up talking to MC a whole bunch this round, and we end up theorizing. Look, this is the maximum amount that Sleepy can possibly get from this round. A specific amount.
Yeah.
If I pay X number of garnets to move an extra X steps during this round, then I can 100% guarantee that I have $100 more than him, something like that, right?
Okay, but you have no garnets.
I definitely did have garnets again at this point.
You
I don't
said you
remember
gave
where
all your garnets
I
to Bradley.
did.
You haven't made
I
any
think
garnets since.
I think there was a winning there were extra garnets given to the winning team on the scales one, so I did have
Whatever.
some.
You have some garnets that you can spend. You don't need him. You don't need MC to also give you garnets in order to give you the win. Sure.
Yes. So my main concern here is making sure that Awesome can't attack me, because Awesome is trying to make sure that Sleepy wins, right? So I can't go an obvious route here. So my thinking was I go to D2 and then turn around and then go this way. Because I think Awesome will probably predict I go straight this way or straight that way, right?
Sure.
So that was what it came down to. The other thing that happened this round was M3C and 6Ella talked a whole bunch about which one of them would what they would do here, and they were both trying to convince the other not to attack them for obvious reasons.
And both of them, but both of them spend the whole time just attacking each other, right?
Yeah, and they both came to me and asked my opinion. Do you think this other person is going to be trustworthy here? Do you think they're not going to attack me? And I was like, I'm fairly sure they're going to attack you. You should attack them. And I said that to both of them because,
Of course, which I think is reasonable. I think, right? That's the natural thing to do as both people.
It is. It's like if the other person isn't going to attack you, that just leaves you the opportunity to make sure they lose instead of you.
When the game ends when a player is killed, does that mean the game instantly ends? Like if Awesome kills Sixella in round 2 in the second app, goes moves and attacks Sixella, then do you still get your money from walking?
You do still get the rest of the moves from the round counted, so it's at the end of that round.
So it doesn't hard end. Great.
Yeah. So we move forward here. I actually end up going this way. I guess that must be the way I thought would be least likely to be to be taken.
Sure. Fine, whatever.
But Awesome ends up attacking this spot here, which it turns out is exactly where I would have been if I'd gone straight this way around, so I'm glad I didn't do that. And Sleepy moves and takes the iron, which is what you would expect from this position. Oh, he self-mines the iron. That's why it would be so close, because he gets the extra 1,000. Okay,
sure.
And the final earnings...
But you get 400 for every move, so...
Yeah. I pay a couple of garnets to get 100 extra dollars than him. So I end up winning this one.
Sweet.
And Awesome would have lost, except that Sixella and MC both attacked each other. And so they both end up dying, and I have to choose between them which of them is going to be the deathmatch candidate. And they're both expecting me to say that the other is going to be the deathmatch candidate because I promised both of them the token of life, right? So I take a little while and then I say, I end up making a decision saying, hey, I'm going to put Sixella in the deathmatch because of you promised to mine the iron out from under Sleepy, and you didn't do it. I'm really sorry, but that's kind of the decision that I have to make here. And then she's like, okay, that's fine. I'm going to take out MC because he, he attacked me.
They're the reasons why each other lost, sure.
Yeah. And then I'm like, I'm really sorry, I can't let you do that. I'm giving the token of life to MC because he helped me win in the end. And Sixella was not happy about this, but we ended up having a long conversation after that happened, and she ended up seemingly forgiving me for it. Which is... I mean, I'm not sure she really forgave me for it, but it's as good as you can hope for, right, in that position. I kind of put myself in a corner by promising her the token of life in the first place.
Sure.
So, I end up giving the token of life to MC, and Sixella takes Sleepy to the deathmatch. And we have Color Theory, which was my favorite deathmatch to watch. Because, again, it's about graph theory, right? You end up getting one of these pictures of just regions on a board. And each turn you are allowed to, so you take turns with your opponent, and each turn you are allowed to color one of these spaces with one of 4 colors. So yellow, red, blue, or green. You can't color a space that's adjacent to another space that's been colored. So this someone has colored K, so you can't color any of these other spaces next to it, right? And at any point, well, like on your turn, you are allowed to, instead of coloring a place, challenge the other person to complete the picture. So at that point, it will be given to the other person. They have to color in everywhere here, and they are not allowed to have any two colors adjacent, two of the same color adjacent. So they can't color X red or blue in this scenario, right? Because it's adjacent to another red or blue thing. So the whole point of this is you have to try and make it... you have to try and spot when it's impossible and challenge your opponent to color it then, or you need to make sure that your opponent has no options to color, so has to challenge on a turn where it is possible. I don't know if I've explained that incredibly well, but hopefully it makes enough sense. Right. This one, for example, is an impossible one to color at this point, and Sixella calls it at this point and forces Sleepy to try and color it, and he finds out that he can't. Challenge for the viewers, spot why it's impossible. It's not incredibly obvious off the bat. Pause the video here if you don't want to know. Ezio, do you want to go at this, or do you want me to just say?
I need you to say the rules again. What?
Okay, so at this point, basically, Sixella challenges Sleepy to color in the rest of this grid. And you are not allowed to color any region the same color as an adjacent region. So S can't be green or red, because it's adjacent to a green and a red, right?
Yeah, okay.
And you have to color the entire grid. So if you fill in S yellow, for example, then T can't be yellow or red. If you color that blue, then R can't be yellow.
Okay, and what we're saying is that at this point in the game, you can't, like, with only these four colors, you cannot color this grid anymore. We've made it impossible.
Yeah.
Is the argument.
And the player's job is like to spot that it's impossible and to challenge the other person to do it. Or
yes.
Or they can play the game the other way, which is keep it possible, but make sure that when their opponent has no options of spaces left to color, because they can't color something adjacent to another thing that's colored before it's challenged.
Yeah.
Then they have to challenge you, and if it's possible, then you just say it's possible, color it in, and then win. Right?
Yeah, I think AM is the problem space.
This one right here?
At a fundamental level, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it's not. That is a very good thought, because it forces this space.
It forces so many things
and forces a lot.
Yeah, because it's forced to be yellow. It then also then AG breaks. Sorry, right? Because AM has to be yellow.
Yes,
right?
Actually,
there's only four colors.
That is completely correct. Okay, I think.
Sorry, so AM being the problem space, whatever. However you think about it, but
yes,
there's a lot of places that are forced.
So actually, I think this is it was actually made impossible much earlier in the game, and they only called it out at this point, because the reason it was impossible earlier is because there's a cycle of 5 provinces in this area that all have to be yellow or green, right? And this was created really early on in the game, and neither of them spotted it for a while. And if you have an odd number cycle that are all forced to be one of 2 colors, then 2 of the same color is going to be adjacent. Yeah. So this was the bit that I was looking at. But actually, you are completely correct. This is also impossible down here. Anyway, it was a cool thing. I like this this minigame. And I actually talked with Sixella. Like, myself and Sixella had talked a bunch after the main match. And, like... she ended up forgiving me for this, and I was like, I'm going to help you in the deathmatch, because it's essentially my fault that you're in there. I also don't particularly want Sleepy to be at the end of the game, because everyone is really strong at this point, but you still have this ranking in your head of who is the strongest, right? And Sleepy was definitely very high up on that ranking. So I was like, I'll practice with Sixella over the course of this. And I did, and I beat Sixella a few times at it, and basically gave her every strategy that I had used to make sure that she could beat Sleepy. And she did end up beating Sleepy. I don't think it was necessarily because of my strategies, but I like to think I had a bit of a hand in it.
Sure.
Anyway, Sleepy is eliminated, and we are down to 4. Myself, MC, Awesome, and Sixella. And we go into the final 4 deathmatch, which actually has 8 players. It is the open horse race, and for this deathmatch, they bring in 4 guests who are basically famous people from the Genius ORG community, none of whom I know anything about. Right?
Great. Sure.
So, in this game, there are 11 horses that will compete in the Magna Dream Cup. You can see their names here and their profile pictures. Their results are predetermined. So this is a very famous thing in Genius games. It's like rigged horse race or something, where you have a horse race that has all of the results predetermined, and you get clues over the course of the game as to which horse is going to win. And you have to work with the other players to figure out like which horse will win, and you get to bet every single round a certain number of chips on a horse. And you know, it's basically a test for trying to get as much information as possible as early as possible. So, each player has 40 chips to bid. You can bid up to 12 chips total on horses during each round. There are going to be 4 rounds. At the end of the game, the chips bid on the horses placing first, second, and third will score 1 point each. This isn't true. I've written this wrong and I misremembered it. It's actually the amount of points that you score per chip scales depending on how many chips everyone bet on that horse. So if everyone figured out which horse is going to be in first, and everyone bet tons of chips there, but you're the only person who figured out that a certain horse was going to be in third, and so you're the only person who bid there, and there's much fewer chips, then your chips from the horse in third are going to be worth much more, right? Does that make sense?
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes sense. It's odd. I assume first is worth more by default, and then second and third. But is it just if you can figure out where they are, that's all equivalent?
Yeah, they're all exactly equivalent.
Okay,
you can
cool.
bet on
just figure out the top
any
3.
of those 3. Yeah, the interesting addition to this one: after each round, clues will be revealed that will point to winning horses. That's usually the case. That's standard for this kind of horse race. However, players can spend chips or garnets to add fake clues to that reveal. That was the really cool part of this, because it's not just the players who can add these fake clues. The guests that they invited can also spend their chips and garnets to add fake clues. So there could be tons of fake clues in there, and you have to figure out which ones are real. And they posted exactly how you wrote the fake clues. So you also have to figure out the sort of styling that they're going to use on the clues. And for that reason, it might make more sense to put your fake clues in later when you've seen some of the examples coming up, right? But at the same time, the earlier that you put your fake clues in, the more likely you are to get... If you don't put any fake clues in early, then other people are likely to get the answer from those earlier clues. Because there's nothing in there to mislead them.
Yeah, but you're also gonna get the answers from the earlier clues. Whatever. All right, let's see. Let's see some of the fake clues. All right.
All right. So the player with the most points wins the soul token of life. The player with the least points is the elimination candidate. The important thing about the guests is they join for this main match only. They're only competing against each other, so they have no impact on our part of the game except that their chips still reduce the value of the horses if they all bid a lot on the horse that you're bidding on, right? And that horse ends up winning, then your chips will be worth less.
Sure.
And
there are people to communicate with, right?
Yes, and they are people who can communicate with you. There's also this really weird rule. Horses -1, -2, -3, and -4 do not exist, but can be bid on. That was just in the rules.
Yeah.
You're like, what does that mean? And we found out quite early on what this would mean by talking to the guests, and it turned out each of them had a negative horse assigned to them, and if the winning player of the match bid on their negative horse, they would win money equal to the number of chips that were bid on their horse. So the guests were trying to convince you to bid on the negative horses, but they also wanted the people who bid there to win the game, right?
Yeah, so so they're gonna spend all of their chips on fake clues.
Pretty much. So
Oh
this is really
god.
funny. There was one of the guests is called Andre, and I did not know this going in. You know how there's some people in diplomacy who like come across as the most charismatic, most like genuine, most trustworthy people you'll ever meet, and you can 100% go all in with them. And that's the impression
Yeah.
they give at the start. And then the first turn goes through and they turn out to be completely insane and have stabbed everyone adjacent to them. Right?
Yes, you're right. I was thinking more of people who like are trustworthy through the first game, and then they do something. But yeah, I've met the people who are all opening press. Oh, this is great, and then you're like, oh dear God.
Yes. Yeah, yeah. Andre
Okay,
was one
yeah.
of these people, right? And I
Okay.
initially got a really good vibe from Andre, and he promised that he would like work with me, and he told me outright, I'm gonna spend all my chips on fake clues to try and deceive
Sure.
everyone else in the game, right? And I'll tell you
Yeah.
what those fake clues are. And so you'll be able to
Uh-huh.
win. And it turned out he told everyone this, right?
Yeah, of
And
course.
he was
Yeah,
telling
yeah, yeah.
different people that different ones of the fake clues were his. So,
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. Optimal.
uh, he was a really funny guy, but he didn't actually matter to me because I figured out, with the help of one of the other guests, which of these horses would place first, second, and third before we got any clues at all. And
Huh?
yeah, that raises an eyebrow, right? And I have to give credit to the other guests because they were definitely the person who figured it out first, right? They figured out one thing that then made everything click. These are the names of the horses. Horse 1, the Elven, Photogenical Fulminator, Cheaper Lights, blah, 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 blah. And
Okay.
this is the Magna Dream Cup. And the Magna Dream Cup rearranges to Anagram Cup or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, sure. These are reason why these people are good at these games. Yeah.
Yep. And the very first thing, when me and this person were chatting, they were like, I wonder if there's any clues, like in the initial post. The Elven, that rearranges to 11th. I was like, ooh, that's
Sure.
interesting. And so then we go through and we figure out that all of them rearrange to some kind of thing that tells you where they place. And we didn't have an exact answer to this because it turned out the mods had messed up the name on Photogenical Fulminator, and it's supposed to be Photogenical Fumigator, which gives you like this will place fourth, or I don't remember what the exact one is. That's
Whatever.
a challenge
There's
for
a
the
cheat.
reader.
Anyways, point is, you have the first three, and that's all you care about. So, all right, you win.
Yeah.
GG.
So
Well done.
we win. Huzzah. And of course, no one else, we're pretty sure that no one else in the game has figured this out yet. The mods did a really good job with writing the rules of this to point people away from even thinking about this, right? There was so much you could think about in this game that
Sure.
this wasn't the first thing you went to. So we were fairly certain we'd figured it out and no one else had. But
Yeah. And how many chips? You only have to put one chip on the fake person, right?
so the fake horse earns money equal to the amount of chips that were placed there, or it's like some amount of dollars per chip that was placed there.
Sure.
So
Do you know how people are betting?
I did know. Well, no, I didn't know exactly how people were betting, but I did have an idea that no one had figured it out, and no one had any
Yeah,
clues
sorry,
at this
my
point.
question is,
Sorry.
are they revealed after? Like, are the
Yes.
results revealed?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
It doesn't tell you who bid on the negative horses, but you could work it out from who didn't bid in other places, right?
Sure.
No.
Okay. That's tough, right? I mean, you have to put three, like, equal distribute your bids on the winning horses. It will be sus if you just put four on exactly three horses, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You can bid 12 per round. You only want to bid 4 chips in the very first round because you don't want to give information to your opponents going forward, right? And
Well, but that's when you could put the extra bids on the fake horse, right?
yes, that's exactly it. So Hot Dog comes to me and says, "Hey, we figured this out together. Are you okay to give me some of the money that you'll get from the, like, to give me some chips right now? You don't have to give away that these horses are coming first, second, and third that way. And I get the money from you bidding there as long as you win. So it still incentivizes me to keep this secret as well from the other players.
Of course.
That's a really good pitch. And I'm like, yeah. That makes sense.
Great.
But Hot Dog asked for 8 chips on their horse. And that is more than 4 chips, you will notice.
That is more than 4 chips.
But Hot Dog did figure this out. Like, I would never have gotten this without them. And I figured if no one's figured this out in the first round, they're probably not going to figure it out in the second round either. So I will
There's hopefully going to be enough clues that are going to keep things crazy. But you need then to make sure that Hot Dog knows that, like, their job needs to be keeping the secret because you're going to be the one who's going to put the most on them, so they need you to win.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, I got the impression from Hot Dog, they seem like a brilliant genius player. I haven't looked into their history, but I would not be surprised if they are like a...
Based on this, they, like, looked at these horses and like, oh, yeah, I've solved this. This one's done. You're like, okay.
I was very lucky that I was the person talking to Hot Dog at the time, I think.
But, I mean, my instinct is that obviously they were telling this to everyone, and there's just going to be, like, 100 tokens on the Hot Dog by the end of this game, but whatever.
Maybe. But it turns out that no, they hadn't talked to anyone else. No one else bid on horse -3. No one else bid on the right horses. I don't actually remember which one. Campfire, Pearliest, Alden. Okay, some people bid on some of them.
Yeah, but there's like a couple.
They're just spreading them out, like, randomly. No one bid on Pearliest at all, right? So it's probably...
Yeah, then you're fine. You're in great shape. Yeah, you're in great shape.
And you'll note most of the guests just spent all their money on fake clues, and we go into the first round, there are like 60 clues in the pool, and no one knows what anything is. Like, Andre is going around telling everyone, like, this clue is mine, this clue is mine, different things to different people, and completely confusing everyone in the game. And I'm just like, oh, thank God I have this figured out, so I don't have to pay any attention to this whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that's all good. And then we go into the next round, and we find out that Awesome has figured it out as well. And Sixella has figured it out as well. So, because, like, I mean, look at the bids. You don't do this unless you 100% know that those horses are going to win.
Yeah, but
right?
Why are you putting it... I thought you were supposed to put 4 on each of them in first, second, and third.
I didn't want to reveal what the exact winners would be, right? Because if you put 4 on each, then you're, like, going, this one, this one, this one are coming first, second, third.
Oh, but you're well, yeah, no, that's I think you should still do that.
Maybe.
Like, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're right in that sense. I was
that's
thinking
maximizing your own points, and you're just betting I'm going to score more points than anyone else. Oh, but you've lost your things
I've
because
lost
you have to
4
put
chips. 8. Yes.
That's fair. You probably, but then you're just going to lose anyways. Yeah, well, whatever.
So my bet here was that I would, like, get the head start by putting Ace on the same horse, and everyone else would, like, be spreading out and hedging because they hadn't figured out the thing yet. Because obviously the clues were not that obvious. Unfortunately, one of the clues that the mods had added into the game, probably replacing an original clue, was the real name of Photogenical Fuminator is Photogenical Fumigator, which I think tipped everyone off as to the names being important. Because, like, who puts that in as a fake clue?
Oh, wait, sorry, someone put that in? Or the mods did a thing?
The mods put that in as, like, a real clue. Obviously it wasn't...
Yeah, that tells a lot. Yeah.
It wasn't
once
revealed.
You know the names are relevant, the names are relevant.
Yes. And like, it wasn't revealed that was the real clue or one of the real clues, but you can figure it out. No one is going to put that in as a fake clue. So yeah, Awesome and Sixella both figure it out, and at that point I'm like, oh god, no, because I had it. If I just hadn't put as many chips on horse -3 in the first round, if I'd have just started putting them on the correct horses initially, I'm sure I would have gotten there. But then, of course, Hot Dog would have just gone and told everyone else the same thing and probably would have worked to stop me winning. So, yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? If
I don't... Then you would win, right? If you, like, whoever puts the fewest chips on hot dog is the one who's going to win if everyone knows what the answer is, right?
Probably, yes.
So he can't just tell everyone, because that's just, if he tells everyone, then everyone has to put everything on the right spots.
Yeah, but I think also there's a level of spite, right? It wasn't that much money at the end of the day. It was like $2 per chip that was on your horse. I don't remember, something like
Sure.
that. And so maybe it would become more important to Hot Dog to screw over the person who screwed over them, right? Who took their winning strategy and just used it for themselves. So I don't know. I felt like partially I needed to do this out of gratitude because they were the one who came up with the whole thing, and I would never have gotten it without them. You know how I am with anagrams. But also partially I felt like Hot Dog could really screw me over if I didn't run with it. But then looking at it from this round, I'm like, I've lost. There's no way I can catch up with this because they have put more chips on the right horses. That's just how it is. Notably, I didn't completely give up. I basically went and begged the guests to please put chips on the horses that would screw these players over, right? To make sure that they that those values
to dilute
dropped.
them, sure. Yeah.
The problem was that Andre had been quite insistent that I put money on his negative horse, and I had not done so. Like, he wanted that in return for him giving me the fake clues or whatever. And so he didn't like me very much. Codex was very, very close to Sixella off the bat. They had talks probably in similar ways to how Hot Dog and I had bonded off the bat. And I did manage to get Jekyll to help me a little bit, but it doesn't end up mattering. I also talked to MC and went, hey, look, you're out of this. This is what the secret is. Can you help me win? So I can give you a token of... Oh, no, I couldn't even give you a token of life, so that you can maybe take out Awesome or something. And he did try and help me, but we didn't end up managing anything here. You can see that at the end, Awesome and Sixella actually tie for the win. They put 12 on there and 15 on there and 8 on this one. They put exactly the same bets on the winning horses, so they both tie and they both get a token of life. Which wasn't in the rules that they were allowed to do that, but it was how it turned out, which automatically sent myself and MC into the deathmatch.
But Hot Dog walks away with some money.
Yep. Hot Dog got the $5 for winning among the guests on this, but no one had actually bid on their negative horse except me. So, yeah, that was.
Oh well.
Yep. All right. So we go into Deathmatch 10, Endless Horse Race. You can see Awesome and Sixella. I have tokens of life. I am forced to go into the very first deathmatch of the game for myself.
At Final Four.
At Final Four, I survived a lot longer than usual doing this. Right.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm in against MC. MC is very good at stuff. Everyone here is really good. The whole thing in this one was these are like logic puzzles. You can kind of see that from my notes, right? I find it way easier to take paper notes in this kind of thing than I do to try and take notes on a computer or figure things out on a computer. So I just had this little notepad scribbling down all of the possible things that it could be. They would give a certain number of clues and you had to say which horse was in which place in the race. Stuff like that, right? It's just your standard logic puzzle. And it went on for a long time. I think it was supposed to be first to 5 points or something. The idea was you could add in one fake clue each to each thing. So it's kind of themed on the previous thing. And you had to figure out what the fake clue was as well. That's like the extra additional thing. So we did this. MC ends up taking the early lead on this, and I'm behind. But the things get steadily more complicated as they go along, and I am quite good at complicated logic puzzles. So in the end, I take it and eliminate MC. And go through to Final 3, winning my first deathmatch. So, yeah.
One win, Final 3, let's go.
Hi. So there we go. The players going into Final 3. We have the esports commentator, the computer science student / mahjong player, and the personal trainer / crafts miniatures. These players are all
And,
really good at the game. I
yeah,
mean,
and also like just outlasted MC, and I mean, despite the two of them going into the deathmatch for forever, trying to eliminate each other, and it also won.
yeah. At this point, in fact, I don't even learn this at this point. I think I learned this after the game. Awesome and Sixella were actually working really closely together for the entire game. And I never figured that out because Awesome wasn't really talking to me and Sixella kept it very, very secret. So going into that's not a great position to be in going into the final three, having the other two players having an alliance against you, right? So,
Just outplay them, man. Just like win the challenges. They can't stop you.
this next one is an incredibly cool challenge. It's called Coding Pyramid, and as you can see from this, it's kind of based on code names, right? I assume you know the rules to code names, Ezio?
I do.
Okay.
I assume all of our viewers know that too. I don't think any of them need any explanation for that.
Well, yeah, okay, so the actual game rules are pretty different to code names, but it is based on it. There's initially a bidding stage, so you want to gather words to use on your board. You receive 100 chips to bid. Each round, 25 words will be revealed. Players must place bids on exactly 8 of them, plus however many bids they failed to win the round prior. So that plus however many bids thing is just to make sure that you have the right number of words at the end. If players lose bids in the final round, they'll receive randomly allocated words from those that remain to ensure that they have 24 total. So by the end of this bidding round, you will have 24 words to use on your board, which you'll note isn't the right number of words, but we'll get to that in a second. Players will then create a board akin to code names, so a board that looks like this, that 5 guests, who are all eliminated players in the game, will attempt to solve. You'll then create the clues that are used for that board. So you create 6 clues that point to specific numbers of words on that board, and very specific words, which will then be presented to the guests in the following order. So your first clue has to apply to 1 word on your board, the second clue has to apply to 2 words, the third clue has to apply to 3 words, and so on and so forth. Clue 6 has to apply to 6 words. And you define what these are. So I might say, I don't know, body and applies to head as my first one. That's probably a terrible...
But the numbers are forced. The first clue has to be 1 word.
Yes, exactly. And you can't have a word on the board apply to more than one of these clues. They basically get eliminated from the board as they're used. So...
Sure.
Yeah, you're basically setting up a whole codenames board for these players to solve. You specify which words are applied to each clue. A word cannot be assigned to more than 1 clue, that's what I just said, and it must be legal to play in Scrabble, which I don't think is the standard rule for codenames, but it is what it is. The positions of the words on the board will be randomized. So this is to apply the normal codenames rule that you're not allowed to give a hint as to the position of the word. They solve that for you by basically saying you're not going to know where on the board each of your things are. In addition, because you only have 24 words and a codenames board is 25 words, you must add 1 wildcard word to your board. You can choose any word from the Scrabble dictionary to do this with.
Sure.
And you can use it for any clue.
Okay, yeah, any or none. But presumably you want to add it to one of the clues, but great, sounds good.
Yep. If a guest chooses an incorrect word at any point, and bear in mind they are presented them in this exact order, their attempt will end, and players will score equal to the total number of words guessed correctly by the guests. The highest score wins the final token of life, and if there's a tie, the most creative clues ranked by the guests wins. Right.
Sure.
So do you have an idea of what kind of strategy you would use going into this? Again, nope. I'm not giving you any time to do this, really. But...
I mean, try to find categories of things that are super closely linked, and then try to give clues that match. Obviously, you need your lower clues to be more precise, because those get, they have to go through the early clues first. So making a category of size 6 doesn't really help, if whatever. It's good that they go through in the order specified, so that way... Do they see all of the clues at once, but only guess them in order? They see clue 1 first, only, then clue 2, only, than clue 3 only.
They see clue 1 first, then clue 2 after they've guessed all the clue 1 words, then clue 3 after they've guessed all the clue 2 words, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So they don't get to see all of them at the start.
Yeah, which of course makes things harder.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I would do things right. Like I would try to pick words that make categories. I would start making as big categories as possible, and then see what words I get left with. Is basically how I'd go. I don't know, man.
That was pretty much my approach through the bidding stage. Now, the problem is, I didn't know Sixella and Awesome was super close together, right? And there is some negotiation involved in this, in, like, figuring out, basically saying...
How much to bid?
Yeah, how much to bid on stuff, and also trying to get people not to bid on the things that you want to bid on, right? And at the end of the day, we were all fairly open with each other about what words we wanted. And I kind of felt that was okay, because the other two were also being very open with the words that they wanted. And then, of course, in the final round...
the two of them are communicating with each other, right? Yeah.
Yeah, in the final round, they screwed me over completely by bidding on everything I wanted and leaving me with a bunch of random words. Which was like, no. Oh.
Yep, that sounds problematic.
So I spent so long staring at my board trying to figure out... This is not my board, by the way. We'll get to my board in a second. Trying to figure out what each clue could possibly be. And I did eventually come up with something that I think works, and Ezio, I'm going to make you play it.
Oh, God, no. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, God. All right.
So this
everybody, let's have some fun.
This is my board. You can see I have 25 words, a lot of them sort of around various themes that could be like reasonably put together, but they definitely weren't the numbers of specific things around those themes that I wanted, because I got screwed over at the end. My clue 1, this applies to just one word on this board.
Yeah, bacteriological.
15. Why do you think that is the case?
15 letters and you're incompetent.
What do you mean I'm incompetent?
Yeah. 15 letters. All right, fine. That's not code names. That's cheating, to be clear. But this ain't code names, so let's go. Fine. Anyways, all right, great.
That is the really cool thing about this, right? Because it's the genius. You have to look for the lack of rules in the rules as well as the actual rules in the rules, and there's nothing in the rules about using cheeky strategies like this. My second clue is 7.
All right. It's Missile 7. Missile 7, I think, and then there's some other word that's 7 words, 7 letters probably. Penguin, maybe?
Yes.
Penguin, yeah, so penguin and missile.
So you've basically figured this out already, right? I go 7, my third one is longest, which again is along the same lines.
You know that it's been in order, so bacteriological was taken, sure. Yes.
And then
all right, 3, then yeah. Spy, eye, bad, lab, nice, yeah. All right. Well done.
4,
that was good. That was really good. Alphabetical.
My final clue is alphabetical.
Yeah. So yeah, you just start in the alphabet, just go in that order, and then pick the earliest ones, which will be stuff. All right, well done. That's really good.
I thought this was very cool. It is a bit of a risky strategy, because if people don't figure out the 15, they're not getting anything, right? They get
but they're going to figure out the 15, because the 15 couldn't apply to anything else even a little bit. None of these are numbers.
Mm-hmm. Can you guess what my wildcard word was on this board?
Probably bacteriological.
Yes, exactly true. I actually tried to use the longest word in English, which they wouldn't let me because it doesn't fit on a Scrabble board. So 15 ended up being the longest, which was very sad. Okay. But hey,
yeah, but it's still very clear and obvious. That's a really good one to do it, because as a way to just very clearly, here's the pattern, right? Like this is that's so much better than any other strategy, because it's all of your clues will have the same consistency to them. They're all about the names, and then they walk through. No, that's really good.
Yeah, and
I mean that's fitting for the genius, CaptainMeme. Well done.
I did get a bit lucky in having so many like sets of words that had the right number of letters in them, but I did have to work around it a little bit by putting like longest and alphabetical.
Yes, stuff like longest and 3 exactly, but Yeah, you made it work, and you said, hey, look, I actually have a set of 3-letter words. Look, I have 4 3-letter words, but you could have 4, 5, 6. You could have had a number of 3-letter words and just change things around, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay, you could have gone crazy and just literally did on 15 and then just said alphabetic. Oh, but you can't use the same clue multiple times, right?
You can actually use the same clue multiple
Oh,
times. That's
so
not...
you could have just done. You could have just said alphabetical, 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 and just done alphabetical for everything.
Yes,
right?
and you know who did that? Awesome did
Great.
that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
But I actually
That's
that
great.
was the very first plan I came up. So during the drafting stage, I was thinking about this as a codenames board. It was just getting sniped on everything that made me think of, oh, I have to do
Yeah,
something.
you have to go for better stuff because
Yeah.
your initial approach. Yeah, fair.
The very first
Okay.
thing I came up with on that front was alphabetical, 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 alphabetical. I was
But then
like,
the worry,
how do I
someone might
make
find a word. Yeah.
how do I make this 100% foolproof? I was gonna put my wildcard words aardvark, because I think aardvark is like alphabetical and aardvark very clearly connect.
Yes.
um
Yeah, but I like this one. This one is it's even I think this one's even clearer because alphabetical, I mean, with the words that you have, none of them are too close, but maybe someone could get worried by sound or something. Like alphabets have sound. I don't know. I could like alphabetical is a better clue to put at the end once you've established that everything's about the names than it is to establish by itself.
yes.
So maybe like 15, then alphabetical, 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 whatever. Anyways, this worked. I assume everyone got everything on yours.
So actually, no. There are 5 guests. 3 of them got everything, and 2 of them failed
Yeah.
on the very first word. One of them put
Brutal.
yard, saying 15 yard is a thing in something. I don't know.
Sure.
And
Whatever.
the other one put March as the Ides of March being March 15th, right?
Brutal.
Which are both...
Yeah, these people play code names. Yeah, unlucky.
They're both very clever, but they're too clever, and they're not what I was looking for, right?
Yeah. All right, well, so you lost, I guess. Unlucky.
No, because okay, so something I have to mention first is that you with leftover chips, which the others obviously had because they were coordinating and just doing stuff to screw me over as well. You
Sure.
could bid on the order that the players would go. So which of your boards, which person's board they would tackle first, second, and third. And I think the obvious solution to that is you put the other people's boards first so that they can like clue people into the fact that they might not be doing this in a straightforward way, right? There might be things like alphabetical or numbers or whatever.
Sure, but other people had the alphabetical guy first, and they didn't get it right, and then they went to you, and then they got it right.
Exactly. Awesome. Won the bid. He's the guy who did the alphabetical thing. He won the bid on that. He put himself first with the reasoning that people would be more alert on the first board that they did, and then they'd like tire out towards the end. And that was not the way to do it because people were not clued in on this. And he also didn't do aardvark. I think his wildcard word was like select to try and clue people into the fact that it's select alphabetically. But that
Whatever.
they can't.
But select is a weird word, yeah.
Yeah, select doesn't stand out.
I don't know
from
which
the board.
one. Yeah, you know which one's crazy, whereas bacteriological is far longer than everything else. No, that's all right. Okay, so then awesome, but then does awesome bring you into the thing, or does awesome decide? Wait, what? You just straight won.
I won. Sixella did it in a normal way, right, with normal clues on her board, and it turned out that didn't get as many as me having 3 people having everything correct and 2 people getting everything wrong.
3 perfects is great. Okay, yeah.
So yeah, this is it was fantastic for me.
Wait, were these guests people who were previously in the game?
Yes. I know Morthai got everything on everyone's board, I think. Oh no, he didn't quite get everything. Okay. He missed Sixella's last one. But there was full clears from several people on these.
Sure. Awesome words, CaptainMeme and words. Yeah, I mean, yours is very fun. We're 21, 21, 0, 21, 21, 0, 21. Yep, either they got it or they didn't. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe Awesome had something else as his very first clue, actually. Because everyone seemed to get 1 and then lose on alphabetically.
And then people failed on alphabetically too.
Oh, right? You know what I think it was? I think his first clue was choose, and then that was supposed to be referred to select. And then his second word was alphabetically, and he hoped that they would see that as choose alphabetically. But people just looked at that and went, "Oh, look, a line. There's an alphabet line, I guess."
I don't know, but yeah, or row, whatever. But the point is, because this first one was still playing normal code names, it got them set up to play normal code names.
Yes.
But then yours was very clearly not doing that at all at any point. None of your clues could even have been a little bit thought of as playing code names. Like, by your first clue being about the number of letters in the word, you just instantly told them we're not playing code names.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, well done.
So
Yeah, all right. So you're safe, and they have to fight each other. You're in the finals.
Yeah, this is actually true. They end up in the deathmatch because they're the only options for the deathmatch. I end up practicing with Sixella again because I do not want to face Awesome in the final. Sixella is really good.
Sure.
Awesome is really good. Awesome is better, I think, because he's played a lot of. They both played a lot of deathmatches at this point, but Awesome smashed the deathmatches when he played. And so I practiced this with Sixella. It's like a game where they have to play cards to make animals advance in a race. I don't remember exactly how it works, but Sixella and I, in our practice sessions, she crushes me with a strategy where she just bet on one animal and went all in on that and got to the end. And we played several times, and she kept winning with that same strategy. So she went into the deathmatch and played that strategy, and Awesome just countered it completely in a way I hadn't thought of. So Sixella gets eliminated here, and I'm in the final against Awesome.
What useless practice partner. Yeah.
I think I was worse than useless in that practice. Like, if Sixella had not practiced with me, I think she would have done better. Sorry, Sixella, for that.
Well, anyways, you're in the finals, and you're just awesome, man. Head to head, let's go.
I am. And so in the Genius traditionally, the way the finals works is everyone who has been eliminated up to that point gives a bonus to someone, to a player of their choice in the finale. Okay. So the finale
everyone's going to pick you because you're so friendly with everyone.
Pretty much. So so in this game they don't do that. Apparently the mods of this game specifically don't like that approach. Instead, they had a jury select what one of the games would be. And we were still...
that's lame. Okay.
We were still allowed to pitch our case, and I was like, I know color theory. Color theory is like graph theory, the one that Sixella played before when they paint colors on a graph. I'm pretty sure I can do really well at that.
Sure. Okay.
So I pitched them, please choose color theory if you support me. And Awesome was pitching for something else, I don't really remember.
Sure.
And we both got inquisitioned by these people because it was like a jury thread. And I was just like trying to be as friendly as possible and build people up in a sense, right? And say, hey, you're a huge part of the reason that I'm here, or stuff like that. the kind of typical...
Juries are hard, man. Yeah. Juries are impossible.
The thing was, Awesome had not really talked to many people throughout the game. He had stuck with a few... Like, he had been amazing at strategy, which was why he got so far. But he hadn't necessarily made all the connections. His main alliance had been with Sixella. And Sixella, like, initially was really friendly towards him in the jury thread. And then Awesome went, I am the reason you made it this far, to Sixella. Because I practiced with you for death matches. And Sixella did not like that. I mean, that is like the worst thing you can say to someone in a jury thread, right? You do not take away their achievement. And like, it was doubly bad because Sixella had practiced with other people and very much done her own thing. She practiced with me as well, and I just didn't mention anything, knowing that Sixella would know I also practiced with her, right? Yeah. And Sixella just blasted him. And everyone, well, not everyone, but a lot of people just got on board with that after that point and voted for what I wanted, which was color theory. There were like two factions among the jurors, one of which was vote for Meme's choice, and the other of which was vote for a choice that neither of them wanted so that it's a more fair endgame.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's great. No one's advocating for Awesome. All right. Well, so color theory wins, right? Surely
yeah, color theory wins by 1 point over the other one.
The theoretically neutral one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Color theory. I mean, look, if you manage to lose a color theory, that's problematic. This is great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Also, notably, this is without Amazon coming back. Amazon didn't come back for the jury, so my number one ally didn't come back to vote on this. I still managed to win the vote, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Well done.
Anyway, we go
What's
into
this
the...
tied? Sparkles was said tied.
Oh, they just decided that they didn't want to vote on it. So they put everything as equal.
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
These are the color theory boards. You can look through them if you want to. This first one, there was a point at which... So Awesome had the strategy of putting down as many of the same color on the board as possible. Because my advantage was primarily that I'm very good at spotting when something is impossible. And if you just play the same color over and over and over again, it never becomes impossible, right? So it becomes a game of Nim, where you're trying to make sure that your opponent is the one who takes the final... Well, that you're the one who takes the final turn. Your opponent is forced to challenge you to complete a board that's clearly possible. And there's a point at this game here where I had the decision between choosing... there were 2 tiles on the board that I could have chosen to fill out. I think it was like F or maybe C or D, I don't remember. And they lead to different endgames. They lead to different people calling the last thing possible or impossible. And I chose the wrong one. And I realized
the top left one already clearly impossible?
Yeah, this is before the M gets put down.
Okay, yeah, because putting the M down makes it clearly impossible, like, obviously.
Yes.
Right? So I think that one's a bit too clear.
Yeah, like, I realized that it was... After I selected the M, I was like, oh god, I'm an idiot. I'm leading to an endgame that I'm gonna lose, and I don't have any options to stop that anymore.
Sorry, haven't you just already lost? Like, once you put down M, right? If he says fill out the board...
Sorry, this is before I put down M. When I put down F, because I had a choice between F or, I think it's C.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, and one of them leads to a situation where I have to challenge him, and the other one leads to a situation where he has to challenge me, and I choose the wrong one, because I'm not very good at this whole looking steps ahead thing. So I realized that afterwards. I put down the yellow M as like, hopefully he doesn't notice.
He doesn't notice that C is impossible? No. Oh, come on. All right, whatever. Yeah, and he just says, all right, fill it out, and then you lose instantly, and you're like, all right, this is bad.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But there's 3 boards, which means you win the next one.
Yeah, the next one is this one over here, which, again, he tries to use the strategy of always going red. I think he switches it up a little bit at one point, but I am just trying... This one's a little bit more friendly towards me in that there's a lot of places I can try and make things impossible.
It's curvier.
Yeah.
It looks much harder. It looks like much weirder, and there's many more weird adjacencies going on. And so that's hugely beneficial. So yeah, makes sense.
So this board is also impossible from this position, but it's much harder to spot why it's impossible, right? And I'll leave that one as an exercise to the viewer as well.
Yeah, I don't immediately see top right as impossible yet, which is cool. I mean, L is the first place to notice, right? But, oh wait, no, it's not even. Wait, geez. Oh, AC is the first one to notice. There we go.
Yeah.
And so then there's going to be something that's going to cascade from here that's going to break.
Yes, the cascade is indeed from AC. So
Sure.
there is the thing to work out from home. This one also is impossible. And it's actually not that hard to notice once you study this board a bit. Obviously, I'm dumping Ezio into this straight. I'm not going to ask you to spot where this one is impossible from, but it turns out that it was made impossible by a total blunder from me, not realizing that AJ is adjacent to W. We actually go for 2 turns after that before Awesome realizes what I've done, and I haven't realized what I've done. And Awesome calls me on it, and I can't fill it out. So I lose color theory, the one that I got the jury to pick.
Yeah.
Oh, it was devastating. I was like, this was my game. This is like, this was supposed to be.
Yeah, you studied this. Well, this is bad news. That's bad news, Bears.
That's really bad. But there are 2 more games. It's a best of 3. Hopefully, these ones are a little bit better for me.
Then your best one.
Yes. So this is Mystery Math. was the second game. And the idea is every one of these emojis, not this one here, but the other emojis, represents a different digit. So from 0 to 9.
Okay.
There are also 5 emojis that represent operations. And each round we could submit an equation of our choice that uses up to 10 emojis. Sorry, up to 10 of the number emojis and 1 of the operation emojis, right? And we would get the answer back in emojis.
Okay.
You could also, instead of doing that on your turn, draft an emoji to be yours. Once you have drafted 5 emojis, at any point you can call I know what my emojis are on your turn, and then name the values of all of those emojis, and if you're correct, then you win. Right? And your opponent can't draft the same ones as you have. That's an important thing. So... I'm not going to go through the whole list because in fact, I'm not going to go through any of this because it took like 60 rounds before we got it. We are not. I mean, this is hard. I think it's possibly not as hard as we made it if you're better at this kind of thing. But we both figured out quite early that this operation was subtract because one of the results that we each got back had a subtraction at the front of it. And you know, if there's an operation at the front of the numbers, it's probably negative. So from that point,
the answer you got back was, that's weird. Okay, sure. Okay, fine. Yeah, you I guess only subtracted from that. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So
wait, 60 rounds? You only have to identify 5 of the things?
Yeah, it went for a very long time.
Okay, yeah, and you guys figured out that subtraction was a thing pretty quickly. Okay, well,
it went for a really long time. I blame myself being like, I think genuinely, if you do a maths degree at university, you become worse at maths. That is
okay. But were you able to see the other person's questions?
You could see the questions, you couldn't see the answers. So,
dude, I would just like. 1 digit minus another digit. What do you get? Right?
I think you had to use exactly. I think you had to use exactly 10 emojis, but you could still do like.
Okay. Having to use exactly 10 does make it harder. That makes it significantly harder. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you think
60 rounds?
That said, there was a person who was spectating the game who got it after like 5 rounds by looking at my answers. And that just embarrasses the hell out of me.
I mean, all right. I'm not getting it that fast, but all right, whatever. Anyways, well done, man. Did you win?
I had several advantages in my strategy. First, I spent the first few rounds drafting any emojis that he clearly knew what they were, or that he was clearly gunning for what they were, right? Quite often he would put like 1 emoji before the thing and then all the other emojis after it. And so I would just grab whatever emoji he put as his first one because he probably has more information about that. The second thing is I spent the early rounds drafting emojis, and Awesome didn't draft any for ages and ages until he found out what they were. So after he found out what his things were, he had to spend 5 rounds drafting all his emojis before he could answer the question. So I had the opportunity to answer in the meantime.
Sure.
On the flip side of that, I have the downside that I am an idiot. And that I just couldn't figure them out. And I went for specific strategies that should theoretically have worked. As mentioned, the spectators figured it out off my answers really early on, but I just couldn't work it out. And at the end, Awesome had figured out all of his. He'd been drafting his emojis. He just finished drafting his, and I knew now I have to put an answer in because otherwise I'm screwed, right? He just wins. So I put in my answer, and I get everything except Skull right. So one of them is wrong. I'm wrong. The turn passes over to Awesome. He gets them all right, and he wins this game. So, yeah. I get eliminated on the final in the grand final of the Genius one. It's not the.
That's. Oh man.
I know. It's not the result I would have wanted. It's not the grand finale to this video that would have been fantastic. But hey, Awesome really deserved it. He did really well in those games, especially considering one of them was like my speciality of game. He came up with a strategy that just countered my advantage on it completely. And, you know, damn well played to him. Fantastic game. But I really enjoyed this game. It was so fun. And like, being able to play from start to finish is something you don't get the opportunity to do very often in these games, because it's an elimination game. It was just fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, second place is really good, man.
Yeah, it's not first, but
certainly better than I would have done.
I don't know about that. I think you should play a Genius game sometime. I think it would be cool to analyze.
I can't do challenges. I just lose these games, man. You saw what happened in the void. Anyways, well done, meme. Okay. This was great. Well done, well done.
All right. So that has been the Genius 1 specifically. As mentioned, well, if you've got to this point in the video, I think you would really enjoy the Genius 2. So the Discord link to like their ORG hub, where they organize all of these games, is below in the description. Could really use some more players, I think. So go ahead and check it out. And again, massive thanks to the GMs who run this stuff. It's so hard to create one of these games. You have to create so many unique and fantastic, like, negotiation experiences, and they did that. They made, like, 12 different ones for this game, or 11 different ones, however many it was. So thank you so much to the GMs who ran this. I had a blast, and congratulations once again to Awesome for taking home the win. Ezio, do you have anything to add as like a final statement?
Just really well done, man. Like, Final 2 is super impressive. You played a lot of these games really well. Your strategy it was very solid. The clues for your Codenames game, I think, were really top tier. It's really tough to win a challenge with the other two people coordinating to beat you, but you just next leveled them. I think that's definitely the most impressive win of it. I think that challenge was awesome.
Yeah, that was like definitely my high point of the game, and the fact that it came at the final 3 is so I mean, it's very cool. It was when I needed it for sure. Especially considering Sixella like beat me hands down in that deathmatch so many times. Anyway, yeah, and I hope you got less frustrated at my play through this one than you did in Genius First Encounter. That's the other
thing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Although, obviously, shout out to Sparkle, I think. I want to say.
Bunny, yeah.
Sparkle Bunny. Yeah, big shout out. One Piece fan. R.I.P.
Yes. All right. So that has been Genius 1. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.